This kid's totally spaced out. He's stunned by the scene unfolding before his very eyes. He sees his parents, their faces so youthful, they're cooing over Nunha, baby toys in their hands. What in the world is going on here? Nunha's clueless. He even thought he'd been reincarnated into his next life. Yet, when Nunha reaches out to touch his mother's hand, he notices his hand is tiny, and he can't even wiggle this body. It seems Nunha didn't die. Instead, he's traveled back in time, back to when he was just 1 year old. This is so shocking that No Yun-ha can only stare wide-eyed. He feels this is so illogical. How could he have possibly traveled back in time? He only recalls gasping for air in that ABC dungeon, with Lee Yu-dung weeping. She kept repeating the words, miracle. Could it be that she triggered a miracle? Lee Yu-dung wields power comparable to those on the 12 thrones, so it's not entirely surprising if she actually pulled it off. However, the idea of reversing time is still so unbelievable. No Yun-ha looked at his parents, carefree faces, feeling a slight tingle in his nose. He never thought he'd get to see them again. Not even once more. In his past life, they both perished in a monster attack when he was only 6. Since then, No Yun-ha lived with a burning hatred for monsters, you see, and became a monster-slaying machine in return. But now, No Yun-ha has been granted a second chance. Wow! Well, this time with his own 2 hands. He'll change their fate. The baby life of No Yun-ha begins. How exciting! And even though he retains all his memories from before his rebirth, still a baby. The truth is, right now, you're still just a baby. In other words, you can't do anything at all. Every day, you just eat and sleep and... But anyway, Nunha has the opportunity to be reborn, and that is the opportunity for him to carry me, both literally and figuratively. Figuratively, Noya can avoid the tragedies of the past life. Literally, he knows how to roll over today. In the process of performing the first role of his life is cheered on enthusiastically by a fan, especially one named Nuna, the cute older sister who is only a little older than him. But Nuna's memories of her sister are kind of hazy compared to the memories of my parents, that is. There's only one moment he remembers really clearly, though. It was the day their family was attacked by monsters, and his sister hugged him tight. She used her tiny body to shield him. While crying, she said, "Yun-ha will protect you this life." Nuna is still a loving sister to him. When she saw No Yun-ha roll over successfully, she pounced and hugged him tightly. She kept rubbing her cheek against his, praising, "Oh, you're so good. That's my precious little brother." Overall, No Yun-ha is great in every way. It's just that she expresses her emotions a bit too much. Time passed just like that. In the blink of an eye, No Yun-ha became a 9-month-old baby who could sit up steadily. And he started gathering mana. Mana is everywhere, even if it's just a small amount. But it does exist in the air. Before reincarnation, No Yun-ha didn't have much mana in him, so that time was quite difficult. So if his body can handle it, he wants to start absorbing mana, right from when he's a baby like this. It's just that this process isn't going so smoothly because Nuna keeps sabotaging it. Whenever she sees her little brother sitting cross-legged like a little old man, she won't be able to resist teasing. However, that's when Nuo and Ha suddenly realize something. Having a lot of mana might not be a good thing. If someone has too much mana, they will suffer from mana condensation disease, and ultimately it could negatively affect their health. Nuo and Ha doesn't want this to happen to his sister, so he needs to help her control her mana. Naive Nuo A. She's completely clueless about these things. All she wants is to cling to her brother and grow up with him. Time flies like a dog chasing its tail. Before you know it, Nuo and Ha is 4 years old. Now, he can do a lot more, and he spends more time outside than inside. The reason? Every time he goes out to play, Nuowa drags him along. His sister isn't just popular with the kids. She's popular with everyone in the neighborhood. Compared to his older sister, it seems the other kids aren't too happy to see him. "Hey, Nuo and Ha, why did you come? We didn't need you here. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Look at this kid's attitude. Clearly, he doesn't want to see asterisk you. I'm the one who got dragged here. Minji the Dumbo. No Yun-ha Dap. I told you not to call me that. My name is Kim Minji, not Minji the Dumbo. The other kid yelled, making No Yun-ha's ears ring after No Yun-ha arrived at the playground. She quickly established her top dog position, and so the whole group gathered, ready to play cops and robbers. No Yun-ha wasn't thrilled. He felt like he shouldn't be playing with these kids, seeing as he's 32 plus 4 years old already. However, seeing his sister smile, no. Yun-ha felt like this experience wasn't so bad after all. Well, you were never too old to enjoy childhood again for her, I guess. The two kids played together until late afternoon. By the time they got home, they were covered in mud. but No Yoon-ha seemed happy. Everything was still relatively peaceful until they passed by an alley and heard a growl from a stray dog. Looking into this dog's eyes, they were wild and terrifying, and No Yoon-ha, who was only half a head taller than his little brother, didn't hesitate to stand in front of him. "Yoon-ha, it's okay. No Yoon-a's voice was clearly trembling with fear, and No Yoon-ha realized this situation seemed exactly the same. It seems that no matter how many times we're reborn, my sister will still protect me at all costs like this. I still clearly remember that saying, along with the feeling of my sister's trembling arms. However, this life is different now." No Yoon-ha bravely stepped forward, facing that dog. "No, I'll protect you, sis." As soon as he said that, the mana within him was released. No Yoon-ha stared straight at the dog, then shouted, "Get lost!" Something that frightened it. It wasn't his face or his youthful voice, but the mana he emitted. Without waiting for No Yoon-ha to say it a second time, the dog tucked its tail and ran away. Meanwhile, No Yoon-a was so shocked her jaw dropped. After a long while, she finally regained her composure. Then, she pounced on her younger brother with an extremely excited look. "Yeah, what just happened? That was mana, right? I want to do that too. Teach me, you little rascal." No Yoon-a seemed a bit too excited, but with her personality, this reaction was normal. Eventually, No Yoon-ha agreed to his sister's request. After all, since he was 9 months old, he'd already intended to teach her. No Yoon-ha seems pretty happy, tugging his little brother home. No Yoon-ha has always wanted to protect his sister's smile, and to do that, he has to prevent the family massacre that happened when he was 6. To change that devastating future, No Yoon-ha vowed he'd do anything. So after returning home, he began to become a private tutor for his sister, teaching her how to control the mana in her body, starting with the tiniest steps. But it's pretty tough for her. No Yoon-a's constant failures made No-ha feel like this world is truly fair. His sister was born with the blessing of mana, but has absolutely no natural talent for controlling it. Meanwhile, he doesn't have as much innate mana as she does, but is extremely good at manipulating his mana. The good thing is Nuna has been persistent since she was little, so failing so many times doesn't make her give up. Just you wait and see. I'll definitely do it. Persistence is a plus, but impatience is a minus. The exercise that No Yoon-ha set for his sister was using mana to help a spinning top balance. However, she got too impatient and used way too much mana, sending that spinning top flying uncontrollably till then. The family was still peaceful and happy. One evening, while the whole family was watching TV, Mom No Yoon-ha mentioned that next year he'd be 6 years old, so it was time to go to kindergarten. "I don't wanna," No Yoon-ha pouted, replying, "No way! I promised Mom, didn't I?" It was true, No Yoon-ha had whined for ages before Mom finally allowed him to skip pre-school from a young age. Yet in the end, he still promised Mom. When he turned 6, he would start going to school. No Yoon-ha couldn't believe that he, someone who had lived almost 40 years in 2 lifetimes, was about to have to put up with those brats who were always whining and being a nuisance. Just thinking about it made him tired. Coincidentally, today was also New Year's Eve. The New Year's show was being broadcast live on TV, according to the MC. The moment of entering the new year was also the moment. Korea was making new history for humanity. The screen changed, switching to a female reporter sitting on an airplane. She said that right now they were flying over the grounds of the imperial tomb. Jongmyo is where their ancestors, kings and queens of the Joseon dynasty, rest in peace. A new chapter in Korean history is about to begin, ladies and gentlemen. No Yoon-ha. That female MC's voice is giving me a headache. A new chapter? Seems like they're expecting way too much. After humanity learned how to use mana, everyone was too busy trying to master it. So they didn't realize that, because mana was being concentrated in one place. Monsters also began to spawn in 1999. Before the 21st century even began, that horrific event took place, later to be remembered as the end of a century. Monsters broke free and began a massacre everywhere. Because of this, Korea lost 30% of its population. Humanity finally understood true fear. From then on, people lived in constant dread, always worried that monsters could appear at any moment in the blink of an eye. Existing governments and laws lost their power because only strength could defeat monsters. Or, rather, only mana could. Only then can we establish a new world order. True power in South Korea then only rests in the hands of the wealthy, or, as they're known, the chaebol class, plus those mana-juiced players, like No Yoon-ha from his past life. That's it. It's also because of the emergence of this new group of powerful people that the current government has been replaced. However, until the situation stabilized, There were many casualties. People lost contact with each other. So in remote areas, folks had no choice but to wait for monsters to come and make mincemeat of them. But amidst the despair-ridden South Korea, a ray of light shone. That is the goddess Limga-Yun. And Limga's face, Yun, has also appeared on TV. She used to be a famous actress, and now she has become the first-generation goddess protecting Korea. The reason Limga-Yun can become a goddess is because she possesses the ability to prevent mana from exploding, as well as being able to disperse it. That ability is given the name White Grace. And all the players who protect the temple will become swords protecting the country, known by the title 12 Thrones in name. Those players are managed by the Mana Management Association. Overseen, I mean. But most of the really strong ones create their own guilds and operate there. She's someone who possesses the rare gift of fate, helping to prevent monster hordes. As well as controlling public opinion, the Korean player, Limga-Yun, became the first to possess the title of the 12 Thrones. Then the remaining names appeared one after another. Players who possess both the title of the 12 Thrones and belong to guilds began to take advantage of both the power of the Mana Management Association, along with the power of their own guilds, to gather power. From then on, ruling over all other players. At this moment, Limga-Yun, in traditional attire, dazzlingly made up, is standing before a magic orb placed before the temple, looking extremely solemn. Gods of the heavens and the earth, please grant us the power to protect this country. The moment she finished speaking, from that orb radiated an extremely blinding blue light. That light quickly spread out, enveloping the entire city and gradually encompassing the entire country. The camera then returns to the female MC sitting in that helicopter, thanks to the high-angle shot. That magical blue light looks even more impressive, ladies and gentlemen. A protective circle has just been created before our eyes. This hemispherical protective circle can prevent mana from exploding. It is currently covering the entire Seoul sky. Nuna was extremely excited and ran out onto the balcony to take a look. Nohuna also followed his sister. The scene before him was indeed very impressive. Even though it was night, the sky was covered in a layer of light. The shimmering blue color, unlike the electric lights, reflected, and both No Yunha's parents looked up at the sky. Then they clasped their hands together and began to pray. Now we can live in peace. Thank you, goddess. Countless other families are just like them, are standing on the balcony praying. Nuna also imitated her parents, clasping her hands together, and didn't forget to make her younger brother do the same. But he knew that praying was useless, because there are no gods in this world. He still clearly remembers his past life. At that time, when the world was destroyed, all the gods had already died. The blue light in the sky gradually disappeared, while Nunha, next to him, was still focused on praying, begging the goddess, please allow our family to live happily together. Nuna attentively looked at his sister, then smiled, and then he also clasped his hands together. I sincerely pray to the goddess of time to live happily in this life. With a whoosh, another year is passed. Nuna is now 6 years old, and the event that caused him to lose his family forever is also coming very close. Finally, Noina also could not escape going to kindergarten. On his first day of school, he was warmly welcomed by teacher Tao, and the first program is always self-introduction. About himself, No Yunha stood on the podium. Looking at the kids below, he was extremely repulsed. Hello, my name is No Yunha. I am 6 years old. Let's play together later. No Yunha's introduction could not be shorter. Tazo thought he hadn't finished speaking, but waiting and waiting, he didn't see Nunha speak again, so he coaxed him. A little short, isn't it? Would you like to say something more? I think your friends would really like to know about you. Nuna didn't want to be friends with these little kids, so he refused to introduce himself further. Then a good thing happened. He ended up in the same class with Kim Minji. The kid he always called Minji the dork. As soon as Kim Minji saw him, she screamed, "Why are you in our class?" "Oh, it's Minji the dork. Are you also studying here?" No Yunha responded by teasing the little one, making Kim Minji like a mini volcano. She gets angry whenever she sees him. The teacher thinks these two kids are too tense, so he has to step in to mediate. After that reluctant introduction, the children had time to play before lunchtime. At first, Tazo was worried that Nuna wouldn't have any friends. The other kids seemed very interested in their new friend. They quickly gathered around him, each asking a question, like where he lived and how many people were in his family, what his likes and dislikes were. Everything was covered. Nuna's head was aching from the children. This is exactly why he hates kids. With great difficulty, he managed to escape. and No Yun-ha wandered around the kindergarten and discovered the children's reading area. At least it's quiet here. He grabbed a few children's books to pass the time. There was another pretty girl reading books here too, but Noon didn't notice her at first until another noisy group of kids appeared, breaking the quiet atmosphere that was so difficult. Noonjura had just found these three children are, in order, Choi Eun-hyuk leading the way, followed by the boy's two henchmen named Ma Bong-jin and Jeon Seong-jin. Hey, are you reading again? What's so fun about reading books anyway? Dong-ha-jiang, don't you have any friends? Why do I always see you all alone? Choi Eun-hyuk booms, addressing the little girl named Dong-ha-jiang. She visibly pales upon seeing this kid, looking rather worried. Seems like she's been bullied a lot before. As for Choi Eun-hyuk, it seems he's quite used to playing the kindergarten tough guy. He charges straight over and snatches the ribbon off Dong-ha-jiang's head. What is this hideous headband anyway? Dong-ha-jiang jumps up immediately to get her things back. That's a ribbon her dad bought for her. However, these kindergarten big shots aren't about to let her off so easily. As a result, Dong-ha-jiang's crying while begging. Meanwhile, Choi Eun-hyuk, along with his two little lackeys, are laughing their heads off. Too childish. Nuo Eun-ha, who's been quiet all this time, suddenly pipes up. With the sky-high pride of a 6-year-old, Choi Eun-hyuk is instantly provoked. Look at this little brat, getting all worked up. What did you just say? He glares daggers at Nuo Eun-ha, but in his wildest dreams. He couldn't imagine that the person he's messing with is actually a grown man. So scary in the form of a kid. If I wasn't prepared, I'd faint. Nuo Eun-ha slowly gets up, going to Choi Eun-hyuk, saying, I think you're too childish. Is it fun to act this way, or what? Choi Eun-hyuk. Furious, tiny hands clench into fists, swinging towards the opponent. Nuo Eun-ha doesn't rush to retaliate, but just tilts his head to dodge. Seeing Choi Eun-hyuk so skilled, he must be an expert at bullying classmates. This kind of spoiled brat needs to be taught a lesson. So Nuo Eun-ha kicks him, and this kid flies straight backward, his whole body slamming hard on the ground. Afterward, he retrieves the red ribbon, returning it to its owner. Here, take it next time. Don't let them snatch it away. Choi Eun-hyuk is helped up by his two little underlings, the aching pain from his butt spreading. It must be infuriating. You just wait. I definitely won't let you get away with this, he threatens. Nuo Eun-ha just cannot believe these words are coming from a 6-year-old's mouth. He turns his head, giving him a bullet-like glare. Choi Eun-hyuk is so scared his legs turn to jelly, and he hurriedly flees with his two underlings. After the three kids leave, Dong-ha-jiang hesitantly tugs on Nuo Eun-ha's sleeve. When he turns back, he sees the little girl crying and laughing at the same time. Thank you so much for getting my ribbon back for me. Looking at the little girl, she seems so weak, yet both Kim Bin-ji and that brat Choi Eun-hyuk, they all had above-average mana levels. And most of the children here also have mana, similar. So Nuna began to feel a little curious. I wonder how much mana Dong-ha-jiang possesses. And the reality proved that she drew a secret again. Because after testing it, they discovered the amount of mana that this little girl possesses seems to be even more abundant than her sisters. Moreover, compared to Nuna, Dong-ha-jiang seems to be more excellent at controlling mana. Therefore, her mana increases gradually over time. A person like this, when they grow up, will definitely be among the 12 thrones, or at least become a seed of one of them. But in her previous life, Nuna had never heard the name Dong-ha-jiang, so she was relatively curious. Even if she doesn't become a player, with this much mana, she should be famous. So to clarify the reason for this, number, Yun-ha actively offered to befriend Dong-ha-jiang. You are living in a world where mana is the ultimate power. Therefore, it will be very beneficial to be close to this little girl, and the little girl has no reason to refuse someone who just helped her like that. You've made your first friend in kindergarten. Seeing you so well behaved and not causing trouble at school, Mom Nuo Eun-ha seems super pleased. Even after you got home, she deliberately checked your son's bag and discovered the carnation bouquet made of paper that you cut out at school. Mom Nuo Eun-ha wore a bouquet made by the boss's son, along with a carnation from the boss's daughter. But your older sister is truly clumsy. Eun-ha, you cut out 3 flowers, right? One for Dad, one for Mom, and one for Eun-ha, right, Mom? You suddenly asked, making Nuo Eun-ha's eyes light up with anticipation. After a moment, Nuo Eun-ha reluctantly replied that the 3rd flower was for Grandma. In a previous life, elementary school also made students fold carnations for parents' day. But back then, Nuo Eun-ha had already lost both parents. Even so, you still had to make one and stuff that ugly carnation into your bag, and then Grandma, who always packed her grandson's bag every day, took it out. Then she displayed it in the entrance hall with great care. After that, Every year, Nuo Yunha would fold carnations. But you never gave one to Grandma because you thought that when you gave her flowers, the longing, family, and that monster's hatred within you will diminish. And Nuo Yunha can't allow that to happen. You want to live as a monster, right? Without emotions, you can take your revenge. Thus, your feelings for your grandmother were hidden deep until she passed away. That's why, in this life, saying I love you to her is one of the things that Nuo Yunha must do. The fateful day is getting closer. On May 4th of that year, the TNNV government opened restricted routes, so people could visit relatives during Family Month and prepare to deal with the appearance of monsters on the roads. They hired many player legions. However, because the Kraken monster suddenly appeared with destructive power, there were more casualties than expected. And Nuo Yunha's family, on their way to visit their grandmother, also fell victim to this tragedy. In this life, it seems everything is following a similar script. When Nuo Yunha's father returned from the company and suggested they should visit her tomorrow, Nuo Yunha couldn't let that happen. Absolutely not. More specifically, it's Nuo Yunha's maternal grandmother because his father is an orphan, so the only grandmother he has is on his mother's side. In the previous life, he grew up with his grandmother after the entire family died. When his emotions were numbed and he was living like a loser, she was the one who took care of him for everything until the day she died. Nuo Yunha's father seems enthusiastic. They haven't been able to visit Grandma in a while, since the outskirts of Osul are pretty dangerous, but this year the government fixed up the roads and promised that everything's under their control, so everyone's relieved, including Nuo Yunha's parents. Only he knows about the tragedy. Can we visit Grandma some other time? He offered hesitantly. His parents were immediately puzzled, because just before, Nuo Yunha was cutting a carnation to give to her. Yeah, I want to see Grandma too, but not tomorrow. Can we go another day? This was harder than Nuo Yunha thought, because when all is said and done, he's still just a kid. His words don't carry much weight, but he has to act like a kid, so his parents don't get suspicious. If he keeps pushing to not go tomorrow, it might make them suspicious, so no. Yunha tried his best to act like the genuine, innocent child he once was. Because Children's Day is coming up. I want to go to the amusement park and ride the Viking. They said it's not far from our house, right? Your proposal was quickly supported by another child in the house, Nuna. Your parents rarely see both of their children so excited like this. When before, both Nuo Yunha and Nuo Yuna didn't want to go to the playground because there were too many monsters outside. So there was no other way. They had to change their plans. Instead of visiting Grandma, we'll go to the playground tomorrow, so Mom will make lunch to go, okay? Is there anything anyone wants to eat? That's great. I want a sandwich and fried chicken. Nuo Yuna was so happy she jumped up and down, while Nuo Yunha secretly sighed in relief. The plan worked. Even though he can't prevent the Kraken monster from escaping, he can at least prevent his family from running into it. This will be the first step in changing the future. However, Nuo Yunha never thought about the thing called the butterfly effect. It seems that his small action has unintentionally changed many things in the future. So soon after, Nuo Yunha's mother suddenly received a phone call. I don't know what the other end said, but she looked so worried she was about to cry until she hung up the phone. Mother. Nuo Yunha said that his grandmother had just collapsed. This just feels so unfair. In my past life, Grandma's health was perfectly fine, but whatever. This has totally messed up Nuo Yunha's plans. If Grandma's taking a tumble like that, Mom has zero excuse not to visit. And Dad's already insisting on bringing Mom back. Seeing her son's face darken, Nuo Yunha's mom thought he was upset about missing the amusement park. She knelt down, eye to eye, and gently consoled him. Yunha, dear, Grandma's not feeling well. I know you really want to go to the amusement park, but can we wait until next time? Nuo Yunha was super confused because he tried to change the future where Grandma got hurt. So if he interferes even more, something worse is bound to happen. Isn't there any way to keep his family from facing that Kraken? If not, what's the point of him being reborn? Nuo Yunha was so stressed he could barely breathe. After some thought, he realized the only difference this time was him. He was different from his past life. Specifically, he's been hoarding mana since he was 9 months old. Plus, he's got all that combat experience from his previous life. Well, if you couldn't stop the collision between your family and the Kraken, there's only one way left. That's for you to fight that monster yourself. The Mana Management Association has classified all monsters based on their danger level. Rank 9 are those that pollute the environment or spread disease. Rank 8 are monsters that carry physical hazards to daily life. Rank 7 monsters commit mid-level crimes like robbery and murder. Rank 6 monsters paralyze administrative work in the city, regardless of whether they operate in groups or independently. Monsters that break into human territory or have force with a comparable level of threat are classified into Rank 5. Rank 4 are monsters that can control herds, harm humans, or threaten the human economy. Rank 3 are monsters that can paralyze government-level administrative tasks identified as an entity and carry a level of damage equivalent to a disaster. Higher still, Rank 2 are monsters that can paralyze government-level administrative tasks identified as an entity and carry a level of damage equivalent to a calamity, and the highest is Rank 1 monsters with the ability to threaten human existence, identified as an entity. Kraken was a rank devil monster in his previous life, around the time No Yun-ha graduated from Player Academy. It had been demoted to rank 4. Due to the increase in power among the general populace of players, however, now players in the Kraken area will only encounter those from rank E to C, so they certainly can't defeat that monster. Naturally, with the current situation, you can't beat it either. There's only one way for you to survive. That's you have to stall for time until the 12 thrones appear and defeat this monster. Even worse is that the only weapons a 6-year-old kid like you has are scissors and a utility knife. No Yun-ha, of course, would have liked to bring something else, like a kitchen knife, for instance, but his parents would notice. With such fragile weapons like craft scissors, if you use mana to coat them, then they can still inflict some damage on the monster. Yun-ha, are you finished yet? We're leaving right away. Mom suddenly peeked into the room. Yes, I'm coming right now. I'm ready. No Yun-ha, that ready you just mentioned is exactly ready to face the Kraken, because today is the day the roads are finally maintained. Plus, it's Family Win Month, so traffic is jammed. Dad and Nuo Yun-ha are getting impatient in the front seats, yet their little son doesn't seem tired or annoyed at all, unlike Nuo Yun-a, who's drooling in her sleep. Actually, Nuo Yun-ha isn't carefree at all. The further they get from the city center, the more tense he becomes. His past life memories flood back. Noah-ha remembers the Kraken. It appeared when his family crossed the Iziom-san Bridge. But now, they're halfway across the bridge, and the monster is still silent. Could it be that the future has changed again? Please, just let us cross the bridge safely. He silently prays, however it seems. The Kraken is mocking his desperate wish, and says you can't change your tragic fate. Because right after Noah-ha silently prayed, the monster, Danba, a member of the disaster squad, appeared. Its tentacles move, destroying everything around. Roads and nearby vehicles are smashed. A giant rock falls onto a car, completely ruined it. The terrified citizens scattered in every direction. From afar, a group of men in black suits approached. Hey, what are you guys doing? They're here! The blonde youth shouted, leading the charge. Protect everyone! Charge! Suddenly he noticed something above and looked up. A tentacle slammed right into the blonde youth, covered in stuff. He shakily raised a trembling hand. Seeing this, his followers panicked and fled. One person angrily shouted, "You damned players! If you all run away, what are we supposed to do now?" Cut to the New Young-ha family, inside a car. New Young-ha, Dad is here. His voice trembled. We should get out too. It's chaos out there, so be careful when we go out. It's okay, just trust Dad. If we move calmly, we'll be able to evacuate safely. New Young-ha and New Young-ha huddled together, scared. Father New Young-ha turned to reassure his children. You heard what Dad said, right? Calmly exit the car. The players will protect us, so don't worry, okay? And so, the family of 4 left the badly damaged car. Just now, as soon as AG went outside, her face turned pale. She collapsed to the ground, scaring him so much he called out to her. AG's legs are trembling. Why can't you stand up? You need to stand up. You need to stand up and go. Father Nuo, seeing her, had a worried expression. He approached her, suggesting he would carry a G. Father Nuo turned to him asking, Are you okay? He responded, Yes, I can walk. A player pointed and said loudly, This way. Please follow me to evacuate to another location. Yun-ha ran along, pondering. Even though a level 3 Kraken monster appeared and the players are panicking, the experienced players quickly assessed the situation and focused on evacuating the civilians. However, the Kraken isn't the only problem. We need to get off the bridge before they show up. Suddenly, a spear pierced through the leader. He didn't have time to react before being instantly knocked out. Yun-ha's family was startled, terrified. A hand with sharp claws clung to the bridge's edge. Climbing up, he frowned, thinking, They're here, the level 7 Shan Yu monsters. One came forward, pulling out the spear from its body, its eyes full of bloodshot. With sharp teeth, it looked at the humans. One lunged forward and bit hard into the shoulder of a nearby woman. The players fell into difficulty the moment they appeared. A person supporting an injured girl spoke up. Is there anyone here who knows healing magic? A woman heard and ran over, but she had only taken a few steps before she was pierced by a spear. Without stopping, countless submersible creatures rushed to attack the two. The whole family, No Uongha, was stunned by the surrounding scene. No Uongha's father roared, my children, do you believe in me? No matter what happens, Dad will protect you. So don't turn around and look. Just run." They ran with all their might. A tentacle coiled the cars together in one place. Then it lifted everything up to the middle of the air. The tentacle threw the cars violently toward the people who were running away. Manhwa looked at the flying objects above his head in amazement. He hurriedly shouted loudly, "Dad, it's very dangerous." The cars fell down, crashing hard into the people nearby. One car fell heavily onto a tanker truck. With the impact, the car immediately exploded, creating a large fire that blocked the road ahead. Despair washes over No Yunha's father's face as a big player shouts, "When will reinforcements arrive? The fires block the roads." The man opposite replies, "It's only been a few minutes. We have to hold out until they get here," he thinks. "Reinforcements from the 12. Right before I regressed, the 12 thrones arrived here 30 minutes after the Kraken appeared. Can the players protect everyone? When the escape route's blocked, they might cause some damage to those submerged fish. However, the Kraken, if nobody takes care of it, we're all doomed." Yunha takes a deep breath, then exhales slowly. He drops his backpack. "I prepared for this from the start. Even if I have to risk my own life, I will protect my entire family." Mom No Yunha sees him pull out a knife and is flustered. Yunha looks at them and says, "Mom, Dad, please don't move until the rescue arrives." Dad No Yun, his voice trembling, "Yunha, what are you doing?" Yunha's eyes are filled with resolve. The players will stop the monsters from attacking, but if something dangerous still happens, then Yunha will protect Mom and Dad. He reflects, "If I leave, the only one here who knows how to use mana." Yunha smiled, saying, "You can do it, right? It's Yunha." She became flustered, only knowing to call him Yunha. Seeing him run away, Yunha called out loudly, "Yunha!" He, brimming with murderous intent, grabbed a box cutter and charged. Yunha sped off with incredible speed. As he ran, he focused his strength into his legs. Yunha pressed down hard and launched himself. He leaped powerfully across the Tianjin vehicles. Suddenly, a jolt of electricity ran through Yunha's body. He gritted his teeth in pain, enduring it. "This is the movement acceleration skill I used in my past life. This is the first time I'm using it in this body. But it's true that it's a bit too much for a child's body. However, if I use it, I'll get to that Kraken right away." Ignoring the pain the skill brought, Yunha continued to use it relentlessly. He landed hard on the hood of a car and continued, leaving two nearby people astonished. "What is that little kid doing? It's dangerous there." Hearing the shouts, two lurking fish immediately noticed. Seeing Yunha, they blocked his path. He gripped the box cutter tightly in his hand, unleashing mana on Yunha's hand. The knife began to erupt with power. He tilted his head to dodge a swipe from the lurking fish. Yunha seized the opportunity to slice off its head. As one went down, the others immediately pounced. He jumped back, dodging a sneaky blow from a Qianyu. Yunha descended, stabbing fiercely into its neck. Another Qianyu flew, trying to snatch him, but Yunha darted past like lightning. He sliced off its head, gritting his teeth, then suddenly realized there were still more. A Qianyu smacked him, sending him flying. Yunha crashed hard into a nearby car, but he quickly stood back up. Exhausted, he raised his blade before him. This time, 4 Qianyu charged, attacking all at once. Yunha drew his blade back, gathering momentum, and mustered all his strength. He slashed horizontally, severing an arm of one. Yunha sped ahead towards another Qianyu. His eyes gleaming, he turned his head back, slashing behind him, hitting its arm. The Qianyu's arm was instantly severed. He thought, "I regained my composure, finally feeling like he's the one killing these monsters." Before I regressed, Manhwa gnashed his teeth, murderous intent seeping out. "Now, I will become invincible again." He roared with a blazing intensity. Countless slashes were unleashed simultaneously, and all the Qianyu were instantly defeated and dropped to the ground. Another Qianyu hid under the car, jaws agape. Luckily, he nimbly jumped back to avoid its bite. He quickly descended, stabbing hard into the head of one approaching from behind. It launched its tentacle, but Yunha spotted it, rushing in for a powerful swing. The lurking fish was instantly sliced in two. Yet his box cutter snapped into several pieces because of this. Dang, it couldn't take it any longer, huh? Tossing it away, Yunha pulled out a spare pair of scissors. "No problem!" He snapped them in half, fashioning 2 small knives. Yunha used his speed boost skill again, zooming in close. He paused atop a car. Before Yang Ha was the giant tentacled monster. He braced himself, preparing to attack. "I'll fight with these." A tentacle rose high into the air, swooping down, carrying cars along with it to attack. Yang Ha activated his speed boost, darting away to dodge, then leaping onto the tentacle. Carrying the tentacle with him, Yang Ha ran straight up until he was close enough to jump high. In the air, he could see the monster's terrifying face. Of the monster, Yang Ha stabbed down hard with both scissor blades, then slid down, leaving a long, gaping wound. Yang Ha pulled out one of the scissor blades. "Then, I'll pour all my strength into this final strike." From afar, a tentacle is approaching rapidly. He releases his grip, falling to evade the attack. Thank goodness. He lands without a scratch. He eyes the mangled scissor blade, thinking, "It's done for." Without hesitation, Enha tosses it aside, focusing all his power into the remaining blade. "Is this all I've got left?" Enha dashes in one direction, dodging the lunging tentacle. He leaps onto the tentacle, running upwards as Enha ducks low, evading another tentacle. He jumps down, raising his scissor blade high. Enha strains with all his might, roaring. Suddenly, a tentacle is upon him. Enha, caught off guard, glances over. He struck head-on and sent flying. Upon landing, Enha quickly retreats. He grips the scissor blade tightly. "Damn it! I'm almost out of mana!" Then, suddenly, the Kraken shifts its attack to the bridge pillar. The tentacle slams into it, destroying the pillar. Subsequently, the very spot where Enha stands crumbles apart. He panics. "You troublesome beast!" Enha leaps across the shattered pieces of rock, running away. Moments later, a section of the bridge collapses entirely. Luckily, Yang Ha arrived in time and he's still in one piece, not letting him rest. The Kraken brought a truck, ready to attack. That truck, with its gripping power, was instantly cracked apart. The Kraken hurled the truck with all its might. Yang Ha was almost completely exhausted. He mustered all his strength and roared, "Take this, you mutt!" Yang Ha dragged his tongue upward, creating immense power. Suddenly, the truck was sliced in two, and none other than Yang Ha just swung it down. The truck flew behind him, then exploded. He stood there silently, breathing heavily. Looking at his hand, riddled with wounds, Yang Ha suddenly collapsed from exhaustion. His head slammed hard into the stone floor. Yang Ha lay motionless, without a single twitch. He struggled to get up. "Damn it, I can't move. Have I run out of mana? No, if I lose consciousness here, everything I've built will collapse." Yang Ha's gaze toward the Kraken grew dimmer, then closed tightly, leaving only darkness. Unexpectedly, he punched the ground hard. Yang Ha used every last bit of strength to keep himself awake. "Not yet. Am I going to end like this? I want to live. I just want to live happily with my family in this life." A tentacle rises high, gathering momentum, then slams towards you with all its might, making you tremble, Yunha. "I don't want to die here, so..." Suddenly, from behind you, a pair of hands reaches out. It's you, Erna, hugging him while shouting, "Don't you dare harm my little brother." A massive surge of energy erupts from her. It forms a barrier blocking the Kraken's attack. The nearby submarine creatures, upon noticing this, are instantly obliterated by Erna's radiant energy. A pillar of pure energy blasts straight into the heavens. Erna was shocked. It couldn't be. This is a miracle. A miracle. A talent that can restructure the world by changing the laws of the world. Before reincarnation, Erna knew 4 people said to possess talent, miracles, and the only person he could entrust everything to is his colleague, Li Yu-jung. After Yung-ha saw the amount of mana, the massive amount that Ung-a had, he thought, what if she possessed the talent of miracles? Yung-ha hugged him, reassuring him. Now it's safe, Uon-ha. Uon-ha was surprised to find his wound had healed. Not only that, this light also protects us from the Kraken, but it comes at a price for using magic. Those who possess magic have to pay a heavy price to be able to restructure the world. "You're worried, Ane. Are you okay? Do you feel any pain anywhere?" She smiled and replied, "Yes, I'm okay, but..." Anna suddenly collapsed. "I'm so sleepy." Then she fainted in Uane's arms. In the middle of Uane's chest, a light flashed. He looked at her and smiled. She only has a little mana left, just enough to keep her alive. Is her mana the price to pay? On-ha then laid Anna down on the ground. He said, "Good night." The rest. On-ha's eyes became filled with murderous intent, and he unleashed his own mana. The tentacles continued to attack once more, and the Kraken's eyes turned blood red. He smirked. "You finally opened your eyes? You determined she was the enemy?" It swung its tentacles towards him, but one powerful collision caused a liquid to shoot out, and that tentacle was immediately injured. You don't stand a chance of even touching her. This time, Yunha is no longer at a disadvantage and confronts it head-on. He slashes horizontally, cutting 2 tentacles, causing blood to flow, then his mana recovers. I can't destroy the Kraken right now. However, the future has changed. My family is still alive. There's nothing left to fear. Just hold out until the 12 Zodiacs arrive. Around the time the Kraken appears. He's on Wonyo Bridge, not far from here. Displeased voice speaks up. This is such a pain. This person is Hunchin. I can't move an inch. Are you sure you're driving? Or are you dozing off while pretending to drive? The driver stammers. There are too many cars on the road. At this hour, every road in Seoul is like this. He's annoyed. Should I request to leave the 12 Zodiacs or what? Why should I work during my precious days off? I joined the 12 Zodiacs only to fight against the strong, not to rescue civilians. Suddenly, the 2 of them felt it at the same time. The driver spoke up. This is a huge amount of mana. Hunchin raised his hand to stop him. I know. At that moment, his phone rang. Hunchin answered the phone and said, You felt it too, didn't you? The person on the other end did not deny it. Yes. He wondered, what rank is it? The person on the other end replied, According to the information received, it's a rank 3 Kraken. Kang Heon-cheon frowned and repeated, Rank 3? He smiled with amusement. Where is it? The driver was terrified. There's a monster, but he looks so happy. Anyone who saw that face would probably go crazy. The person on the phone explained, apparently from Kaoze Ohm. Then come deal with it together. There are players already on the scene. I'm not sure what the losses are. However, the situation there is very chaotic, he said indifferently. I see. I'll meet you later. Then the other person hung up. Huncheon opened the car door and got out. The driver panicked. Captain, what are you doing? He stretched his limbs and grinned faintly. What else? Run there, of course. Why is there a traffic jam? When will we ever get there? Opening the latches of the sealed suitcase, Huncheon pulled out a sword from inside. The driver was astonished. Even by car, it takes 2 hours to get there. He laughed confidently. 30 minutes is enough. Hunchin used mana to enhance his strength. His whole body radiated immense energy. Hunchin lowered his center of gravity, focusing his strength on his legs. He stomped hard, cracking the road. Then he shot off at an incredible speed. The driver just watched Hunchin leave and exclaimed, That's the captain. He fights like crazy. His wish, his lifelong desire, is to fight strong opponents. Captain of the Fiery Ghost Sword Society, Kang Hun-cheon. 30 minutes later, a fearsome, lurking fish rushed in, but Hunchin swung his sword and slashed it. The slash carried fire, burning its entire body. He suddenly noticed a giant pillar of light ahead, created by Inha. Is that magic? There's no one at the scene who could cast such a powerful spell, which meant Hunchin's mouth unconsciously formed an interested smile. A newcomer in front of Inha was constantly protecting no Inha. He slashed powerfully at the tentacles with both hands. Eunha gritted his teeth, pouring mana into his hands. From afar, Hunchin rushed forward with his blazing sword. He swung mightily, severing the tentacle that was attacking Yu Hungha. Seeing that, she breathed a sigh of relief. They've arrived. After attacking, Hunchin landed on the ground. He is the blazing devil Hunchin. The tentacle he severed was engulfed in ceaseless flames. The dragon became pained and thrashed about, gradually sinking into the sea to escape. The enormous dragon had vanished without a trace just moments ago. Pyrokinesis, an ability that allows him to freely control fire. That's also the reason why he's called the blazing devil. Hunchin turned his head and looked at him, quite surprised to see Yu Hungha. Only 2 kids? Seriously? I can see the flow of mana. It's around the little girl. Were these brats casting magic just now? She must have lost consciousness from using up all her mana, and the boy was protecting her from the Kraken. These 2 kids are strong. If these little punks grow up and become players, it'll be really interesting. Hunchin spoke up. Don't worry, I won't hit you guys. At least, not yet. Yu Hongha's eyes were full of vigilance as she looked at him. Hunchin raises his sword high, proclaiming, There's only one reason for me to be here, and that's to chop this Kraken to pieces. Back off, kid. It's about to emerge again. Just as Hunchin predicted, it's gradually rising up once more. Before regression, Hunchin chuckled faintly. I am the immortal one. Hey, why are you so famous lately? Youngha coldly stares at him. After a moment, he asks, What do you want? He smirks. Nothing much. Just wanted to see if you're as strong as the rumors say. Oh, so you want to fight me, is that it? Youngha retorts indifferently. Not interested. Get out of my way. Hunchin blocks his path. I won't. You can't pass until you fight me. He wearily sighs. Then Eunha draws his sword. Don't come crying to me later. Hunshin also pulls out his fiery sword. The two use all their strength to charge at each other, engaging in a fierce attack. Back in the present, Young-ha stares at his back. The fire demon Kang Hunshin. Before regression, this guy always charged in for a fight. I've never beaten him. The more I fight him, the stronger he gets. He really is a monster born to fight, Hunshin says angrily. This beast? Why isn't it coming out yet? It's already scared from just a little burn, huh? As soon as he finishes speaking, a tentacle destroys a pillar of the bridge. The ground where the three stood trembled, on the verge of collapse, and he gritted his teeth. That son of a biscuit is destroying the bridge's supports. Han Cheon watched Eun-ha, thinking to himself that he couldn't fight while protecting the kids. Suddenly, a staff slammed into the ground. 2 bridge supports were conjured into existence with magic. Seeing this, Han Cheon smirked. Perfect timing, Your Grace. Above, a helicopter approached. The 12th throne, Mother Parkaren. I told you not to call me that. Am I that old? Your Grace, seriously? Honestly, you could have come by helicopter. Who runs all the way to Seoul Sand Bridge? He pointed and chuckled. As long as I get to Seoul. Parkaren sighed. Fine. You're always right. Rescue team will be here soon, so the rescue will take place momentarily. Focus on eliminating Kraken. With her power, Han Cheon's power was being unleashed, and he grumbled. Did I need to get a boost? Parkaren snapped. Shut up! You get a boost and you're complaining. Han Cheon raised his voice. All right, you take care of the kids. She then noticed Eun-ha and Eun-ah to the side. Parkaren frowned, replying, Got it. Beneath the surface, the stillness was slowly being disturbed. The dragon resurfaces yet again, brandishing its hideously terrifying tentacles. Hunshin charges forward, laughing like a maniac. Finally, you've shown your ugly mug. He sprints to the bridge's edge, then leaps with all his might. Hunshin crashes into the sea, creating a massive splash. Beneath the surface, a faint light begins to emerge. It's Hunshin's flame, burning brightly even underwater. His face gradually surfaces. Hunshin, completely engulfed in flames, slowly walks on water. Each step he takes leaves behind a small blaze. The Kraken retaliates, lashing out with its tentacles. Hunshin glances up at the 2 tentacles looming over him. The tentacles coil together from multiple directions, attacking him from all 4 sides simultaneously. Hunshin smirks. Pathetic! He raises his sword high. Be gone! Hunshin slashes down with his flaming sword. The flames carry an incredibly intense heat. It incinerates the Kraken's entire body. It thrashes around in agony, screaming in misery. Hunshin's face is cold as he stares at the Kraken. The flames surrounding his body also dissipate. Phew! He is delighted. Finally, the Kraken's gone to sleep. The helicopter landed, and Parkaren rushed over. Are you all okay? Don't be afraid. I'll use healing magic right away. She suddenly widened her eyes in surprise, realizing these kids didn't have any injuries at all. Was that magic just now a miracle? Did a miracle heal the children? Amazing. To witness a miracle. Parkaren couldn't resist her curiosity and reached out her hand. Eun-ha's voice turned cold. Don't. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Touch her. Parkaren paled. Murderous intent? How can a child have such strong murderous intent? She couldn't suppress her curiosity. Who are you? At this moment, the helicopter flew to their location. Parkaren spoke up. The rescue team is here. Take them to the hospital first. He picked up UHNA and looked up. Today at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, an octopus giant suddenly appeared on Seoul Sand Bridge, causing many deaths. The rescue operation has been underway for a while. The goddess authority has spoken about this tragedy. UHN-ha sat blankly on the hospital bed, listening to the news. His face darkened, looking very sad seeing UHNA still unconscious on the bed. UHN-ha recalled the little girl falling into a state of mana exhaustion because there wasn't enough mana in her body. She'll recover after a dose of mana, so you don't need to worry too much. A faint smile appeared on his lips. It's all over. No one died. I changed the future. Suddenly, a voice called, startling him, Yun-ha! No, Yun-ha. He turned his head to look. The callers were none other than Yun-ha's parents. They looked like they were about to burst into tears when they saw him. His face twisted, sweating profusely. I'm so screwed! Yun-ha lowered his head, not daring to face them. Mother Nuo-yang cried out, My child, are you hurt anywhere? He avoided her gaze, stammering, No, I'm not. Father Nuo-yang chimed in. What about Yang-ah? He pointed. She's asleep, suffering from mana depletion. She will receive medication. Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief, then grew angry. Nuo-yang, why did you run outside and disobey me? He shrunk back, knowing only to lower his head in apology. In his thoughts, En-ha contemplated. Apologize? What am I apologizing for? My family survived. This is the best possible outcome for me, with everyone alive. I don't feel guilty at all. He slowly looked up. Yunha stared, stunned. Ahead, their eyes were filled with terror, afraid of losing him. His mother, too. Her eyes were brimming with tears. Yunha frowned, not understanding what was happening. They didn't care about the outcome. They wanted to know why he recklessly ran toward that giant octopus. He understood how terrible it felt to lose family. Yet, he only did what he wanted without considering their feelings. Therefore, he stammered, trying to say, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't do it again." As Yunha spoke, weeping, a warm hand reached out. Mother No Yunha smiled and said, "Come here." He ran into her arms and hugged her. Father No Yunha embraced them both from behind. "Don't do that again, okay? Do you know how worried Mom and Dad were?" His tears flowed ceaselessly. "Yes, I understand. He didn't need to fight monsters anymore. Now he could live like a child. Perhaps that's what his parents wanted for him." The next morning, at the hospital where his family was staying, Father No Yunha spoke, advising No Yunha, "Mom and Dad will go complete the discharge procedures for Yunha, so please wait here for us." He happily replied, "Yes, even if something happens, I will wait here." Enha muses, "After this mess, my parents, faith in me has officially hit rock bottom. Am I just supposed to sit here now?" Enha is still asleep in bed, not even slightly awake yet. "Just sit here by her hospital bed, kid." Wanha pops a snack into his mouth, face flushed with happiness. Delicious." Wangha turns, then realizes there aren't any more. "Guess it's 'cause I used too much power, but I still crave sweets." As soon as he says that, someone offers him a pastry. "Eat this, kid." He happily takes it. "Oh, thanks." Seeing Hunchin ahead, Wang Ha freezes. His face is filled with surprise. He unwraps the pastry, then says, "Kid, you don't like chocolate chip cookies?" Hunchin holds the pastry to his mouth. Enha bites the pastry, thinking, is he about to kick the bucket or something? He doesn't look like he's about to croak at all. Shouldn't he be freaking out by now? No, wait, he was crazy from the start. Hunchin chuckles softly. "How old are you, kid?" He nonchalantly replies, "I'm admin." He folds his arms. "You're still so young. What about your sister?" Wang Ha replies. "She's 10. Hunchin asks further, "What's her name?" "Why the suspicion, kid?" "What do you need her name for?" He pointed. "Not the little girl, the brat over there." The snot-nosed brat was wary, but still answered, "Nu Wun Ha." Hunchin made an offer. "Nu Wun Ha, want to join the academy, kid? I'll recommend you." The kid shivered, thinking, this bastard, he wants to get me into the academy? Turn me into a fighter so I can battle when I grow up, huh? Is he raising people to fight against them? Because he has no more opponents? Hunchin stood up, saying, "Well, you're still young. Take your time to think about it." "Nu Wun Ha, I'll remember your name." Outside, Park Ha Rin was waiting. She said, "You were just going to leave like that?" That was definitely magic. The kind that hasn't been seen in Korea for ages. Hunchin picked his ear, replying, "I don't care if it's magic or not. The question is it strong enough?" Park Ha Rin angrily snapped. "You battle-obsessed idiot," he retorted. "I'm not an idiot. I'm older than you know. Now that you're one of the 10 thrones, you should watch your tone. Besides, if magic's as rare as you say, that kid will be the center of the world's attention when we announce it. If it happens, the poor girl will never live a normal life again. She doesn't want that, does she?" She's hesitant about it. Han Chian, pointing. "If you understand, then don't meddle in this. Let's go to a cafe with sweets, Uncle Ha Rin. Imagine all the sweet treats. Your face is green. Are you crazy?" He frowned. "Didn't I tell you to watch your tongue? I just want something sweet since I used up a bit of my powers." We arrived at Grandma's house a day after the giant octopus disappeared. "Get out of the car," Nunha's parents said. "Mom, why are you out here?" "Mom, why are you outside?" "Mom, still not well." Grandma Noe Yunha smiled. "Mom missed you all so much, so Mom came outside. Mom also wants to see her grandchildren, too." Looking into the car, she realized, "Oh my, looks like they're exhausted." "Good. Sleeping so soundly, my little ones." That evening, Yunha groggily woke up, still tired. Turns out, it's Yeon-ah, Yeon-ha's sister, sleeping right on top of him. Yunha sat up and sighed. How bad is her sleeping habit, seriously? Suddenly, he noticed, across from him, his mom was sleeping the exact same way. Her mouth twitches. Does she have Mom's sleeping habits? Just gently tuck the blanket over her, will you? Lu Ruhong slowly walked outside, careful not to wake them. Out in the courtyard, she sat alone at the large table. Lu Ruhong looked at her hand, musing to herself. Mana, mine has increased. Her eyes darkened. Is it because of the power? My pre-transmigration ability was madness. With that ability, the more mana I use, the stronger my physique and magic become. However, as the name suggests, the more mana I use, easier it is to lose my mind and fall into madness. Lu Ruhong fell into a pensive silence. But back then, I didn't lose consciousness. It could be the ultimate power. If it doesn't come with a penalty or make me insane, do I just not understand the nature of madness? Suddenly, Grandma Nuo Lu Ruhong appeared beside her. Why are you still awake? She was startled. Grandma, how long have you been here? I didn't even notice her presence. Lu Ruhong scratched her head. I slept too much in the car, Grandma. She smiled so gently. Really? Grandma Nuo wrapped a warm towel around him. However, if you want to become an adult, you need to sleep more, doesn't he think? That's how Grandma is. When my mind wanders, she's still there for me. She waits for me to talk, no matter if it's a problem or not. My feelings, or just a small talk. He thought for a moment, then asked, Why aren't you sleeping, Grandma? She smiled faintly. Because you're not sleeping either. Nuo turned away shyly, thinking to himself, I know now. This is what I want. Without realizing it, I'm seeing my grandma turning into a child. Grandma Nuo spoke. Do you want some warm milk? He waved his hand. No, I'm okay. Suddenly, Nuo's mother appeared behind him with 3 glasses of hot milk. Really? Nuo was startled. When did you get here, Mom? She pointed to the glasses of milk. So who's going to drink? He took a glass and obediently drank it. Nuo's mother spoke. But Mom, do you know how surprised I was when I heard the phone? Grandma Nuo replied, That's why I told you I was already better. You know how gossipy those neighborhood aunties are. She worried. Even so, Mom, do you know how worried I was when I heard you fainted? He thought to himself. Grandma slipped, however. She only woke up with a scratch. She recounts that Mom lost consciousness. Mom Nuo Yuanha was suspicious. Lost consciousness. She explains. Could you call it sleepwalking, maybe? Mom was going up the stairs, but then she saw him. I'm not that old yet, darling. Just listen to the whole story. He kept waving his hand, saying, Don't come up here. Thinking about it now, he wasn't talking to me, but to you, kid. Nuo Yuanha falls into contemplation. He rubs his chin thoughtfully. Calling it a dream would be very strange. If there's a problem, the whole family will follow Grandpa to the grave. If something like that happened, you should have told us, Grandma. Grandma Nuo Yuanha happily recounts. But isn't it miraculous? Mom only dreamed about it a while ago. He said there's a beautiful deer out there, all alone. But when Mom went out, it was Nuo Yuanha. Mom Nuo Yuanha asks, surprised, a deer? Grandma Nuo Yuanha asks, puzzled, why? She recalls, you dreamed about it before too, and Dad was left behind by a deer. Grandma Nuo Yuanha exclaims, astonished, oh my goodness. Her mother blushes, waving her hand. Ah, no. Mom Nuo Yuanha hurriedly turns to him, asking, Yuanha, what do you want to be when you grow up? Yuanha stopped drinking his milk, stammering, behind you, kid, there's something dark following. Those are demons screaming nonstop. Save me, help me. It gave Yuanha an extremely terrifying feeling. Seeing his expression, Grandma became worried. What's wrong, Yuanha? He unconsciously looked behind him. He forced a smile and replied, It's nothing, Grandma. I don't know either. Grandma Yuanha's voice rang out. If you don't know, it's okay. Yuanha turned around in surprise. You're still young, so just take your time. Experience the joys and the hardships. Make lots of friends. Then fight with them. Study and play, and one day you'll know what you want. If you still don't know, just live until you know what you want. He was sweating. Is Grandma telling me to live life to the fullest? Mom and Grandma Yuanha hugged him together. Grandma said, That's right. Time belongs to our Yuanha. So Yuanha, you can do anything you want. That's right, you can do it. Yuanha, in number Yuanha, means comes from the universe. A place containing infinite potential. Yuanha blushed. That's the meaning of my name? She looked at him with loving eyes. Mom will cheer you on no matter what you do. Grandma Nuo Yuanha chimed in. This old lady will cheer for my grandson, too. Grandma, surprised, called out from inside the house. I want milk, too. They all laughed happily. Yuanha, you're awake? Come here, do you want some milk? Grandma has milk, she replied with a bright smile. Yes, yes. Nuo Yuanha looked at them, a happy smile blooming on her face. While they were talking, he suddenly remembered. Nuo Yuanha, I brought you some flowers, Grandma. Here you go. Grandma Nuo Yuanha was surprised. Oh my, thank you, sweetie. I'll put them on the shoe rack to show them off. He thought to himself, putting them near the entrance means she wants to brag. She's going to brag about it to the neighbors. She doesn't know about that, does she? I don't care if she knows or not. Let's just create some wonderful memories with Grandma in this life. Grandma, thank you for raising me. The scene of Grandma Nuo Eun-ha gently appeared in his mind. One afternoon at a house, Father Nuo Eun-ha's voice rang out, Eun-ha, Eun-ha, you kids are going to have another sibling. They both looked surprised. What? Eun-ha exclaimed happily. I'm going to have another sibling? Parents Nuo Eun-ha replied, That's right, you're going to have another sibling soon. Suddenly, Mother Nuo Eun-ha looked over at Eun-ha and saw him trembling. She worriedly placed her hand on his shoulder and he looked up, crying loudly. Thank you, Mom. Thank you so much. This is the most wonderful thing that's ever happened to me since I was born. The very best. Dad, feeling bashful. En-ha! If you do that, people will think I'm your real dad. The whole family laughed loudly in happiness. Then the scene shifts to Duan Kindergarten. From afar, 3 little girls ran in. Pochi, we're here. Did you miss Mommy? En-ha, wearing dog ears, crawled down, exhausted. No. En-ha, goddess of the calendar, 2 years old, 7 years old. Some kids came to touch his head. En-ha, oh, I mean Pochi. Why are you crying? Don't cry, Pochi. Good boy, he said, face red, thinking angrily. I'm not crying, damn it. Suddenly, Minji nearby spoke up. I don't see what you guys find so cute about Pochi. I wish we could throw it away, you mutt. You're grinding your teeth, you little bitch, Minji. She takes every opportunity to mock me. The little girl snorted coldly. Do you want to get scolded? Do you want me to tell the teacher? Eun-ha remembered being discovered by the teacher while sleeping. This is driving me crazy. Being thrown into a monster cage while sleeping. My children, my loves, Daddy's home. Another little girl entered. Taking advantage of the children's distraction, he quickly slipped away. Stepping outside. I'm taking off these ears. He sighed wearily. His eyes suddenly noticed someone next to him. It was the little girl, Dong-ha-jiang, sitting alone reading a book. En-ha, hide those ears and speak up. What are you reading? The little girl giggled. Sherlock Holmes. I've been hooked on this lately. He stroked his chin. The Sherlock Holmes case files, huh? Sherlock and Professor Moriarty falling down the waterfall and dying? Jiang suddenly paled, asking again. What? How could you? En-ha flinched. I spoiled it. The little girl bowed her head, on the verge of tears. You're so mean. I haven't even finished reading it yet. She forced a laugh. Sorry. However, he'll come back to life in The Return of Sherlock Holmes. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Ha-jiang's tears flowed. En-ha, you're so mean. He hastily left. Sorry, I'm really sorry. En-ha walked away, going elsewhere, but his feet stopped. A voice caught his attention. It's nothing, just wasting blood again. It's so unfair, you jerk. I'll get you next time. A young boy's gaze suddenly focused on En-ha. I was just about to see who's the strongest in the class. Always coming at just the right time, huh? The kids around them chattered. En-ha and you are finally going to fight! Who do you think is stronger? He chuckled softly. What are these kids watching on TV? Kids began to gather around the two, playing tough and making sword-drawing motions. It pointed towards En-ha. A mountain cannot have 2 tigers. I'll end our destiny right here. Pick up your sword. Are you speechless? Seriously? Hey, the 2 kids behind are cheering. Yang Sao, finish him with 1 move. That's right. Let him know who's the strongest. These kids. I'm laughing. One kid shouts from the sidelines, Defeat him, Yang-ha. All the girls are clinging to him. Yang-ha thinks, Is that what you care about seriously? Minji shouts, Go, Yang-ha. He rejoices, Right. At least I have you, neighbor. The girl makes a threatening gesture. Drop dead, Yang-ha. He sighs. Ah, right. This is the real you. He feels a little sad. Nobody's cheering for me. Yang-ha suddenly notices Ha-jiang, but Ha-jiang bursts into tears. I hate you, no! Yang-ha hears that, and he jumps back in shock. Yang-ha picks up the plastic sword. Right, I'm alone in this life after all. He becomes menacing. It's all because of you guys. Yang-ha imagines himself and Yang Xiao. Standing in the middle of the arena, the kid rushes forward, roaring, Come on, you devil! He stands calmly before Yang Xiao's approach. Yang Xiao gently blocks the kid's sword. He uses great force to knock Yang Xiao's sword away. The sword flies in circles overhead, making the kid look up in awe. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Xiao swiftly lunges, and he runs past him, slashing Yang Xiao's waist. At the same time, the sword spun around a few times and then fell to the ground. Standing tall without even looking back at his opponent, he slowly sheathed the sword. Yin Hyuk clutched his stomach, trembling. No way! I still might be able to, if only I could use the sealed power. The kid coughed repeatedly and collapsed. Yinha stood proudly. Before the admiring eyes of everyone around, he turned back and smiled. That was quite an interesting match. The kids cheered happily. He smiled! That's really Yinha. Did you guys see? He's so good. It's all thanks to playing house. That's right. If anyone could pull out the Excalibur, it'd be Yinha. He looked blank. Huh? What? Ahead was a toy sword stuck into a pile of building blocks. I've never seen the Excalibur pulled out. You can do it. Yinha scratched his head. Guess I should give it a shot, huh? He walked closer and grabbed the hilt. Yinha easily pulled it out to the cheers of the kids. Yinha got the Excalibur. Yinha is the best. Go, Yinha, go, Yinha. He blushed, secretly screaming inside. Please, stop, stop it! The scene shifts to somewhere in the park, approaching a phone, playing the news. Breaking news. The monster, Goplindan 7, has appeared. The Macroneer Engineers Association is on the front lines, however. Reports indicate that 2 goblins have escaped the scene, according to the Mana Management Association. They are highly likely to be hiding in populated areas. Anyone who spots them, please report it immediately. Outside in the yard, the children are running and playing. Freeze! Freeze! Minji touches a girl, happily releasing the ice. Yunha. She sighs, watching the kids play. Exhausted, she sits under a tree. I'm completely wiped out. Don't they ever get tired? Yunha sits cross-legged, clasping her hands together. Since the future has changed, I need to hoard mana whenever I get the chance. As time passes, the world will view mana as a kind of power, so it's best if I have plenty of it. When they know about it, ever since that incident, I'll definitely have more space to store mana. 2 kids spot her and shout, Nuna! Yunha, are you done resting? Come on, come play with us. Yunha thinks to herself, are they okay? Their stamina is terrifying. Just in time, my teacher brought a bag of snacks. Everyone. Who wants ice cream? Everyone stopped playing and ran over. I want cantaloupe. I want watermelon. He looked at the scene before him and smiled. Such kids. After a moment, I was covered in it. Okay, who hasn't gotten their ice cream yet? Come and get it. Suddenly, 2 hands grabbed the same ice cream bar. It was Woonha and Minji. The 2 glared at each other. Get your hands off, you piggy Minji. It's mine. I grabbed it first. Why don't you let go? I grabbed it first. Let go. Why are you so petty when you were a boy? Being a boy has nothing to do with getting ice cream. I watched them, exhausted. He snatched the ice cream bar and spoke up. Hey, didn't I tell you guys that friends shouldn't fight? Then I broke the ice cream bar in half. He gave each of them half. Effective, isn't it? You guys can share, you know. They ignored what he said and started rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors? Tied. Teo immediately got angry. You kids should share, not act like this. They both paled. Yes, sir. From behind, Hagang approached. Master, where's Yun Hyeut? He's startled. In Hyeut? I'm not sure. Perhaps she's in the moon garden. Minji calmly said. I bet he's swinging his sword around there. TCH. Why does he always play alone like that? Yunha thought. Special training should be conducted in secret? Minji was confused. Why? Why do you want to bring him ice cream anyway? If you want it, you should go get it yourself. The girl hesitated. But I'd feel bad if he was left out, when we're all eating together like this. Minji shook her head. Hajiang, your only mistake is that you're too nice. Hao suggested. So, do you want to bring Yun Hyeut the ice cream? Yes, Hajiang nodded eagerly. I do, Minji asked. Want me to come along? Hajiang shook her head. No need. Teo loudly commanded. You brats, after you're done eating, put your trash here, got it? Yunha watched the girl leave, his brow furrowing slightly. Who wants to play tag next? Come on. Minji approached him. You should go out there too. Yunha refused without hesitation. No need. I've had enough playing for today. Hey, watch it. The little girl chimed in, a friendly reminder. So if you don't, no one will want to play with you. But he barely cared. You don't need to worry about that, he retorted. Go on, Shu. Go play over there. Minji scoffed. Unha told me I have to play with you. Unha scratched his face, thinking, my sister. Seriously. The girl tugged his sleeve, dragging him up. The kids were playing rock, paper, scissors. Unha lost. He's it, a child announced gleefully. Unha's the loser. He gritted his teeth, turning towards Minji in a huff. Without hesitation, he charged after her. Unha sped up, almost within reach of Minji. But she suddenly stopped, crossed her arms, and froze. Minji stuck out her tongue, teasing him. He ignored her, abruptly changing direction toward another friend. Unha zipped past his friend without a second glance. His friend, seeing him heading straight for Minji, was utterly stunned. Lost in her own world, she suddenly looked up. Manhwa, quick as lightning, zoomed past, then turned back with a wide grin. He tapped Minji's shoulder, releasing her from the freeze. Only then did Minji react, blurting out, "You!" Curly-haired boy ran over, patting the girl's shoulder. "Let's play tag, Minji! You're it!" The little rascal laughed heartily as he said it. Minji's eyes flashed with furious rage. "No, Yunha, you!" The girl glared at him, radiating murderous intent. "You're so dead, no Yunha!" Yuna tilted his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. "You think you can catch me?" His eyes suddenly widened, utterly shocked, and Yunha abruptly stopped. Minji ran up and touched his shoulder. "No, Yunha, you're caught!" Looking at his reaction, she was puzzled. "What's wrong? Why are you standing so still?" Yunha exploded with mana, murderous intent. "Why is there? In kindergarten. Is this real?" Suddenly, a green, clawed hand with sharp nails grabbed onto something. He gritted his teeth, turning his head to observe. Nearby children stood frozen, utterly bewildered. "Huh, what is that?" A rank 7 monster goblin appeared on the fence, carrying a weapon. It jumped down into the kindergarten. The girl with pigtails stammered in fear, "Mommy!" The goblin opened its fearsome mouth. Raising its weapon, preparing to attack, it swung its massive weapon down. The girl's face was filled with despair as she watched the goblin raise its weapon high. Just then, it swung its blade at the little girl. Suddenly, a hand shot out, flinging something just in time. The object struck the goblin's hand, causing it to drop its weapon. The goblin gnashed its teeth, furious, glaring at the attacker. And that person was none other than Manhwa. Behind him, another goblin was closing in. However, Manhwa swiftly dodged. He frowned and muttered, "These guys are a pain." Manhwa gripped his popsicle stick tightly. "I gotta wipe him out now, then go get some help." He centered his focus into his body. Using his full power, he attacked the goblin. In the distance, Theo's footsteps. He was running frantically towards them, using his broom to bash a goblin's head. "You guys aren't getting away with this." Theo turned to Manhwa and yelled, startling him. Manhwa stood frozen. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurled the broom in his hand. The broom whistled through the air, slamming into the goblin near Manhwa's gut, giving opportunity. Ran over, grabbing his shirt and the little girl, pulling them away, and grabbing onto Theo. Behind them, 2 enraged goblins chased after them. He asked loudly, "Are you all right?" He replied calmly, "Yes." In the air, the goblin had almost caught up, preparing to bring its axe down. "Oh, geez, I'm exhausted." Gathering mana into the palm of my hand, a mana ball is quickly formed. Don't you even dream of using all your might to hurl it away? The mana ball hits its belly, causing it to painfully fly away. The giant goblin's body falls right on top of the goblin behind it. Oh, geez, a sigh of relief. Because, thankfully, everything's all right. The 3 panicked run into the house. Just arriving near Teo, he collapses, breathing heavily from exhaustion. Headmistress anxiously exclaims, "Teacher Teo!" He hurriedly asks, "Headmistress, what about the other little sprouts?" She immediately soothes. "The students have been evacuated, but did a goblin really appear?" Teo nods. "Yes, there were 2 of them, Headmistress." "Looks like they've been here for a few days," Unha says, looking around, observing. The headmistress speaks up. "I'll go report the news right away." "We have to wait until the players arrive," he suggests. "Then let me block the door with the other teachers." Suddenly, Minji's panicking voice rings out, "Teacher, I can't find Ha Jiang and Ying Xiao." I hear this, and I instantly lose my composure. "What? I just saw them in the garden." The children around chime in. "That's right. They said they were going to get ice cream for us." His face pales. "I'm going to rescue those 2 immediately." The headmistress immediately stopped him, saying, "You can't." Around them, teachers and other children were trembling nonstop. "Mr. Teo, you need to stay," he stammered. However, 2 nearby children cried, "Teacher, what about those 2? Please save them, teacher." They were talking, completely oblivious. Someone had just left the room. Outside in the garden, a terrified scream echoed piercingly. At that moment, young Shiyu was caught by a goblin, which raised its axe, preparing to strike. Ha Gyung put her hands forward, channeling mana to stop it. The little girl ran up and punched the goblin hard. The blow sent it flying away, rolling several times. Ha Jiang helped the little boy up, worried. "Yang Shiyu, are you okay?" The goblin quickly stood up, growling. Ha Jiang and Yang Shiyu were both trembling as they helped each other away. The little boy clenched his teeth, resolute. Yang Shiyu used all his strength to grab the little girl's hand and run. "Ha Jiang, run!" The goblin opened its drool-filled mouth, staring at the 2 kids. Reaching the playground, Ha Jiang asked, "What should we do now?" Yang Shiyu hastily reassured her. "The adults will come to save us. Let's hide and wait until then." "Hey, kid. Point towards that climbing frame and scramble up there." "Yan Hyuk, Quickly help Ha-gyang up first. A growl from behind made the kid turn his head. At this moment, the goblin had fully approached. Yun-hyuk urged, "Get up there first! Get up there, Ha-gyang!" The little girl was terrified. "What about you? You have to climb up too." The kid turned around. "I'll fight them until the adults arrive. Up here!" Ha-gyang shouted. "Don't do that! Climb up first!" Having seen Eun-hyuk trembling uncontrollably in fear, the goblin was perplexed. The kid gripped the sword tightly, his eyes full of determination. Eun-hyuk remembered the scene of Hun Cheon on TV. The kid excitedly yelled, "He took it down! He's so cool! I'm going to become a hero like him, too." Yoon-hyuk's hand tightened around the sword and stopped trembling. "I'll become strong as well." The kid, pale-faced, charged in. "You weakling!" The goblin's foul mouth chomped loudly as it opened wide and roared, looking very scary. The goblin rushed to attack. "It's okay. Just do what you practiced." Yoon-hyuk closed his eyes and swung the sword hard. The sword the kid had barely touched was immediately knocked away. Yang Shiyu slumped to the ground, terrified. Seizing the chance, the goblin raised its axe high. Behind, Yang Ha stepped forward, picked up a sword, and the goblin slammed its axe down. Yang Shi whimpered, raising his hands to defend himself. Suddenly, a moment passed. Yet nothing happened. The kid slowly opened his eyes and looked around. Ha-gyang sat huddled on the iron frame, looking down. Yang Ha had appeared just in time to rescue Yang Zi. An ace spoke, praising him. "You did well!" He turned and smiled. "A real man indeed!" You sat dazedly on the ground. "Huh?" Unexpectedly, the goblin lunged to attack young Ha. The kid panicked and shouted, "Careful!" A beautiful sword strike came. The sharp blade cleanly sliced through its arm. The goblin's severed arm flew into the air. It stared at its arm, constantly bleeding plasma. In astonishment, Yang Ha's eyes turned cold as he swung his sword up. With tremendous force, he cleaved the goblin in two. Its body then disintegrated, dropping a magic stone. The magic stone, shaped like a diamond, fell to the ground as Yang Ha lightly swung his sword. As the blood on the sword lessened, he tilted his head, reassuring, "Now it's safe." Anhu cried and ran to hug on Ha. "You're really a hero." He tried to pull the little boy away. "What's wrong with you?" "Stay away from me." Surprisingly, Ha-jung also ran to hug on Ha tightly. The two kids hugged him, crying. "I was so scared." His face pale, he tried to push the two kids away. You all? A moment ago, Miss, what about those two friends?" While everyone wasn't paying attention, Ha secretly went outside. He took a deep breath, helping his spirit focus. Ha's eyes widened, then flashed. His mana emanated around him to help him sense. Ha-gyang has a lot of mana, and Hu is also okay. They're escaping now. Ha suddenly noticed a goblin. "Wait there a minute. I need to deal with the one approaching the physical education room first." The goblin walked around while growling. Suddenly, his voice made it notice. "Hey, what are you looking for?" In front, Ha held a utility knife, blocking the way. He wrapped mana around the blade with overflowing murderous intent. The goblin roared once, then charged. It slashed horizontally, but he dodged, ducking low. With a powerful kick, he propelled himself forward like lightning. He was already behind it, swinging his blade down with all his might. His strike was so powerful it pierced straight through the goblin's chest. Enraged, it turned, ready to swing its axe. He swiftly leaped into the air to avoid it. Once more, he kicked off the ceiling, gaining momentum to dive back down. He slashed straight down from its head to its feet. Just like the last one, the goblin's body turned to dust and vanished. A magic stone fell to the ground before him. He sheathed his blade, muttering, "This is useless now." He tossed it aside. "Anyone who dares set foot in my kindergarten, I will show no mercy." He hurried off. Please, tell me my friends are unharmed." He channeled mana into his eyes. "He-jiang and Shio, I'm coming." Back to the present, the two kids were still crying incessantly. He lay down with a sigh, thinking, whatever. Suddenly I appeared. "Yang He, Yang Chao, He-jiang, are you all right?" He started, "Teacher, it's you." He looked down at the two kids, who still hadn't stopped crying. "You look tired," he replied. "Yes, sir." A moment later, the players were at the kindergarten. The person standing opposite Yun-ha asked, "Did you really defeat it?" He scratched his cheek. "The goblins were quite badly injured, sir, so I stabbed them a few times, and they disappeared, sir." He presented the magic stone. Even the goblin, ranked 728, isn't weak enough for a 7-year-old to defeat. The only way to defeat a monster is to destroy its core with a weapon enhanced by mana, or an extremely powerful physical attack. He frowned. Then what about the goblin in the hallway? Yunha made up a story. Maybe the goblin outside killed that one. They fought each other. That's why it was so badly injured. Then I defeated it. Maybe those two weren't very close, sir. The player was still suspicious. Yeah, maybe. Scene changes to an award ceremony. We, Buku Motorbike Taxi Office, sincerely offer our deepest apologies to Doan Kindergarten for the recent accident. Have to go through this. From now on, we promise to do our best to protect the school. And the main character of today. Thank you, no Yuna. Presenting Certificate of Courageous Child. The teachers and friends below are all clapping and cheering. Is everyone recalling the scene of his parents scolding him about the Kraken? Wasn't enough for you guys? Write an apology letter yourself and talk to them, why don't you? Yang Ha took the certificate, his whole body trembling, so embarrassed. Someone is reminding him, Yang Ha, smile! He forces a strained smile. The kindergarten festival at An. The parents are taking their kids to school, so bustling. Long, long ago, there was a snow-white princess with a fair and beautiful face, Snow White Ha Jiang. Snow White also has a warm heart, so she's dearly loved by the 7 dwarves in the forest. The kids are completely engrossed in the scene, also the teacher. Standing narrating in a corner of the stage are Yang Ha and Yang Xiao waiting. The little guy is panicking. Captain, what do I do? I can't remember any of my lines. You furrowed your brows. What's wrong with you? You only have one single line. Right, you shouldn't eat it. Yunyuk suddenly remembered. Ah, that's right. Indeed, Captain. You always remember everything. Yenha sighed. He's changed so much after the monster incident. Remember when Yang Jiyu kept calling you a warrior we agreed on? Call me Captain instead of warrior. Yang Jiyu pointed at himself, smiling confidently. All right, I'll show my captain how awesome I am. Yang Ha looked bewildered. That's weird. Back on stage, the witch played by Minji stepped forward. Princess, look at this red apple. Doesn't it look delicious? Ha Jiang, as the princess, exclaimed excitedly, It's so pretty. It looks delicious, too. The dwarves quickly tried to stop her. No, princess. You shouldn't eat food from strangers. Yeah, I'm sure that apple is poisoned. Princess, don't eat it. Yang Jiyu started trembling. The kid panicked and shouted. That's right, Yang Jiyu pointed, startling all his friends around him. Even the narrator froze, stunned by the scene before them. Surrounding scene suddenly fell silent for a long moment. Suddenly, the audience below burst into laughter. Yunha sighed. He's acting like a robot. Minji angrily threw the apple. Eat it and get away from me! The apple flew straight into Yoon-hyuk's mouth. The little girl screamed, Not you! A friend nearby cried, Poor Yan-hyuk! Suddenly, a voice. The dwarf took the poisoned apple meant for the princess. He waved his hand, signaling, but the queen just wouldn't quit. The queen forced the princess to eat the rest of the apple. I'm going to faint, Minji thought, green in the face, unsure what to do. She shoved the apple straight into Ha Jiang's mouth. You eat it, and get out of my life! Ha Jiang reached out. Mommy! Minji ran away, yelling, Who's your mom? I'm your stepmother! I told you not to call me that anymore. After a moment, the little girl's cheeks suddenly flushed red. Ha Jiang's head swam, and she collapsed. Taking advantage of the situation, the remaining friends dragged Yang Xiao off the stage. Tayo patted his shoulder, full of anticipation. Yang Xiao's eyes were filled with tears. I can only believe in you now. Let's bet on whose class will do best today, he cursed inwardly. That wretched teacher. It's his turn. Yang Xiao slowly stepped outside. He slowly approached where Ha Jiang was lying. Suddenly, a voice from below spoke, making Yang Xiao stunned. It's him? He looks scary, that kid! That's the kid who eliminated the monster? No way! The city rewarded him for it. But a kid handling a monster? The monster didn't hesitate to sacrifice humanity. So it's no different than an immortal player. Oh, how strange. The scene in Uon-ha's mind becomes empty. Suddenly his sister, Uon-ah, loudly calls out, No, Uon-ha! He shudders and regains his awareness. Below, Uon-a is standing with his parents. They're waving, saying, Uon-ha, it's here! His parents, No Uon-ha, also cheer. My son is so awesome. You're so handsome, Uon-ha. Mom is here. Hearing the voices of his family, he pauses for a moment. Suddenly, Uon-ha gives a happy smile. How shy. His body relaxes, and his legs begin to move. Uon-ha stands straight before Ha Jiang, who is lying peacefully on the flowers. Uon-ha takes a deep breath and then exhales. He sits down and touches the girl's forehead. How could there be someone so beautiful in this world? Uon-ha leans down and gently places a kiss on Ha Jiang's forehead. The girl's cheeks flush red, and she slowly opens her eyes. He takes Ha Jiang's hand and gently helps her sit up. Below the stage, the audience applauds nonstop for his performance. Uon-ha and Ha Jiang bow together to the audience. All right, everyone, let's get out there and look cool. Nuo Yanha, get over here, all of you. They all lifted Nuo Yanha high into the air together. Dude, your face is green. These guys are dangerous. I'm gonna fall. Suddenly, a pair of hands caught Nuo Yanha. It was his dad. Nuo Yanha, son, you did great. He got a piggyback ride on his shoulders. I'm your son. He heard that and laughed heartily. That's right. Nuo Yanha's mother brought their newborn baby over to Nuo Yanha. He was confused. Mom, what's up? She smiled. Have you found what you want to do yet? Nuo Yanha pondered. Mom said the same thing last year. What do you want to be when you grow up? Nuo Yanha's eyes dimmed. I don't know. I still don't know what I should do. He looked at everyone having fun before him. But I want to be happy. I don't want anyone to ruin this happiness. So Nuo Yanha smiled and blurted out, well, he hugged his dad's head. Maybe a warrior. Put me down, Dad. Dad Nuo Yanha teased. Of course, like a true warrior wants. Mom Nuo Yanha's face became gentle as she looked at him with a satisfied gaze. That's right, my Nuo Yanha. Do what you want, Mom will cheer you on, my son. Time flies. And Yuna is already in class, dedicated to students enrolling in Nguyen to school. We sincerely congratulate you. And on the day of spring, when trees and flowers bloom. Goddess calendar, year 3, Yunha. At 8 years old, Minji stood behind and spoke up. Why do you do such embarrassing things? Principal is speaking. Are you oblivious? Why do you care about that? Ha Jiang stood beside her, reminding. The teachers told you to be quiet. Yun Hyuk excitedly said. Boss, a lot of strong kids will be enrolling. When will we show our dominance? Yunha said sternly. I'm not you, so don't act rashly. The boy was excited. As expected of the boss, you worry that I'll get hurt. You are speechless. Not only with this, teachers hope that you will enjoy the school. Yun Hyuk said, incessantly bothering him, making him tired. He's already tired. Room in the hallway is a classroom. Minji stood up and confidently introduced herself. Hello, I am Kim Minji, living in Haewa District. I came to Duan Kindergarten to learn, just like any other little sprout. I want to have fun and make lots of friends. I like watching movies and listening to music. Yunha secretly thinks, why is she talking for so long? The teacher on the podium gives a forced smile. Minji, we don't have much time, you know. So let's continue sharing next time. The first year, the homeroom teacher of class 4, Yojina. The little girl takes a breath and sits down, watched by her friends. Yes, ma'am. I just couldn't help myself. Jorina speaks. Next is No Yunha. Introduce yourself. He immediately stood up. Yes, ma'am. My name is No Yunha, and I'm enrolling in Duan Kindergarten. Let's be friends. She smiled and asked, Yunha, is that all? He nodded. Yes. Regina continued flipping through the list. So next is Dong Hajiang. Hajiang, introduce yourself. The rather shy little girl stood up. Hajiang closed her eyes, trying her best to blurt out, ugh! Little girl's mind was spinning. It's Dong Hajiang! Yunha, sitting next to her, observed the little girl pensively. Remembering the previous time at Hajiang's house, Seo Kwan said, very nice to meet you kids. I'm Hajiang's dad. Yunha, along with the kids from daycare, came to play. Hello, Uncle. He smiled. Was it difficult to get here? Uncle will make a delicious lunch for you all. Anything you want to drink? He looks at Seo Han with some suspicion. Is this Hajiang's father? I feel like I've met you somewhere. The little brat happily jumps around him. I want mango juice. I want mango juice too. Uncle, I want yogurt. Dad, I want yogurt too. He turns to the boy and asks, what about you? Yunha points at himself. Me? I want an espresso. Ah, no. Banana juice. A table of food and drinks is set up, incredibly beautiful. One kid can't help but stuff a piece of food into his mouth. So delicious. Is this bacon? This is also delicious, Minji says triumphantly. Now you understand. Hajiang's father is very good at cooking. Yunhu doesn't get it. Why are you so proud? The little girl snorts coldly. Well, hi, Jiang is my friend. To immediately start arguing. Got it, idiot! I told you not to call me that. All right, pig Minji. Yunha glances at the two constantly bickering. He takes a sip, thinking, what's so delicious that the kids are so happy? As soon as he drinks a mouthful, his eyes widen in surprise. What is this? What did I just drink? My mana is overflowing. I can't believe this is a potion. Potion bottles, all kinds of energy drinks, mana recovery items. Players who conquer monsters always carry these potions, because mana is closely related to their lives. Seeing the strange expression, Ha Jiang worriedly asked, what's wrong? Is it that bad? Yuna smiled. No, it's very delicious. Ha Jiang, what's your father's name? The little girl was surprised. My father. He is currently in the kitchen brewing. His name is Seo-kun. Hearing that name, Yunha remembered and was startled. His eyes lit up. Ha-jang! Let's be best friends. Yunha chuckled to herself. Dong Seo-kun. He is the one who revolutionized the potion market with his extraction skills. He can select the best ingredients to extract mana. In the future, he will become the tycoon in the potion market of the Alice Group, one of the top 3 companies in Korea. But I remember that he didn't have a daughter. Then he suddenly remembered. His daughter is alive because I saved her. Yuna put her hand on the little girl's shoulder. Ha, Jiang, if anyone bullies you at school, just tell me. I will protect you. Ha Jiang blushed shyly when she heard that. Well, thank you. Back to the present. Ha Jiang is having trouble introducing herself. The little girl regains her composure. I like Yinghe, and Minji is also from the Duan kindergarten. I like reading books and drinking tea, although I'm very shy when talking to someone I meet for the first time. But let's get acquainted. Ying. He gives a thumbs up. Great. Well done. That's my friend. Regina laughs happily. Good job, Ha Jiang. Okay, next up is Jin Seona. Everyone turns towards the little girl coming forward. Even Ying. He can't help but be surprised. On Jin Seona's head are a pair of ears like a cat. Behind her, the tail continuously swings back and forth. Are they real? Is she a monster? A demi-human? Demi-human is a term for children who are gene mutations due to the distribution of mana, uneven distribution in the body. Those who have relatives killed by monsters hate demi-humans because their appearance is very similar to monsters. The little girl hesitantly speaks up. I am Jin Seona. I didn't go to kindergarten. Please get to know me. Whispers start around. My mom told me not to go near her. Why is that? I don't know. The instructions were not to play with him, I thought. Looks like there's a lot of prejudice against demi-humans, huh? Georgina was about to read the next line, but before she could finish, Eon Hyo stood up straight. Hello, I'm Choi Eon Hyo. I like swinging swords, and I'm learning mana control from the boss. A classmate asked curiously, who's the boss? The kid acted mysterious. You don't know the boss? Eon Hyo pointed towards Eon Ha. Eon Ha, the person sitting over there? That's the boss. The strongest person in our class is the boss, so don't even think about fighting her. The boss is super strong. Hooray for the boss! The boss is number 1. Georgina hurriedly stopped Eon Hyo. Can you sit down, please? Georgina's face suddenly turned angry. Furthermore, Eon Ha, stay after school and invite your parents to meet with me as well. Eon Ha sat crying. What did I even do? Eon Ha sat in the corner, sighing. Talk about bad luck. Eon Hyo's voice kept ringing out. The boss is number 1. The boss is number 1. Georgina immediately got angry. Eon Ha, to the teacher's office now. She gritted her teeth. Choi Eon Hyo, from now on, you will have to endure hellish training. At the canteen while eating, Eon Ha spoke up. That's your 3rd serving already, you glutton. The lunch lady will remember your face for sure, you know. Eon Ha was startled. How did you know that? She even remembers my name. Minji stood up and said loudly, Yonya, do you want anything else? I was just about to ask for a little more. Yunha then gave a wicked smile. Yes, go get more rice, you gluttonous pig. The girl, hearing this, angrily retorted, I'm not a gluttonous pig. It's just because I took less food earlier. Ha Jiang spoke up to defend her. That's right, Yunha. You're mistaken this time. He smiled faintly. Okay. The two of them were bickering when they suddenly stopped and looked. Look, it's her, right? How surprising. She really has a tail. How can someone like that be in our school? Hey, be careful not to make eye contact. Jin Seona carried her tray of food, looking around for a place to sit. The girl suddenly noticed a spot that was still empty. There were 3 rather arrogant girls at that table. Jin Seona hesitated. Can I sit here? Jin Seona smiled coldly. No, you can't. Yunha sighed. Out of all the people she had to ask, Jin Seona. Girl scorned. Do you have a problem? Are you crazy? Jin Seona looked blank. What? Who does he think he is? Sitting with us commoners. The 2 girls at the table also chimed in, dissing him. Who does he think he is? He needs to check his place. And his clothes, too. What's wrong with his clothes? Did he pick them up somewhere? He should have stayed at his temple. The girl trembled and squeaked. Hi! I'm sorry, Minji snapped angrily. Jin Seona, you think being rich excuses everything. You're seriously mean. Ha Jiang burst into tears. She's so mean! Seeing Yang Ha's unhappy face made Yang Xiao anxiously call out, Big brother! The kids around them kept laughing and jeering. Look! He's crying! Remembering his past life, Bei Ren thought, not everyone is a good person. You have this idea that the poorer someone is, the more ostracized they are, the better their heart is, right? Yang Ha questioned. So what? Jin Barong, sitting across from him, said, But you're wrong. Of course, there will be some genuinely good people, correct. There will be good children that reverse it. However, there are more bad ones. He asked again, so what? Making him confused. What do you mean, so what? What I'm trying to say is, you shouldn't treat them better, just because they are Ban Ren. Looks like you've been taking care of the demi-humans lately. Because I, Yunha, cut it out right there, Jin Parang. Why do you think I'm a good person? He replied, that's not what I meant. Yunha draws his sword, startling Jin Parang. So you're saying you think I'm a weakling who can't tell right from wrong? He recoiled in fear. That's not what I meant either. Why are you suddenly so tense? Yunha asked, getting close. That's because you snuck into my tent in the middle of the night and disturbed my sleep with your stories. Get lost. Go outside and stand guard or something if you don't want to get beat up. He was bristling all over. All right. The Abyssal Dungeon, Jin Parang just defeated a monster. Those monsters are pretty strong. They really are different. Coming from the abyss, his eyes widened in shock, quickly turning back. Jin Parang was suddenly struck by something. Because he wasn't fast enough, his abdomen was seriously wounded. The thing that just attacked Jin Parang was a sharp leg. In front of him was a monster shaped like a giant scorpion. Seeing that he was still alive, it continued its attack. From afar, a foot was rapidly approaching. That's thanks to you, kid, for swinging your sword and slicing that monster's leg in two. Your eyes, Yunha, are brimming with murderous intent, radiating all around. The monster, with its legs severed, painfully retreated. Enraged, it roared and lunged forward to attack. Yunha struggled, leaning to avoid it, desperately gripping the sword. Countless sword wounds appeared all over the monster's body. Yunha flew past it, unleashing multiple attacks at once. Instantly, the monster's entire body was torn into pieces. He hurriedly ran to Jin Parang, shouting, Parang! Yunha supported his exhausted body. Jin Parang urged, hurry, go, Yunha. You've come this far. You still have a boss to face. From afar, Do Yong ran over. Parang! Yunha's voice turned icy. Do Yong, heal him quickly. He nearly stuttered. Keep it down, Yunha. Have you forgotten? I know the wounds on my body best, okay? The reason I risk my life, the reason we fight, is so we can defeat the boss, for the happiness, the peace of our homeland. So what are you waiting for? Yunha gritted his teeth. All right. Any last words? That's more like it, you little rascal. You remember what I said before? Not everyone is a good person just because they're demi-human. What I'm trying to say is, you shouldn't treat them too nicely. Just because they're demi-human? You nodded. I remember. Jin Parang trembled. Because I'm not so different from them. I'm actually a really awful person. As soon as he finished speaking, his body stopped moving. Yunha looked at the blood on her hand and trembled. Jin Parang. Back in the present, he clenched his fist. Why do I remember that now? Yunha stood up and said, Minji. The little girl was surprised. What? He turned and left. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. The little girl held her forehead. I knew he'd do that. Yunhyuk called out, Big bro, do you want me to come with you? Yunha calmly replied, just sit there and eat. What's wrong with him? What's he planning to do? Seriously, how ridiculous. Jin Seona was standing with her head down when his hand reached out. He took her food tray and led the little girl away. There's a spot over there. Let's go. Jin Seona was startled, unable to say a word. The little girl grabbed Yunha's sleeve. Hey, Yunha, it'll be okay. Jin Seona jumped. Sorry. Yunha smiled. It's okay, let's go. My friend already saved a seat for you. The little girl stammered an apology. But things will only get tougher if you help me. Yunha coldly stated, I don't care. Someone spoke up. Which kindergarten are they from? The two little girls immediately replied, the one run by my family. Should I ask the other schools about them? Jin Seona chuckled coldly. No, there's no need to do that, because, judging from their actions, they're just lower-class folks. Minji pointed and greeted, Welcome, the Yunha can be quite stubborn, so please forgive him. Yunhyuk angrily shouted, Minji, you little brat. Yunhyuk, while eating, greeted, Hello, the food is delicious today. Jin Seona gently greeted back. A glass of water was brought over. This is barley tea. Jung suggested, Let's be friends, okay? The little girl accepted it. Thank you. The four of them looked at Jin Seona together. It's delicious, isn't it? It's hot, so drink slowly. The little girl held the glass with both hands very carefully. Jin Seona downed the entire glass in one gulp. You drank it all? The little girl kept scooping food into her mouth. Yunha said, Eat slowly. Seeing Jin Seona crying, Yunhyuk said, Don't worry, we're not going to eat your food. Minji and Hajiang also chimed in, Don't cry. Are you crying? Here's a tissue. Here, wipe your tears. Scene change. Outside in the playground. Yunha speaks up. I'm going first. From now on, you guys have to conceal your mana to hide, or use mana to enhance your physique to confuse me, then run away. That way, I won't be able to catch you. Got it? Jin Seona raises her hand to speak. I don't know how to control mana, he replies. But you know how to hide, so you can play just fine, right? Minji beside her gives a thumbs up. Yeah, defeat him! Little girl forces a smile. Impossible, Yunha thinks to herself. She doesn't know how to use that unique skill. Especially I'll teach her later. Thinking this, he says, and no hiding inside the house, okay? You can only play in this area. Got it? Yunha covers his face against the lamppost. I'll start counting to 100. 98, 97, 96, 3, 2, 1. Ready or not? Yunha slowly opens his eyes. He cracks his knuckles, intentionally speaking loudly. I'm coming to find you. Yunha quickly catches 3 people. I see you. Gonna catch you. I see you. He strokes his chin, calculating. Now only Hajiang and Seona are left. I can't sense Hajiang at all. Hajiang is controlling her mana. Impressive. I'll find Seona first then. Onha sensed it and quickly dashed off. Here we go. You ran behind a bush. Found you. Jin Seona had already sped off. Ainha saw it and immediately followed. Over there, Jin Seona stopped. You reached out, almost touching her. Suddenly, Jin Seona jumped high onto Chuzhong. She landed on a roof. No way! I won't lose until you catch me. The 3 caught ones looked at them, one chasing, one running, and exclaimed, Seriously? Anhu sneered. We've been found out, too. We haven't been caught yet, though. Minji slammed her hands together. Dare to trick me, you little rats? Let's run! Unha was excited, too. Okay, I want to play again. I'll run faster if I use mana. Seeing the 3 of them running away, Unha panicked, clutching her head and yelling, What is this? How did it turn out like this? Ainha circulated mana and chased after Onhu. I'm going to catch all of you! Stop right there, Jin Seona. Seona looked at the scene before her and smiled happily. Earlier, a pair of small feet had just stepped into a house. It's none other than Hajiang. Where could she be hiding? I hear Yunha's booming voice. I'm coming to find you. The little miss gathers her strength. I have to unleash my mana first. Mana surrounding her body is drawn back into Hajiang's palms. I can't hide inside. I have to go back outside eventually. Suddenly, a stack of books above the stairs catches her eye. Hajiang, mesmerized, heads upwards. The scene before her is a room filled with nothing but books. Hajiang ventures deeper, constantly looking around. She picks up a book excitedly. This truly is paradise. So many books. Hajiang realizes, but where am I? I should go outside. A red book catches her attention. It's so pretty. How do you even read this? Suddenly, a voice answers. Alice in Wonderland, perhaps. Without her noticing, an old man is standing behind Hajiang. His eyes coldly stare at the little one. Hajiang looks up at him, trembling. After a moment, Yunha's group finds them. Ah, I see. Alice returns to chase the rabbit. He angrily raises his voice, calling out to Hajiang. The little miss, sitting on the old man's lap reading, is startled. Yunha steps forward to greet them. Hello! This little one disappeared while playing with us, so we came to take her back. Hajiang jumps down. You should have said where you were going first. I forgot. The other 4 whisper, Our little brother is so cool. Is he angry? Captain, don't get worked up. And Ha becomes enraged. Forgot! You little brat! She trembles. I'm sorry. He flicks Hajiang's forehead hard. Bowing. Hajiang. Next time you go somewhere, you have to tell me first. Got it? The little brat teared up. Okay, I'm sorry. And Ha thinks to himself, she's going to cry if I scold her more. He turns to the trembling one. Sorry for bothering you. The old man smiles. It's all right, you little brat. You relieved my boredom. Come visit again next time. I really like friends who enjoy reading. Hajiang is happy. Really? The old man pats her head. Really? Hajiang excitedly says, I'll come again tomorrow. Read this whole book by tomorrow, okay? And Ha pulls the little brat's hand. Let's go home now. It's late. Runshi speaks up, stopping them. Please, Enha. Hui Ni, wait. The old man holds up his phone, suggesting, should I give you kids a ride home? Outside, a luxury car drives up. A bodyguard in black suit opens the door. Come on in, kids. Who wants to go home? Get in the car. He is astonished. Who is this old geezer? Whoa. Shijin's ride is so fancy, smooth as silk. Yunha gasped. Hey, This is an expensive car. Sitting in the car, he shivered, then immediately ordered, "Let's go!" Yunha, Yuna, and Minji stood watching them leave. He exclaimed, "I've never even ridden in a car like that before." Yunha wept silently inside. So jealous. Outside the school, the rain continued to fall nonstop. Yunha sat blankly, staring out the window. Suddenly, the teacher's voice rang out, startling him. "All right, then." So I'll write Yunha's name down as a candidate, okay? On the board was the phrase, "Fourth grade class president election." Seeing the name, no. Yuni's name on the board made him jump. Yunha raised his hand to speak. "Teacher, why did you write my name?" Minji beside him spoke up. "What do you mean? Someone said you wanted to be class president. Yeah, you look surprised," he pointed at himself. "Who?" The little girl pointed towards Xiang Shiyu. "Who else could it be?" Looking at the kid's adoring face, his face darkened. Xiang Shiyu waved and laughed loudly, calling, "Big brother!" Yuna gritted his teeth at Xiang Shiyu. "You're gonna pay for this," the little rascal continued. "Big brother is the only one worthy of being class president." But before that, Uong Ha raised his hand to speak. "Teacher, I don't want to do it. Rogina persuaded Uong Hu to nominate you. You shouldn't disappoint your friend, right?" He replied, "I'm not capable enough to be the head of the class, teacher." She frowned. "What do you mean? You have the ability to do that job." Uong Ha turned to Minji and scolded, "Minji, you fool! You should have told me sooner." The little girl laughed and turned away. "I told you, but you were so grumpy!" Rogina quickly reassured. Okay. The only candidate currently is Uong Ha. Are there any other students who want to participate?" Jin Sena immediately raised her hand to speak. "Teacher." Uong Ha involuntarily paid attention to the little girl. Jin Sena turned her head and smirked. "I want to nominate myself." Uong Ha frowned at the expression on her face. The next day, large boxes of cakes were brought into the classroom. Jin Sena said, "My dad bought them. Everyone eat up." The kids, seeing this, rushed forward. "Sena is the best! Hamburgers! Hamburgers! Today's lunch is hamburgers!" The little girl's two friends went to distribute them to the people around. Sena said that if she became the class leader, she would treat us to hamburgers every month. Once, they chose Jin Sena. Uong Ha stood to one side, observing them. A hamburger was delivered. "Here, this is for you." Uong Ha stood with his hands in his pockets, looking at Jin Sena. Without saying anything, the girl curled her lip. "Thanks for the vote, buddy." He snorted coldly, sounding annoyed. "I'm not eating that." With that, Uong Ha turned and left without hesitation. Jin Sena spoke up. "Everyone, if I become class president," he sighed. "She's still so young, yet she's already at this level." Suddenly, a familiar voice caught Uong Ha's attention. It was Uong Hyo, holding the hamburger with a look of radiant joy. The kid tried to hold back. "Here, give it back." Minji and Ha Jiang both refused it. "I'm not a beggar, okay? And I wouldn't eat it anyway." He stood to the side, observing, and muttered, "You guys." Uong Ha frowned, thinking to himself, "All right, let's just try it then." Cut to a scene of nature, mountains, and greenery. Dorn Elementary School's spring outing. Joe Gina spoke loudly. "Okay, everyone, I'm calling roll. Raise your hand when I call your name." She looked at Uong Ha and Jin Sena. "Class president and vice president, help me out. Class 451, class president Jin Sena." The girl smiled smugly. "Yes." "Class 451, Vice President No Uong Ha." He gritted his teeth, annoyed. "Yes." After a while, Jogina finished calling roll. She leads the little brats up to a temple. Then they stop to have a look-see. After a tiring walk, they start spreading out their scarves to sit and eat lunch. Yunha opens her lunchbox, which has gotten a bit jumbled from all the walking. A girl looks at Yunha's lunch in amazement. "Wow, it looks so delicious." He blushes, thinking to himself, "When did Yuna write this?" Minji comes over, teasing, "Your sister loves you so much, huh?" "No, Yunha." His face turns bright red. "Quiet, what about yours then?" She opens hers to reveal dishes in Japanese style. A friend notices Ha Jiang. "Ha Jiang, your lunch looks so pretty." Lunchbox full of nutrition, beautifully decorated. Yunha strokes her chin. As expected of Ha Jiang, Yunyo suddenly shouts, "When sightseeing, you gotta have cup noodles." He and Minji stare blankly. "Cup noodles? Didn't you bring any food?" The kid pulls out a cup of noodles. "Yep, Mom said cup noodles are the best." The two look at Yunhyo with pitiful expressions. "Your mom didn't even bother to cook for you, did she?" He pats the kid's shoulder. He says, "You're right." Yunha thinks to herself, "From now on, I'll reduce my training intensity." Scene changes to somewhere in the forest. A young man in black is running away. He ran, cursing, What the hell is going on? While running, he tripped over a branch. Why are there monsters here? Black-clad youth, covered in grime, crashed to the ground, painfully crawling. Suddenly a foot appeared ahead, filling him with despair. Before him stood 2 level 7 hound monsters. The black-clad youth recoiled in terror, shouting, "Help!" unexpectedly. Behind him was a level 6 hellhound monster. He watched in despair as the pack lunged toward him. A desperate scream echoed through the forest as the hounds continuously bit and tore at the black-clad youth's body. One of them nearly roared to a stop. Just then, a jolt of electricity surged through the 2 hounds, causing them immense pain. Terrified, they frantically retreated. Then the hellhound reordered them. The pack obeyed immediately. It opened its foul, chilling maw. The hellhound tilted its head back and howled south. At this moment, Wongha's class was still happily oblivious. A Yunhyuk excitedly said, "Okay, on the count of 3, open them up. 1, 2. Yonha wasn't paying attention. She was musing. Good thing I brought extra clothes to change into. After Yunhyuk counted to 3, everyone simultaneously presented their slips of paper. Each of you, hold up your hands. Yunhyuk saw the disappointing results and said, "Mine's a dud, nothing." Jin Seona, standing to one side, also looked gloomy, replying, "Me too." Yunha, seeing this, advised, "Just give up." Yunhyuk, hearing that, exclaimed, "No way, big bro. I must find the treasure." Yunhyuk, seeing him like that, replied, "What are you, a pirate or something?" Turning to Minji, she clutched her paper tightly, eyes blazing. With fiery determination, she declared, "It can't be. Let's go deeper, okay?" Yunhyuk, hearing that, regained his spirit and replied, "All right, let's go." Yunha, looking at Minji, thought, "You too, huh, silly Minji?" Yongha-gyang, overhearing the 4 of them, said, "I'm going too." Jin Seona replied, "Yeah, I'm fine with whatever." Yunha walked off coldly. As for me, I'm not thrilled to have met you guys. Minji, seeing him about to leave like that, grabbed him, saying, "Where are you going?" causing Yunha to curse inwardly. A moment later, the scene was of all 5 of them moving deeper into the mountains together. Yunha, walking along, despondently thought, "I want to go home. This isn't a picnic. This is mountain climbing. Why did we have to come to Bukong Mountain when Dien Gyeongbuk is much closer? What's more, past this mountain is Ujeongbu District." While moving, a scream from behind caused the whole group to stop. Jin Seona looked worried, asking, "What's wrong?" Jongha-jang also said, "Yeah, what's going on?" Yunha, with a serious look, raised her hand and said, "Everyone, quiet." A huge shadow rushed from afar, bursting out of the bushes and stopping in front of everyone. Minji pointed at the creature in fear, asking, "What is that thing?" Her hand trembled uncontrollably as she pointed at the hunting dog. The image of a large hunting dog slowly emerged before everyone's eyes. Yunha gritted her teeth, thinking, "Damn it. Is today the day?" The flower viewing accident at Bukong Mountain. Seoul is usually very well protected, you know. However, for some reason, the monsters in Ujeongbu District managed to break through the protective barrier and head south. That was a serious accident with many casualties. The hunting dog turned its predatory gaze towards everyone. Seeing its bloodthirsty expression, Minji fearfully and unconsciously retreated. Seizing the opportunity, it immediately pounced towards her. It rushed forward, wanting to attack Minji. The little girl, terrified, kept backing away. Suddenly, Minji lost her balance and fell backward. The hunting dog immediately lunged forward, baring its teeth, ready to attack her. Minji, terrified, closed her eyes and screamed as a figure behind her rushed out. Yunha used all his strength to kick the hunting dog hard in the hip, sending it flying. The hunting dog was slammed hard to the ground. Yunha didn't let the hunting dog get up. He immediately lunged on top of it. His face was full of murderous intent as he held a fork in his hand. He channeled magical power into the fork and aimed it at the hunting dog's head, stabbing down hard. What followed was a bloody scene. Yun-ha repeatedly stabbed the hunting dog with the fork. This scene terrified the remaining 4 people as they watched him destroy the hunting dog. He threw the deformed fork aside and then used magic to incinerate the hunting dog's corpse. Yun-ha, after checking and dealing with things, asked those behind him, "Are you all right?" Minji, still frightened by the scene, stammered, "Why, yes, I'm okay. I'm fine." Yunhyuk looked at him, asking again, "We should be the ones asking you, big bro." Yunha responded, "What do you mean?" Yunhyuk continued, "I don't know how to say this, but that's not the big bro I know." Yunha wiped away the blood on his face, replying, "I'm okay. just a little worried, that's all. You think, Yunyuk's right. When I destroyed that monster, I was like a zombie. A crazy gamer, driven mad by monsters and ferociously destroying them. Enhai looked at his blood-soaked hands, thinking, I've shown them a side they shouldn't have seen. Suddenly, countless screams pulled him from his thoughts. Yang Yu turned to ask Yang Ha, Big brother, what should we do? Minji quickly retorted, What do you mean? Run, obviously. Yang Ha thought, I was thinking we should run too, he analyzed. However, the hounds move in packs. They're pouring down en masse from the mountaintop. I probably won't be able to save everyone. There's only one way. Enhai spoke to the kids. Everyone! His face serious. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Scene change to some area in the middle of the mountains. A hand carefully placed a scarf on a rock. I'll rest here. Jin Sena took out her phone, dialed, and told the others, You guys go find the treasure. The remaining 3 replied in unison. Us? The chubby girl replied awkwardly. No way. The bespectacled boy scratched his head. Can we rest together? Seeing this, Jin Sena glared uncomfortably at the 3 of them. Immediately, the 3 turned around and continued their treasure hunt. The green-haired girl said, No problem. We're leaving now. The chubby girl quickly added, You rest up. Sena watched as the 3 diligently searched for treasure, and Jin Sena kept fiddling with her phone. Suddenly, Jin Sena heard the 3 of them scream again. Annoyed, she looked toward the sound. Jin Sena saw the 3 with terrified expressions, running face first back down the mountain. Their mouths were constantly screaming. Her expression darkened as she glared unhappily at the 3. What's going on? Instantly, she saw a pack of hounds frantically running toward her. Jin Sena panicked, thinking, Are they monsters? Before she could react, the 3 had already run past, abandoning her still sitting there. Hound saw Jin Sena unmoving and lunged to attack. Terrified, she screamed loudly, Is anyone there? Jin Sena's eyes were wet with despair. Help me! Jin Sena closed her eyes, tears unconsciously flowing from the corners of her eyes. Just then a bullet flew and lodged in the hound's belly. The hound, hit by a bullet, collapsed to the ground, trembling as a voice spoke up. Is that you? Jin Sena heard another voice and looked up. Seeing Yunha before her, he held a sword in one hand and a gun in the other. Approaching her, seeing that she didn't answer, he continued, If you don't want to get hurt, scram down the mountain. Giant Sena, still dazed, replied, Huh? Yunha said calmly, You handle the rest. Before him, 2 hunting dogs still growled, staring at the 2 of them. Yunha was about to leave when Jin Sena grabbed his sleeve, shouting, Where are you going? You have to protect me. Seeing that he didn't react, she put on a pitiful expression, looking at him. Yunha looked down at Jin Sena with a scary expression, answering, Don't hold me back. Get lost. Yunha's face darkened, and a cold voice came from his mouth, echoing, From now on, listen to what I say. All of you, run down the mountain. If you meet adults, tell them to call the gamers here. Hearing that, Yoon Hee-woot, standing next to him, asked in a low, curious voice, Big bro, aren't you coming with us? Immediately, Yoon-ha replied without much hesitation, I'll stay and look for the other kids. Instantly, the little brat hurriedly interrupted him. Then I'll go with you. I've also cultivated mana. I can. But before he could finish speaking, Yang Ha already warned Yang Zhao sternly. His eyes turned terrifying. Yang Ji-yu's threatening tone rang out, Don't joke around anymore. Focus on surviving. Seeing this, Yang Ji-yu's face suddenly froze, his mouth stammering. I'm sorry, not really paying attention to the kid in front of him. He continued, pointing at them and saying, The 4 of you will form a team, and always keep this one thing in your heads. Hunting dogs are very good at sniffing. You must suppress your mana flow as much as possible. You guys can do it, right? Quickly, they nodded hurriedly, while En-ha ventured alone into the forest. At this moment, he waved his hand, throwing food from the box around, thinking to himself, There's a small amount of mana in the food, so Papa Hajiang made the hunting dogs very sensitive to sniffing out mana. I'll use this to distract them. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and whispered, Now, use mana to see their current positions. Immediately, a beam of blue light surrounded him, bursting out in all directions. En-ha closed his eyes tightly, and the light above his head immediately showed the scene of everyone's location. His mind also murmured to itself, All right, I can buy some time for those kids to escape. In a flash, he darted swiftly from this side to the other. En-ha looked up at the sky, a stream of black energy gradually approaching. He was surprised to see that. He immediately exclaimed, Heaven and earth, it's really no joke dealing with them. Suddenly, he noticed the water bottle tucked into the side of his bag. An idea flashed in his mind. Now I only have half my mana. Compared to before the regression, I have citrus tea here, but I should save it for later. Suddenly, A loud roar echoed from the black aura from before, causing Ha to jump. The hounds were now embracing the corpses and enjoying them. Amidst their drooling, I even heard someone cry out, "Save me!" A man with tear-filled eyes watched the hounds lunge towards him. He screamed in terror, "Help me! Help me!" Then, the poor guy cried out in agony, even though his body was already being brutally attacked. The hound quickly licked its blood-soaked mouth, but it didn't stop there. They continued to tear apart the remaining body, looking incredibly ferocious. Suddenly, one of the hounds in the pack froze. Turns out, Ha had armed himself and charged in. They attacked decisively, one after another. In that instant, a hound collapsed. This made the rest hastily back away. Suddenly, he turned to look at the body. That last yell really spooked the doggies nearby. He's eyeing this bloke, thinking, "Oh, bless my stars." Noticing the shiny little sword at his hip, he muses. "Just as I figured, this dude's packing heat, all right?" Without hesitation, he snatches the blade. A voice echoes in his head. "Can't lug around a long sword. Too darn heavy." "This'll do just fine," he exclaims, examining his new loot. He mentally appraises the blade. "Soaked in mana with this baby. Even without channeling mana, I can still make mincemeat out of these mutts." Instantly, he points the blade at the hounds, beckoning with his fingers. "Come on, then. Have a go if you dare," he taunts. Seeing his cocky grin, the hounds can't help but howl in fury. A massive dog lunges at Ha, ready to tear him apart. His eyes lock onto its soft underbelly. Without a second thought, Ha grips the sword, aiming for the sweet spot. Wham! A resounding clang echoes through the air. The sword pierces the dog's gut with brutal force. Not stopping there, the remaining hounds ferociously attack. Suddenly, Ha casts a terrifying glare their way. Instantly, you swiftly moved with your sword, flashing past those hounds, causing them to howl in agony. Suddenly, one lunged from behind, towards Ha. Luckily, you reacted in time, quickly ducking to avoid its attack. Swiftly, Ha thrust your sword deep into the hound's body. Without delay, you yanked your weapon out, worsening the injury. It didn't stop there. The other hounds eyed you with ravenous, fierce eyes, charging. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted from Ha's hand, planted on the ground. Instantly, a powerful force caused your entire body to seemingly fly into the air. Ha wasn't scared, your eyes fixed on the pack of dogs, dumbfounded as they watched you soar. At that moment, you placed your hand on the blade. A source of power rapidly emanated. In the blink of an eye, you controlled that energy downwards to where the pack of dogs was gathered. Suddenly, a whooshing sound. That power released countless rays of light, like shooting stars hurtling toward the hounds. Before long, they were constantly howling as those rays bombarded them, their terrifying faces instantly contorted in pain, wounds appearing, making them howl even louder. Ha, at this point, was gradually descending to the ground. However, it was not finished. You zoomed past those hounds quick, leaving a bright streak that made cower. Even bent the light, did you see? Soon a star-shaped matrix appeared amidst those mutts. Ha, you ran far away like a boss. PLW. A big explosion. Those hounds went flying everywhere. Silence returned, it seems. Sina stood before the burning hounds, trembling. Her face showed fear at the sight, when suddenly a voice echoed from afar. "What's this? Is that you?" Ha strolled over, gun in hand, sword at his side. He softly added, "If you want to live, scram down the mountain." Sina, still shaking on that rock, finally looked at him. However, Ha turned his head to look far away. A voice echoed, "I've done my part, so do yours yourself." Suddenly, those hounds from afar were still glaring with hatred. On this side, Ha turned to leave, but Sena quickly grabbed his arm. She shouted, "Where are you going? You have to protect me." Her eyes welled with tears, her face demanding as she ordered Ha. "You don't even care?" His eyes darkened, his voice chilling. "Don't bother me, just scram." Hearing that, Sena's hand trembled as she withdrew it, and he even continued with a threat. "They're coming soon. You know, that old geezer you brought, he's in critical condition. You should hurry and heal him." Having said that, Ha delivered his final words and quickly ran off. "I'm leaving now." Unexpectedly, Sena quietly murmured what she wanted. Her eyes darkened, reflecting Ha's receding figure. "I want to go with him." Meanwhile, Ha was still diligently running, taking large strides forward. His entire body exuded a chilling aura, heading towards the darkness before him. He quickly charged through, when suddenly a black aura appeared, hindering him. But without much fear, Ha grinned triumphantly. "Found you!" At that moment, from beneath the ground, a large pack of hounds appeared, led by one massive beast, a level 6 monster. Hellhound. The moment it saw him, the hellhound ferociously roared. Surrounding it was a black aura. In a flash, that aura spread out, enveloping him. Suddenly, within the black killing intent, a ray of light appeared, along with the sound coming from Yingha's mouth, whether he was marked or not. Before he could finish, his eyes became terrifying. So smugly continuing, "You're done for, mutt." Quickly, rays of light continuously shot down to the ground. The hellhound saw this, and, seemingly sensing danger, it bounced backward. Instantly, the rays of light attacked the hounds, causing them to scream in pain. Yingha just landed, with a sinister grin, glanced at the hellhound that had moved up high. He stood up, observing the large dog on the hill. Immediately, it roared furiously. In a flash, the surviving hounds rushed to his back. Just in time to react, Yingha quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the hounds' attack. He then took his sword and stabbed them fiercely. Yingha withdrew his blood-soaked sword, grabbed his gun, and aimed forward. He continuously shot the hound in front of him viciously, missing. Yingha spun around. Suddenly, the pack of hounds rushed toward him, as if wanting to devour their prey. Yingha's gaze was equally fierce, annoyed, grinding his teeth as he grabbed his sword to attack. He dashed past quickly, swinging his sword and stabbing them. Simultaneously, the attacked hounds cried out in savage pain. Right then, a burst of flames erupted, incinerating those beasts. Enha, seeing this, halted, his gaze drawn to the hellhounds above. Ferocious hounds still lurked all around. Enha gently raised his gun, muttering under his breath, "Seriously?" At this moment, the 4 children were running down the mountain. Suddenly, they remembered Enha's words. "You understand what you need to do, right? Hellhounds are incredibly strong monsters. You have to suppress your mana as much as possible. You can do it, can't you?" Along with the resounding replies of the group, they suddenly stopped dead in their tracks. Right before their eyes appeared a fork in the road, causing them to hesitate. Enhi quietly spoke up. "Hagyang, which way do we go now?" Hearing the question, Ha Jiang didn't answer immediately. She was still catching her breath, but in her mind, she whispered, "I'm so tired, but I have to keep going." And Ha's words echoed in Ha Jiang's mind once more. "Young, Ha Jiang, and Jin Siona, you two will be the guides. Ha Jiang will be the main guide, because she has keen senses. Siona will support you. You must follow Ha Jiang." Suddenly, a glint flashed in Ha Jiang's eyes, and she told herself, "I have to do this." In a blink, a dark aura emanated from one side. Ha Jiang, seeing it, softly spoke, "Something's wrong on the left." At this very moment, Seona also suddenly recalled Eunha. Seona's senses are really good, so if there are monsters around, she will be able to sense them. Hearing that, Seona seemed to agree with Ha Jiang and replied, "Yeah, the sound from the left doesn't sound good at all." As soon as she finished speaking, Minji, who was next to her, said, "Got it! Even though I know we're tired, we have to keep running." Having said that, the 4 of them continued to move in the other direction when suddenly a thought popped up. Why does Xiang Xiao's face look so tired right now? He wondered in his heart. Why? Why are there no other players around? Suddenly, a ferocious sound rang out, causing the kid to quickly turn his head to look in that direction. It happened so fast. Another small hand decisively grabbed Xiang Xiao's hand. Minji said loudly to the kid, "Don't look back, just run." At this moment, Minji also recalled the scene of the conversation just now with Kim Minji. "Make sure the others don't do anything stupid," Minji muttered softly. "Is that all, Yunha?" Ha Jiang quickly patted the little girl's head a few times, teasing her. "Silly Minji!" Hearing that, Minji got annoyed and cursed at the guy. Then she replied softly, "Yeah, that's all." Ending the recollection, Minji was still tired and running. Her face looked quite annoyed as she clicked her tongue. Suddenly, something appeared in front of them that was emitting a terrifying aura of black energy. Ha Jiang immediately spoke up. "Wait! There's something in front of us!" The 4 of them stood frozen before that growling black aura. Unexpectedly, a hairy foot stepped out onto its back, and enormous horns were present. Minji, seeing the monster before her, nearly panicked. Her mouth softly uttered a cry, and in the blink of an eye, a large hound appeared. It ferociously opened its mouth wide and howled loudly like a hunting dog. The hounds continuously roared towards the sky as if calling someone, witnessing its strange behavior. "What is it doing?" Uong Hihu uttered softly. Minji, beside him with a terrified face, immediately replied, "Look!" Instantly, in the distance, hounds were approaching them. This side was no exception either. It seemed they were surrounded by screaming hounds. They continuously advanced toward the 4 children. Yoon Hyuk's face was filled with worry as he observed everything. Trying to find an escape route, the kid suddenly remembered what Eon Ha had once told Yoon Hyuk. "You're the only one who can protect everyone. You're the strongest, so you'll be the main damage dealer. You have to fight the monsters on the road." As he finished speaking, Uong Hiep high-fived Uong Ha. His voice declared confidently, "I can handle it." At this moment, Uong Hiep, holding the long sword in his hand, murmured in his head, "Big bro, I can do this, right?" Quickly, another scene flashed in his mind. Uong Ha was standing nearby, supervising the kids' training. He raised his voice, reminding him not to close his eyes. "Hurry up!" Then Yoon Hyuk kept saying, 567, 568. Snapping out of the memory, what Yoon Hyuk faced was a horde of hounds charging at him. Without hesitation, he quickly grabbed his sword and attacked. With just one slash, the hound yelped in pain, losing its footing and collapsing. Seeing Yoon Hyuk's actions, Yoon Hyuk was elated. "I did it!" Minji, hearing this from behind, shouted, "What do you mean I did it, you idiot?" However, before long, the hounds were growling again. They quickly charged towards Yoon Hyuk. The kid didn't hold back either, gripping his sword, preparing to attack again. In the blink of an eye, several hounds were hit, groaning in pain. Yet, unfortunately, a hound's claw slashed across Yoon Hyuk's back. This made the kid panic, letting out a small cry. Instantly, the hounds pounced fiercely, darting past him. Ishug quickly snatched up his sword. At the same time, they used their sharp claws to rake across the kid's body. The other three were worried seeing Yoon Hyuk in pain. Minji also quietly called out, "Yoon Hyuk, Siona!" with a horrified look. She then whispered in her heart, "Those monsters, they're toying with Yoon Hyuk." However, that stubborn kid continued facing the hounds and said, "I won't give up, because I am." Before he could finish, the hounds began to pounce. Yoon Hyuk hastily readied his fist, brimming with power, gritting his teeth to strike. Just then, a hunting dog barely managed to get in front of Yoon Hyuk. Immediately, the brat blurted out whatever last words were stuck in his throat. The main damage dealer of the group. At that, quickly, a powerful punch slammed straight into the hunting dog. This sent him flying, his broken teeth making him look utterly pathetic. Yoon Hyuk suddenly froze. The kid stared at his hand in disbelief. "What have I just done?" he wondered. Unexpectedly, a hunting dog quickly lunged forward. However, Yoon Hyuk was still lost in thought. Feels like what that big boss did just now. It decisively attacked the kid. This caught Yoon Hyuk off guard, sending him flying. Immediately, the other three, seeing the kid flying away, cried out in panic, "Yoon Hyuk! Yoon Hyuk!" At that moment, in pain, he placed his hand on the wound, trying to sit up. But in the blink of an eye, the hunting dog approached, placing its paw on the yielding body and tearing into it savagely. Its twisted face looked as if it wanted to devour the entire body of the boy before her. Immediately, the three friends watched the scene in horror, unable to help but worry. They quickly shouted, "No!" Siona, with tears streaming down her face, kept softly crying, "No," as they suddenly recalled memories of happy moments together, and a thought flashed across their minds. "Please, someone save us. Someone, please." Suddenly, the savage hunting dog opened its mouth wide and lunged. Quickly, Yoon Hyuk raised his hand to shield his body, causing his arm to fall right into its mouth. On this side, the girls from before reached out their hands, channeling magic, attacking the pack of hunting dogs that were howling from Siona's side. The strands of the little girl's hair flared up. Siona clasped her hands together as if she was addicted to something. The little girl's mind continuously called out, "Is there anyone there?" Suddenly, a light burst out intensely, spreading to everything around it, lining the space. Suddenly, a gentle stream of air began to radiate, gradually moving toward the hunting dogs, causing them to stare in bewilderment. That stream of air became as powerful as a tornado, sweeping away the pack of hunting dogs. Before long, it formed a barrier encompassing the four of them, flung the hounds far away. Seo-na, witnessing the phenomenon, muttered softly, "What is this vortex? I think it's not going to hurt us." Suddenly, Ha Jiang-ru seemed to realize something, letting out a cry. The girl quickly approached Yoon Hyuk, who was injured, shouting, "Yoon Hyuk!" The three quickly helped Yoon Hyuk to his feet, just as a voice rang out, "You kids must be so scared." A pair of feet gradually appeared, accompanied by that voice. At this moment, a woman was floating in the sky. This surprised the children and the hounds quite a bit. She stepped on the gentle breeze, gracefully approaching them. Red hair was revealed, causing the four to stare in astonishment. She did not hesitate either. Softly, she said, "Can you kids close your eyes for a moment, please?" "Zodiac Sin, Xiu Yi Huan, Ma Feng." Xiao Do looked toward the pack of hounds, covering her mouth with a fan, and said, "Annie will punish these naughty ones for you." Over on this side, Yoon Ha had nearly annihilated the pack of hounds. All around were flames engulfing them, utterly consuming them. He reached for his water bottle and tossed his backpack aside, and Ha quickly opened the bottle, muttering softly, "When you're on the mountain, a little rice wine is a must." The bottle was barely open when he greedily gulped down a few mouthfuls, his mind still racing. "Haven't been created yet, so there's nothing I can do. Finishing the drink, Manhwa threw the bottle behind him and strode on. He gripped the sword in his hand, his face defiant as he declared, "You guys are so dead." As the words left his mouth, the water bottle finally crashed to the ground. Manhwa rushed towards the hellhounds with resolute speed. In a flash, it was struck by his attack, sent flying a considerable distance. From behind, the pack of hounds crept closer, ready to pounce. Reacting swiftly, Manhwa lashed out, kicking them away with his foot. "Quit barking like dogs, you mutts!" he snapped. Before long, he was nimbly darting from side to side, attacking the hunting dogs. Instantly, one lunged forward. Seeing this, Manhwa raised his hand, revealing a gun barrel. He scoffed, "Crawl on the ground until you die." Without hesitation, he blasted it away with extreme prejudice. Not stopping there, Manhwa whirled around, continuing his fight against the approaching hounds. Manhwa's eyes blazed, and his sword shone brightly, blended with their black blood. In the blink of an eye, the hounds were chopped to pieces. Their bodies fell apart, accompanied by another burst of spraying blood. Manhwa, quick as lightning, approached each one and tore them apart, looking extremely ferocious. Suddenly, he stopped. His tired face struggled to catch his breath. Manhwa turned his gaze to the hellhound, raised the sword in his hand, and said, "It's your turn." A glint of light flashed in his eyes. Manhwa quickly lunged towards the monster dog, muttering, "Tenxing" in his head. Unexpectedly, his whole body felt like an electric current was running through it. Manhwa's face twisted in pain. His mind whispered, "Is this my limit?" But his feet still pushed off the air, and he exclaimed in his heart, "That's right!" At this moment, the hellhound also stomped hard on the ground to gain momentum. Manhwa didn't hesitate. He quickly rushed towards it and fought, murmuring in his stomach, "How about this move?" Suddenly, the sword in his hand was bitten by that hellhound. Seizing this opportunity, Manhwa hurriedly took out his gun and fired a few shots in its direction. 2 bullets quickly flew into the air. Suddenly, the hellhound seemed to realize something, its ferocious eyes staring at Manhwa. At this moment, he also froze, cursing inwardly, "Damn it!" Instantly, the hellhound opened its maw wide, spewing a massive inferno towards Manhwa. Barely reacting, he swiftly dodged aside just as that searing blast erupted. Manhwa managed to evade it just in time. But he didn't stop there. He grabbed his gun, repeatedly firing at the hellhound. Quickly, those bullets soared straight into its body. This caused the hellhound to howl in agony. In that very moment, Manhwa landed on the ground, quickly tossing the gun aside. He stared at the hellhound before him, and so man and beast faced each other. Manhwa gripped the sword tightly in his hand, thinking to himself, "Out of bullets. Time for some close-quarters combat. My mana's running low, but I can still endure." At this point, the hellhound was still fiercely glaring at Manhwa. Suddenly, the aura surrounding it began to vanish. In a flash, encircling the hellhound were black orbs, radiating power. Along with that, a chilling voice echoed, "Arrogant human." Upon hearing that, Manhwa's eyes widened slightly as he muttered, "It still has the strength to attack." Ha! Manhwa sweated. "It still has a bit of energy left to unleash one more strike? Are those smoke trails? Why not something else? Is it planning to spew smoke to attack me?" The hellhound roared, "I will destroy you!" Annoyed, he charged forward, not caring what it was. "I'll slice you to ribbons." He swung his blade with mighty force. Suddenly, darkness loomed ahead, and Manhwa was caught off guard. "I didn't think it was poisonous." "Well, just blow it away." He swung his blade, striking the hellhound fiercely. "You damned thing." Undaunted, he heroically charged at the hellhound. The blade in Manhwa's hand trembled. Worried he was out of mana, golden light erupted brilliantly. Clash between the blade and the hellhound sent Manhwa flying back. He slowly got to his feet. Manhwa breathed heavily. "I've used up all my remaining mana to defend, yet it still hurts this much." Manhwa leaned on his sword, head in his hand. He recalled, "That bastard No Manhwa looked like he was about to collapse." Jinparang indifferently said, "Let him be. Don't you know why they call him a madman? It's because the true ability of a madman is only revealed." Suddenly, blue light appeared around Manhwa when faced with a perilous situation, activating his passive ability. He circulated his internal energy, stood up, and the ground trembled. The hellhound fearfully retreated. Manhwa roared, "Now you're done for!" He charged in like the wind. He lunged straight at the hellhound. "You're going down!" Manhwa, with a ferocious look, charged! The hellhound realizes something. Manhwa chopped off one of its legs. The hellhound falls down in fear and looks at him. Manhwa prepares to charge in for the next ambush. The hellhound tries its best to fend off, but it's gradually losing strength. He notices it suddenly creates a black orb, pushing him away. The orb gets bigger and bigger. Ian-ha probes. You still dare to call that stealth? If it's only this tough, then I can smash it. That's why I told you from the start. Don't know if you remember, you goldfish brain. He swings his sword, tearing the black orb open. The hellhound peeks out. Ian-ha angrily glares inside. He opens the orb up. Didn't I tell you, you're a goner? Ian-ha swings the final blow in front of the hellhound. He directly chops its neck horizontally. The hellhound's head falls lifelessly to the ground. Ian-ha sits down with a sigh of relief. He looks up high. Ian-ha exclaims, "It's finally over!" He quickly collapses. The surroundings then turn into piles of gold ash and fly away. Sao John laughs. You kids close your eyes, I'll take care of them. Sao John turns away, chuckling to herself. She closes her fan. Sao John scolds, "You lousy bastards! What's the point of not knowing how to protect yourselves?" She opens her fan, and Sao John unleashes a technique creating tornadoes. Has she been so calm until now with no reports? Sao John reaches his hand out. She smugly says, "You guys are done for. 2 tornadoes are even fiercer." A purple ray suddenly flies in from somewhere, aimed at the 2 tornadoes. It tosses back and forth between the 2 cyclones. The tornado carries a deep purple color. Xiao Zhan confidently watches it. She closes her fan. Xiao Zhan looks, as do the kids behind her. She waves her fan shyly. The tornadoes quickly dissipate. Xiao Zhan is flustered. "Sorry, kids. Was I scary? Don't cry." "There's no need to be afraid." Yun-yuk praises. "You're so cool." Ha Gyang's eyes shine. "You're amazing." Siona shyly says, "Thank you." Yun-hyuk asks, "Who are you?" "One of the 12 deities." Xiao Minji calms him. "Thank her first." Yun-hyuk is stunned. "You're really one of them? Did I just meet one of the best people?" Minji reminds him. "Don't be rude." Xiao Zhan chuckles to himself. The kids are still all right after going through all this. Those kids must be losing it from fear. SEO John remarks, "The kids look pretty terrible. Gotta check if they have internal injuries." Han Jiang's glowing. SEO John, surprised. "What?" Ha Jiang turns to look at SEO John. She runs over and hugs Ha Jiang tightly, leaving the girl stunned. SEO John coos. "Do you want to become a player, little one?" The girl stammers. "A player?" She nods. "That's right, a player." Ian Hyuk Chen chimes in. "You're the one who will become a player." SEO John scrutinizes. "This boy's not bad." Suddenly, SEO John hugs them both tightly. "You guys are so cute. Did you telepathically communicate with me?" "Well done, thanks to you. I know the location of those brats." Minji is overjoyed. "I thought I couldn't do anything, but I did." Girl runs up and hugs SEO John directly. SEO John directs. "You guys go down the mountain. The rescue team is here now." Minji worriedly asks, "Are you not coming with us?" She laughs. "There are many others I must rescue. However, I won't leave you alone." SEO John turns her head. "I literally just said that." From inside the mountain, a dark figure appears. Kanyan strides forward powerfully, and the guy speaks. "Why did you leave me alone? Do you even know how hard it was for me to get here?" Liang Hyuk decisively said that Big Bro hasn't returned yet. Both Seo John and Kang Chian are surprised that Big Bro Liang Ha is currently lying unconscious. "Do you even remember when you learned to take care of yourself?" "Liang Ha, if it weren't for me, how many times would you have been a goner?" Ru Rong scolded that the wound caused by the monster is quite large. "You don't want to lose your mind, so you hurt yourself?" "Are you kidding me? My body. What are you getting angry about?" You gritted your teeth and said, "You little rascal, then WHO healed you?" "It was me. It was me, Li Ru Rong. If it's my body that manages it, then it's mine." Liang Ha was annoyed and asked, "What are you going crazy about?" "I'm sorry, okay?" Ru Rong looked at him. "Sorry, huh? If you're apologizing, then spare some time this weekend." Liang Ha was curious. "Why are you so calm? Just listen to me. Do you want to die?" He was frightened and agreed. All right. Liang Ha, at this moment, opened his eyes, feeling exhausted. He sat up in the hospital, Liang Ha staring at his wrist inquisitively. "Didn't get injured at all." There was a knock on the door. SEO John enters. "Hello." Yun Ha turns around. "Hello." SEO John smiles brightly. "So how are you? Does it hurt anywhere?" "You're suspicious?" "I'm okay. Did you save me?" Yun Ha remarks. "A member of the 12 Thrones. What does she know?" SEO John sits down. "Yeah, just found out, so brought you to the hospital right away. Your name is Noah Yun Ha, right?" He happily smiles. "That's right. And you? She wouldn't know I'm a ghoul, would she? She confidently introduces herself. I'm SEO John. SEO John says you can call me John. Yunha smiles. I need to be careful with my words. You realize something? Yunha seriously asks. How long have you been here? And what about your friends? SEO John says casually, about 6 hours. Your friends all okay? Sena and Hagang were very worried. I contacted their families, so they're probably on their way now. He is flustered. So lucky they're still safe. What will I say to my family? SEO John says comfortably, Yunha, I have something to investigate. Can you answer me truthfully, Yunha? Firmly, she asks. Yes. She rested her chin, asking right away, why were you there? And WHO annihilated the monsters there? Silence. He scratched his head, smiling wryly. I don't remember. I was too busy running for my life up there, right before I fainted. Someone showed up and saved me, I think. CEO John was really curious. Really? But there were monsters there. I know that. CEO John braced her hand on the hospital bed, glaring. You think I'm the one who wiped them out, don't you? CEO John stared right at him. I think you're the one who destroyed those monsters. What kind of excuse are you planning to come up with? He waved his hand. How could I defeat those monsters? I'm just an elementary schooler. CEO John reasoned, I believe you could do it. When I searched for your name, online, I saw, last year, you received an award for bravery. He dodged. It's a coincidence. Just a coincidence, she teased. What about this time, then? Did you also, coincidentally, defeat the pack of hounds? Laughed it off. This auntie is so persistent, he stammered. Well, anyway, it wasn't me. CEO John retorted. We found your fingerprints on the knife, yet you're still denying it? He was flustered. I can't come up with an excuse this time. What am I going to do? So awkward. This lady is definitely sure that I'm the culprit, huh? Speak up, SEO June. Let's make a deal, sheesh. I've nothing to lose, kid. What's the point of making a deal with you? Calmly. I'll give you some important intel, she chuckled dryly. Intel? From you, kid? Intel that's worth over 2,000? I can't spill. We're negotiating here, aren't we? SEO June predicts it seems she doesn't deny that she wiped out the hunting dogs. What intel is this kid planning to give me, she asked. So, what do you want? He shook his head. I want nothing. SEO June was surprised. Nothing? What for? Yunha waved his hand. I just want to live peacefully like this. As dusk fell, SEO June left, a driver and staff waiting in the car. She quietly got in. Investigate the heir to the Dan Gun Corporation. SEO June recalled, especially the female heir. Yunha was serious, and their relationship with the head of your organization. The Ocean Society? SEO June was stunned. She spoke up. I don't like joking around, kid. Are you willing to take responsibility for this? He casually said, if nothing happens, I'll join your organization. SEO John scoffs. Not just anyone can get into the Ocean Assembly, okay? She retorts, didn't you believe I exterminated the hellhounds? She snaps back. So either way, you're benefiting, aren't you? She says, look at this, kid. It's a chance for me to test my husband's loyalty and get a useful new ability. SEO John sits in the car. She gazes out the window. Can you investigate the female heirs of the Dan Gun Group? The driver asks curiously. The female heirs of Dan Gun? SEO John agrees. Investigate everyone related to my husband. Also do an assessment report on the monster tiers in the Gangnam area. She recalls, Yu Rang Ha mentioned something else. You're also involved in maintaining the balance in the Gangnam area, right? She glances. So? He says nonchalantly, be careful of the new types of monsters. If you underestimate them because they're low tier, you're going to be in big trouble. SEO John is surprised. How did you know? Yu Rang Ha interrupts. Oh, right. Gotta announce that you've taken responsibility for handling this case, too, she orders. Now I'll be in charge of managing the hellhounds at Bukan Peak. What's with the flustered driver? He's totally giving her the side-eye and a creepy smirk. This isn't doing you any harm, right? What's more, after this, I'll still just be your average elementary school kid. Seo Jun praised. That arrogant little brat is actually pretty interesting. Yunha is laid up in a hospital bed, but at least her friends came to visit. 2 p.m. today, at the peak of BU Con, Hellhound Level 7 appeared, the player announced. Zin Selon of the 12 Thrones has conquered the lead Hellhound and its pack. They're investigating all over Mount BU Con right now. Currently, out of the 34 missing people, identities have been confirmed. Also, elementary school students went on a picnic at Mount BU Con, and the head of the Ocean Society, Jiu CEO June, apologized for this incident. Article. Families of the deceased protest the dissolution during the funeral. Anger over the BU Con disaster. Debate erupts over Ki Young Won's resignation. Suicide note found in cabin. Vice President makes tragic decision. A few months later, the sun is shining bright. Everyone shouts, "Happy birthday, Senra." The little girl happily says, "Thank you, everyone." How did you guys know it was my birthday today? Minji confidently states, "How could we not know our friend's birthday?" Eun-ha teases, "Don't act so innocent, Minji. You're always clinging to the homeroom teacher, begging for attention." "What is it, little girl? Can't you tell him to shut up? Want to transform?" Ha Jiang laughs loudly. "Happy birthday, Seona. Chocolate. Made it myself." Seona shyly says, "Thank you." Hyuk secretly does something. It stands up excitedly. "We've decided to hold a birthday party at Happy New." There, Yoon-ha pulls him back, asking, "Did you ask Jinja and Ha Jiang yet?" Yoon-hyuk confidently replies, "Of course. Big brother, why did you bring me along?" Minji worries. "Everything's still going smoothly, right? I keep worrying since you're in charge of this." Seona asks curiously, "Where are you guys going?" Eun-ha freezes, mumbling, something like that." They run off. You don't need to know!" Minji returns to her seat. "Oh, morning class is starting." Ha Jiang snuck off. "I'm going back to my seat." Seona is surprised. What in the world is going on? Evening arrives. The whole family shouts, "Happy birthday!" Is the little girl blushing? Yoon-hyuk shouts in surprise, "Surprise!" Yoon-ha laughs. "Happy birthday!" Seona is touched. "I was wondering what everyone was secretly up to. Thank you, guys." Minji smiles, sobbing. "We even prepared a birthday cake. Now you have to blow out the candles, make a wish, and cut the cake." "Right!" Yoon-ha yells loudly. "Count to 3 and then blow. 1, 2, 3! Seona. 8th birthday. Eun-hyuk's worried, but he'll be all right, right? Minji said Jin Seona mentioned his dad being an office worker, then threatened to attend his birthday party too? Hesitantly? Oh, that. The Gush Group encourages their 7th boss in the South Korean financial industry. Their main business is divided into 3 branches: electronics, construction, and advertising. Pharmaceutical branch isn't that important to the group anyway. Furthermore, Seo could merge pharmaceutical companies to monopolize the drug market. Yoon-ha flicks Minji's forehead. "Don't frown so much. If you casually want to be the heir of the Gush Group, your surname has to be Kim. Got it? However, his Jin surname shows his family isn't the main line. Don't worry about useless things. Just eat, fatty Minji." Minji shyly. "I'm worried about you. Did the little girl run off and forget?" "Just sit and eat alone." Yoon-ha thoughtfully. "Looks like things are getting complicated again. However, it doesn't matter if it's the Gush Pharma, Gush Encouragement, or Gush Group if you mess with my family. I'll tear you all to shreds." Yoon-hee excitedly. "Boss, today I'll show you the results of my training." A sigh of relief. "No need to fret. Just don't trip. He's running. Don't worry, it'll all be fine. I guarantee our team will win, so stop worrying." "Why are you so confident, you little rascal?" "What's this feeling?" Worrying. "Hey, what's wrong?" Minji is angry. "Gina, explain." "The teacher said she'd buy fried chicken and pizza for us if we win. She's in pain. My money. Everything will be all right, you know." "Oh no, it's not all right at all." Looking at Gina. "I understand how she feels feeding this bunch of pigs." The referee shouts, "Ready!" He's so cocky. I'll give it my all, goggle-eyed. Starting gunfires. He shoots off like a rocket. The whole class cheers enthusiastically. Predicting victory for, this guy. Thinks, "I will come in first." Did you see that, boss? It's a strange feeling, huh? But why does my body feel so heavy? Runs to the finish line, then collapses to the ground. You and Minji are worried. Gina runs to help. Try your best. Heaven and earth in harmony. All things thrive. Sighs. Knew it. He really doesn't know how to conserve his strength. I guess I have to teach him how to know his limits. Thanks, dude, for the hug. She's happy. Woohoo! Your sister won the 100-meter dash. Are you even surprised? Of course she's my big sister. That means she even beat the 5th-year students. She's amazing. He's smiling. I gotta go take another test. See you later. Be careful. He's cheerful. You too. Don't push yourself too hard, Minji scoffs. This guy isn't a mama's boy. He's a sister's boy. Seona is flustered. Big sis, woohoo, is so fast. He congratulated his sister. He's better than our whole team? Woohoo, I can't believe it. I'm just wondering what to have for lunch today. Minji protests. No way. He's happy for his sister. Both are silent, looking at Woohoo. Is he announcing something? By the way, where's Ha Jiang? Seona points. He's over there. Ha Jiang is overjoyed. I found you guys. Julieta and Bruno are happy. Oh! Ha Jiang asks. Big sister Han, can you help me with something? Ha Jiang pulls Julieta along. Hurry up, sis. She is flustered, huh? What's wrong? Julieta is talking to the referee. The two sisters laugh. In joke. Ha Jiang sighs in relief. That's a relief. Woohoo asks, what did you ask Julieta to do? Ha Jiang accepts a bottle of water from an American. You find her puzzling, but isn't she Italian? Julieta laughed. So I spoke in English since I speak English. Why the surprise? Ha Jiang explains that the first person that popped into my head was Julieta. Are you worried your friend might be deceiving them? Unbelievable, Deng Ha Jiang. When I first met you, you were just a crybaby. Now, you can handle situations yourself. You've grown up so fast. Elsewhere, Yunha slumps and Yunhyuk is dumbfounded. Is this what it feels like to chug a whole bottle of magic potion? Please, just try to be half as good as Hajiang, Yunyo. All right, let's regroup after lunch, everyone. You arrive, and everyone greets. Hello, Yunha. You reply. Hello. You sit down. My mom told me to give you this. Hajiang takes it. Thanks. Yunha asks quietly. Hajiang, who's that? The girl explains. That's Sujin. She's been hanging around here a lot lately. Yunha comments. She looks familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen her before. Sena exclaims. Oh my gosh. Hello, the girl says confidently. If you're hungry, would you like to have a little bit? Yunha leaves. What should I have for lunch today? Sena chases after you. Wait! Sena points at you. Dad, this is the boy I mentioned. Jonan is surprised. So you're Ung-ha? What? He's serious. You're the one bullying my Sena? What does your father do? He sighs. She tattled on me to her dad? Seriously? He shrugs. Like father. Like daughter. I guess. Just owns a pharmaceutical company. What's with all the attitude? Jonan reaches out his hand. You little punk! Almost gets him, but Ung-ha stands firm. Jonan is stunned. What? What the heck? How can a kid have this much power? That aura, just like Chairman Ung-ha, pushes his hand away. Afraid, huh? Jonan is startled. Throws a punch. You cheeky brat! Ung-ha dodges. Quickly, he steps back. Ung-ha senses movement coming his way. His dad charges in and punches Jonan. He's confident, knocks Jonan out cold. Ung-ha's dad dusts off his hands. How dare you lay a hand on my son? Son, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? He's worried. I'm fine. Let's go. I'm going to get Dad into trouble. Jonan sits up. How dare you? You dog. How dare you? Get rid of him now. Ung-ha fumes. Oh man, I have to deal with all these guys now. If he dares to touch my dad, I'll take care of him. Heh. Bo Yang-ha chuckled lightly. It's okay, Yang-ha. Dad's here. He stood in front of Zhongyong. Dad will protect you. Jin Zhao-en winced. How dare you? How dare? A dog like you hit me, he commanded. Arrest him immediately. And Ha predicted, if he dares to do anything to my dad, I'll wipe him out. Her dad reassured, Darling, it's all right. It's fine. Dad can handle this. Jin Zhao-en shouted, Who? Who are you? You even know who I am? He calmly replied, I know exactly who you are. Jin Zhao-en was surprised. What? Bo Yang-ha's dad explained. You're Jin Zhao-en, chairman of Huichi Pharmaceuticals. So, do you remember who I am now? Jin Zhao-en was frightened. You're Division Chief Nuo from Sirius? Jin Zhao-en was worried. Why is Division Chief Nuo of Sirius here? So that's why that kid was so excited. In-ha was shocked. My dad is the Division Chief of Sirius? He was puzzled. Why is she so surprised? Sirius Corporation, the second largest corporation in South Korea, mostly producing equipment for players. Bo Yang-ha's dad gently said, Do you remember now? Jin Zhao-en pointed. Why are you here? He raised his voice. Why what? John is timid. Sorry, I didn't know the head of strategic management was coming. What are you doing here? Sirius's equipment department is under the command of Yang Ha Chi Shen. You came to watch your son compete in sports. However, it seems you've got a problem with my son, huh? He's flustered. Oh, so you're the department head's son? John, trying to contain his anger, thinks he should encourage him. We can't compare to a huge corporation like Sirius. Plus, he's a key member. He's a key member of Sirius's equipment department. John bows his head. I apologize. Please forgive this old fool. We can't afford to anger him. He's going to inherit the corporation. He just pointed at Jin Sena. My family also wants to apologize, little Miss Bashful. He ordered Jin Sena to apologize quickly. Sena, you idiot. The girl turned away. Everyone's whispering, are they going to fight? Jin Sena versus No Yun-ha fighting? Looks like Jin Sena's losing. Serves her right for bullying people. Hey, don't look at her, or you'll get dragged into this mess. Sena trembled. I'm sorry. Then she ran off. You're tired. Heaven and earth. Ba Yun-ha is so nonchalant. Well then, we're leaving now. Let's call it even after that punch just now, okay? John's just fumbling around with punches. I didn't even get hit. He bows and leaves safely. Department head Nuoyan is worried. I'm doomed. About to get scolded? Dad put his hand on my shoulder. Yes. He's worried if something like this happens again. You can't solve it yourself. You have to tell Dad, okay? He's serious. You're still young. You still need to rely on Dad. Relying on Dad a little is okay, son. The wind blows. Clouds drift. Considering it, I feel something because of Dad's warm words. He's happy, yes, I thank you, Dad. The determination not to lose this warmth. Dawn breaks. Vest guy is smoking. He turns to me. Did I really have to come all the way here to recruit you? I want to do big things, but some guys are blocking my path. I need your help. Boss Hat asks directly, and the money? Vest guy smirks. He says casually, I'll pay $1.5 million up front. If it's successful, I'll pay another $1.5 million. Boss Hat turns to him. He extends his hand. Green light. Understood. Suddenly, the suitcase of money shakes violently. He pulls the suitcase towards him. Vest guy sighs, oh dear. Then he bursts out laughing. The cigarette butt falls to the ground, Don Commercial Center. En-ha happily runs off. En-ha stands behind watching. You've been worried for so long, yet I'm still exhausted. Julieta, cheer up. I'm not even tired. We just got here. Bruno chuckles. Sorry. Sighs. Buy me something yummy to eat. Bruno replies, all right. You glanced at me. I always feel a tingle when I'm around him. How can an ordinary office worker hide mana so perfectly? Take a closer look. Bruno speaks up. What's wrong? You turn away. Where's Julieta? He's definitely not normal. Bruno points. They said she went to the 5th floor. Tired already. This will be hard to find. Ugh is cheerful. And now, Sis can hide mana too. Bruno holds something out. Don't worry, we have this. Ugh is surprised. A phone? What for? It's tracking their location. Really? Worry. Does Julieta know about this? Bruno puts it away. This is a secret. Ugh is suspicious. This guy is too suspicious. Bruno coughs. Let's go. The two begin to walk. As they pass a suspicious-looking thug in a hat, he cackles maniacally. Let's begin, shall we? They're quite a distance apart. En-ha sensed something and turned around, spotting a guy with a powerful blue mana aura. That's him. He recalls the desolate city. He grabs his sword and battles. En-ha faces the hooded boss. He also has that tattoo on his hand. This guy looks just like him. It's Wu Ming. En-ha is shocked and turns around. Wu Ming releases a powerful mana surge. En-ha remembers that tattoo. It's definitely the Wu Ming from his memories. He smirks wickedly. Wu Ming, bah! En-ha panics. Why is he here? Bruno speaks up. What's wrong, En-ha? You run. Don't you find it strange, huh? He asks curiously. Bruno turns around, back and forth. Bah! En-ha is worried. Yes? Bruno explains. There are 3 people with strange scents. A bald guy and a Wu Ming. En-ha reaches out his hand. 3 blue flames appear. He unleashes the skill, causing the 3 flames to scatter immediately. The flames strike the 3 individuals. En-ha is surprised. You just stood there? He observes. Just as I thought, they are players. Moreover, they are highly trained players. En-ha looks at Bruno. What about the other one? He's watching us from where he stands, no doubt. 2 players aren't standing too far apart, are they? They signal, then split up, heading in opposite directions. En-er is watching suspiciously. He follows the bald one. He pulls something from his pocket. Did that bald guy just accidentally drop a blue mana stone? En-ha is shocked. A mana stone? Don't tell me these jerks. A blue light engulfs the entire supermarket. Everyone is surprised and stunned by that sight. The blue light becomes increasingly extravagant. Stronger and stronger, it creates a sinkhole. People are whispering, Mom, what is that thing? A mana distribution error, perhaps. Bruno anxiously turns to see the hounds pouncing, chasing everyone. It's as if they want to devour them, not just bring them down. More and more monsters keep popping out. An emergency announcement blares. Monsters have appeared in the grocery store. All staff and customers, please evacuate to the nearest no-name fire station. Calmly, he thinks, everything is going according to plan. Annihilate anyone who gets in the way. En-ha observes the chaos at the grocery store. This air car incident never happened before I was reborn, dang it. I hate to admit it. But from that day on, the future has already begun to change. En-ha recalls the horrifying city scene. En-ha lunges, embracing him tightly. Everything explodes and fades. The hound screams as it quickly pounces towards En-ha. He turns around. Ah, that's right. Bruno leaps to attack the hound. He places a hand on En-ha's shoulder. Snap out of it. We have to find Julieta. En-ha, do you think you can move? He snaps out of it. Right. Saving Julieta is currently our top priority. Ha yells, "Where did those two go?" Bruno explains. "They're still on the 5th floor. Hopefully nothing bad happened." A voice comes from above. "So you were the one who unleashed mana earlier, is that right?" Wu Ming scoffs. He stands high above. "Why are you panicking and running away?" Ha speculates. "What rank is he? I'm in a hurry right now." Suddenly, Bruno lunges forward. He throws a punch at Wu Ming. A devastating blow sends Wu Ming crashing to the ground. Ha comments, without even needing support. "He's already this strong. As I thought. This Bruno guy is no ordinary Joe." "Hey, Bruno, hold on a sec. We can't just exterminate these types of people like that." Wu Ming's face is all swollen and purple, poor thing. Kicking him to solve things is so annoying. In the time before I was reborn, I got nagged a lot because I didn't confirm Wu Ming's identity before he croaked. What are you doing? Why aren't you going?" Bruno flinches. You came!" He's worried. "Kids these days are so scary. I just wanted to knock him out a little earlier. Emergency situation. Monsters have appeared in the grocery store. All staff and customers, please evacuate to the nearest fire station near the guest house." Julieta is surprised. "What's going on here? I can't believe it. Monsters? Did monsters escape from the spatial gate?" "Calm down, Julieta. First I have to see how many monsters are here." Her eyes widen. "On the opposite left wing, there are 3. Opposite the right wing, 2 monsters. 1 in the middle. Lucky there aren't any on our side. 6 in total. We just need to decide which way to go down to avoid being caught." Turning to her, "Don't worry. I'll protect you." So Julieta screams, Right in front of you. A hunting dog is about to pounce. Julieta yanks her away and unleashes a move. An is crying. Sister Julieta. Julieta is ready for action. She grabs a clothes hanger and whacks a hunting dog. It flies backward. Un is surprised. Was that mana just now? Sister Julieta is a player? Seriously? Julieta orders. Let's scram. We should quickly evacuate too. Bruno and Un must be waiting for us. Un replies, yes. Sister Julieta is so cool. The hunting dogs charge. Julieta hugs. She pulls Un away. Julieta raises her hand, summoning mana. She attacks the pursuers. They're faster than I thought. At this rate, I'll run out of mana. Is there anything around here we can use as a weapon? Un shouts. Over there's a rolling pin. Julieta stops Don't go over there. Looks up in surprise. A hunting dog leaps toward her. Get back here now. Stands frozen in place. She remembers that compared to back then. I'm not afraid anymore. Quickly dodges. She stretched her leg out, kicking the hellhound, which slowly fell to the ground. The hellhound had no clue what was happening. Yinga slowly landed. She breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly tripped. Erna, in pain, leaned against Julieta's chest. She worried. Are you okay? I was scared stiff. Erna smiled. I'm fine. The surrounding hellhounds howled everywhere. Julieta turned to look at the escalator. She commanded, Yinga, go to the escalator. Can we get past those in front of us? Yinga hesitated. Yes, we can, Julieta sighed. Well then, let's run. With that, the two sisters dashed toward the escalator. They jumped, ignoring the hellhounds chasing after them. The two sisters were close to reaching the escalator, all witnessed by the hellhounds. Very quickly they had arrived, Julieta ordered. Go down quickly, Yinga. She nodded. Yes! The hellhounds signaled each other, then turned away. Julieta worried. Without a means of transportation, it'll be hard to eliminate them. At least, I have to find a weapon that can be swung and thrown. From above the escalator, a hellhound jumped down. Julieta quickly grabbed the model weapon. She swung her hand forcefully, striking the hellhound. The hellhound fearfully dodged the blow, but was quickly knocked out of the scene. Julieta attacks all the others at once. They stumble and fall. At the same time, they all admire Julieta's cool moves so much, teasing her cheeks. Admin. Stuff goes flying everywhere. Ha ha! He grabs something. He gets into a throwing stance. But the hair-tied guy is blocked by it. He dodges the move and quickly leaps towards Yunha. He prepares to sweep the hair-tied guy's legs. The hair-tied guy loses his balance. Yunha pounces and punches him hard in the face. The hair-tied guy's face is bruised. He calmly says, I'm done. What about you? Bruno rotates his neck and wrist. Me too. Let's go upstairs. Yunha suddenly remembers. Wait, we can see them from here. There they are. My cousin. He's surprised. A wolf falls from above, followed by 2, then 3 more. Yunha and Bruno look up high. Bruno comments, looks like they're both okay, he agrees. Yunha glances at the fallen guys. Let's find some weapons and head upstairs. Bruno asks. Need some protection? He pulls out a sword. This will do. Hey, Eunha says, trembling. Bruno calls out to Eunha. He turns his head, and the nameless guy is still emanating mana. He stands up, staring at him. So you're the one behind all this? Bruno, keep your cool. You actually handed your sister over to this kid? Eunha, coldly. If I don't get my hands dirty, I'll take care of whoever's behind this. That smug smoker, wow, a real foreigner. And Kavat's all smiles. Looks like he's having fun, huh? Hey, isn't that enough trouble for you? What cat turns down lard? Julieta, calm down. Eunha, Kavat says you need to start backing out slowly right now. Smoker bends down to scram quickly before Shinra arrives, but before that, why don't we have a little fun? Julieta grits her teeth. Disgusting. Kavat, should we just back out slowly then? Smoker replies. Gotta escape before those Shinra bastards arrive, however. Before we do, let's enjoy ourselves a little, shall we? Julieta scoffs at the repulsive men. She orders, Eunha, can you find a place to hide? I'll come find you later. Eunha hesitates. Sis, no. I want to stay with you. I can fight too. Sis, don't worry. Julieta snaps. No way. It's too dangerous. Smoker speaks up. Hey, who said we'd let her leave? Kavat, standing behind her. That's right. Who said so? Julieta quickly grabs a model. She's about to smash them. A gunshot rings out, destroying Julieta's weapon. Hi, guy's ear wiggling is provoking me, huh? You really shouldn't be doing that, you know? Shameless smoker. You simply must play with me. How dare you lose focus like that? Insidious Thai guy. Let's duel one-on-one before the Shinra gang arrives and leaves this place. Yuna, scream and scram. He's advancing and cornering you, so don't be scared. I'm not a bad person. You know, Yoon. Quickly dodges. She flees immediately. Thai guy reaches out. He's summoning mana, then grabs Eona's hand. Eona screams, no! She quickly summons a technique, then pushes Thai guy away. Two protective shields are colliding. He hesitates. Oh? What is this? She's just a kid, yet she possesses this much mana? How is that possible? If I extinguished a protective shield myself and pounced to sell this little brat, could I possibly strike it rich? The dagger touches the shield, then bounces off. Thai guy is terrified. Why is it so hard? Yuna thinks. Inside myself, I can block him. Yuna taught me. I can do it. Thai guy is discouraged. If this continues, even I'll be defeated. She rejoices. I did it! Suddenly a hand reaches in. Oh, of course, I can break it. He seizes Yunha's hand. Thai guy is overjoyed. Gotcha! The soldiers are yelling, hurry, folks. Ditch the Shinra clan's pomp and circumstance. Let's save everyone first. Are they turning back? What in the world? A slime escaping? Which division does that thing belong to? Quickly, go get the ranged attackers over here. Baldy charges. Captain, there's no need. Captain, don't. All monsters are the same, after all. We just need to chop them to bits. The swamp slime grabs his weapon, pulling Baldy in. The slime is slowly swallowing Baldy. A notification appears. Everyone, fall back. Physical attacks won't do anything against the slime. Report the situation at the mall to them. We'll wait until the mages arrive. Smoker smirks. Perfect timing. Thanks to this, we have more time. Well then, let's quickly finish this, shall we? Julieta turns to look at Erna. Erna speaks up. How? Thai guy says casually, if I couldn't break that thing, then I wouldn't call myself a player. Suddenly, sparks of fire ignite next to them. They quickly attack him. Those are Julieta's fire sparks, she yells. Hurry, run! This darn tie-wearing goon. Applause, please. Hey, Smokey, complimenting me? You think I can actually pull that stuff off? Julieta quickly hopped back, going on the defensive. She held out her fiery finger. Smokey scoffed. That thing's useless. Just give up, doll. Why don't we do something fun together instead? Julieta bit her lip. Annoyed, she kicked off her shoes, tearing half her dress off. Don't call me doll. Smokey, unimpressed. Oh, that old trick again? That stuff doesn't work on us, darling. Using your power in such a cute way is a bit. His eyes widened. Suddenly, a red beam pierced the shield. Smokey staggered back. The heck was that? Her power suddenly spiked? How is that possible? That's an innate enhancement ability? Seriously? Thai guy charged into the toy store after her. Sweating profusely, he panted. Tired already, huh? Come back here. Thai guy yelled. Forget trying to escape. Just play nicely with me, sweetie. Activating mana in her legs. She quickly jumped onto the shelf. She grabbed a box of stuff. She prepared to hurl it down. Thai guy raised his shield. So persistent, aren't we? Suddenly, A falls because she lost her footing. That tie-wearing jerk caught her. Now I'll break your legs. He looks terrified. Erna seizes the opportunity and activates her mana. She attacks. He defends, thinking, just because I'm tolerating you doesn't mean you can push your luck. Erna counts and attacks at the same time. 1, 2. The tie-wearing guy is almost defeated by Erna's power. She quickly kicks the shield and jumps out. Erna jumps high. The tie-wearing guy yells, "You hateful brat! This time, don't even think about escaping." Erna remembers her sister at that moment. Did she also feel like this? The feeling of mana overflowing in the body? Mana Bomb Erna releases a large mana sphere. The tie-wearing guy is frightened. What insane thing is this? An explosion erupts. Everything explodes. The smoking guy turns his head, seeing everything being destroyed. Runs out towards Sister Julieta. The smoking guy is surprised. Impossible! That idiot got defeated by a brat! I've wasted too much time, and I'm out of bullets too. I can't control both of them in this situation anymore. What a waste. Well, running away is the best option for now. Juliet yells, "Erna, don't come here. Get away quickly." She's looking down at the power. What is Juliet so afraid of? The smoking guy loiters. You look terrified. He squeezes Juliet's neck. Smoking guy flashes a knife. You didn't expect this, did you? Ahead, Sister Juliet. He commands, "Don't you dare move. If you even twitch, I'll slash your pretty face." She's terrified. Sister! Sister! Suddenly, a hand reaches out. Quickly, Ung-Ah smashes the smoking guy's head down. She's surprised. How? The smoking guy laughs. What? Thought I was gone? No way! A player like me getting beat by a little punk like you? Please, Ung-Ah thinks. I can't just fall like this. Suddenly, Ung-Ah channels inner mana, making the smoking guy step back. He worries. What is this terrifying mana? At this rate, it'll explode. Ung-Ah yells, "Sister Juliet." She squirms. Ah. The smoking guy stabs Juliet in the stomach. Ung-Ah cries out, "Sister Juliet!" The smoking guy says, "Smoking guy? You want to go down together?" Ung-Ah murmurs, "I'll save you, sister." The smoking guy hits Ung-Ah, knocking her to the ground. She opens her eyes. Just a little bit more. Forget that smoking dude. Let's bolt, Tie Guy. What a waste. That mana of his was both rich and gorgeous. If only I were a bit stronger. Yun-A heard a voice in her dream. She spoke, "AI, do you desire power?" Yun-A was shocked. "Real power? Can you really grant it, sir?" Suddenly, Yun-Ha yelled, "Don't listen!" making her turn around. He scolded, "Too dangerous. We got through this time somehow. However, there's no telling what'll happen next time. I'll do anything you want, sis. So, you absolutely must live a normal life. If that voice speaks again, you absolutely mustn't listen. Promise me." Yun-Ah looked at her, reaching out, grinning. "Pinky promise. Yeah, I promise." Yun-Ah sat up. "Yun-Ha-ha, I'm sorry. I also have things I absolutely must protect." She recalled everyone being happy together. With these hands, Yun-A will stand up to save you, sis. I desperately need power. So Tai-Guy mocked. "Oh, still able to stand, huh?" He threw a punch. "Sleep tight." Yun-A gently, "Please, grant me." Her eyes opened. "Grant me power." Necktie. I yell, "Stay right there." Ian, lend me your strength. Aha! Swiftly punches Necktie in the face. "He goes flying!" Smoker shouts. "You bastard!" Un looks up to Bruno. He gently places his jacket over her. Bruno praises. "You did great." Ahun replies. "From now on, leave everything to me." Smoker smirks. "This bear of a bastard." Bruno lunges in a flash, grabbing Smoker's head and slamming it down. Bruno smashes him hard into the ground. Bruno worries. "Julieta!" Necktie tries to grab the knife, trembling as he picks it up. Bruno grabs Julieta's hand, concerned, as Necktie charges. Bruno turns and shoves him away. He steps forward. "For everything you did to Julieta and Una," Necktie pleads, terrified. "Spare me." Bruno's fist is ready to fly into his skull. "You'll pay for what you've done with your life." A few days before the terrorist attack at the department store, Kyung-won grovels. "I've done everything you asked. What more do you want from me?" He trembles in fear as Kyung-won prepares to draw his weapon. He screams as he comes. "I'll destroy you, and that Guild CEO Jun too." Kyung-won lunged but missed. He was scared and sweating. Suddenly a sword pierced his chest. A talent that could disrupt the perception of the enemy. He turned back, the nameless chaos nonchalantly saying, "You talk too much." Kyung-won was chained by the neck. Nameless threatened, This is the message that the guild leader wants to send you. I'll take care of your family for you, so don't worry about anything. Especially your wife, I'll take good care of her. Kyung-won struggled, then he gradually faded. Nameless praised. Thanks for working hard, okay? Goodbye. News. A suicide note was found in the cabin. Vice President Kim Kyung-won. Investigators believe he chose grief. S.A. by O.C. Department Store. Logistics Warehouse. Nameless sneered. There's no one here but you guys, ManhwaGO replied. The Sunflower Association has arrived. We couldn't reach the rest. Nameless contemplated. They're faster than I thought. We should retreat quickly. They're probably doing pointless things again. ManhwaGO nodded. But who is that child behind you? Nameless turned back. What child? He looked in fear. Inha, you finally recognize I'm here after laughing for so long? Nameless worried. What's wrong with this kid? How long has he been hiding behind me? Why the flustered bangs? What's wrong? Do they know each other? Or is he just a lost kid? If so, he should speak up. Why are you staring at that child so intensely? I'll finish him off with one strike. Flustered Bangs chuckled. You shouldn't follow strangers so carelessly, kid. There are incredibly scary things that could. He stammered, happen. Enha swung his sword, decapitating Flustered Bangs. The rest of you, be afraid. Be vigilant. The boy is flustered. Oh, right. Maybe I shouldn't have killed him, huh? The remaining soldiers charged. That wretched brat! Wu Ming! Don't lower your guard. That opponent isn't just any ordinary kid. Enha laughed, looking at the hesitant mob. Just because this gorilla said something, why are you all like this? You're afraid of a normal kid's knife? He's not even a player. You guys look like a bunch of chickens, soldiers charged. I'll destroy you! Enha chuckled inwardly. Celestial Steps, battlefield of bloodshed. The boy raised his knife respectfully. What are you still standing around for? If you don't go, I will. Got it? No way! Wu Ming's terrified that he got taken down by a B-rank player so fast. Why can't I just fight him directly? I don't know any players at my level. With my 12 strikes, this brat shouldn't even be able to tell what's happening. Enha glared at him, then swiftly slashed his blade at Wu Ming. Enha launched a kick, hitting Wu Ming square on. Enha coolly remarks, You're nothing now, Wu Ming. The reason nobody recognizes you is probably because you don't have a strong presence. Wu Ming, furious, immediately summoned his mana. He roared and charged at Enha. Enha quickly dodged to the side. Wu Ming is shocked. How? How is this possible? How can this brat dodge all my attacks? Enha calmly responded, I used to feel the same way. Sweeping Wu Ming's legs out from under him, he explained, But, as I thought, there's nothing worth seeing here, because your abilities don't work when fighting me. But don't worry. Enha leaps up. I'll make sure not to obliterate you. He grabbed Wu Ming by the neck. Then Enha stabbed him right in the SEO do. They remarked that they almost ruined this place. Right, Uongha? Please say that you have subdued them this time too. SEO John, covering his mouth. You know you still owe me, right? He glanced at me. I'll pay you in full, I promise. I swear, I guarantee it. She asked. If she asks, then when? He laughed. Oh, someday. Well, I'll leave dealing with that guy to you, okay? Then SEO John went inside. Anyway, well, I'll let it slide this time. Uongha ran over. Wait! She was surprised. You're worried. I was curious to know what he looked like. It's been quite a while. Vodan was scared. Please, no, not this. Uongha snatched the glasses off. Both covered their mouths and were stunned. They vomited. His face looks like a stingray, so disgusting I can't stand it. There was a scream. Uongha! He turned his head. It was Julieta, Uong-ah, and Bruno. He was delighted. Uongha ran to her. Sister! At 3 p.m. today, September 17th, at the SA by OC department store, a group of terrorist monsters were attacked by a mercenary player. His name is spreading like wildfire in the media, yet he remains anonymous. Alongside the Zinla Holy Storm Guild, Shinseo John, one of the 12 thrones, he managed to subdue a player who was attacking a horde of terrorists, resulting in a total of 23 casualties. Myron's eyes lit up. A total of 23 casualties. The government of the goddess faction expressed its condolences to the victims. Myron indifferently watched the news. Then he zoomed in on a picture. Juliet, Bruno, Inha, and Ina. Myron chuckled evilly. Found them! Outside the house there's a barricade. A barrier has been set up around the cafe. So ordinary people can't even realize who we are. Just as expected from the Storm Saint Shin CEO Zone. The best mage of Dion, Yunha. Seriously? This is the first time you've called me that. CEO John, calmly, I want to express my gratitude. You're smiling. I don't think you called me here just to express gratitude, do you? So, what happened? Seo John put down his glass. The nameless group will be executed. This is the first time since the Heavenly Maiden government was established. Yunha, I understand. But more importantly, WHO hired them? Seo John refuses. Sorry, but I don't have the right to reveal this information to anyone else, so I'm afraid I have to keep this secret from you. You're so indifferent. So we don't have a choice? Seo John chimes in. Is that all? Seriously? Fine then. What exactly happened to the Sabai OC group, Selden? Explain. Chairman Lee Jun-hee has returned. Furthermore, the heir has decided to drop everything for now and focus on social welfare issues. You nod. I understand. She stands up. If that's the case, I have things to do. I have things to do right now. You wave. Oh, okay. I'll see you next time then. Just as expected, the future of the Sabai OC group has changed. Bahekta Gang asks, the kids are almost here. Are you planning to go out first? Yunha nods. Yes. Thank you, Uncle. Before my regression, a power struggle took place within the three sons of the family. And in the end, the eldest son was the one who seized the throne. My family, those who survived the Kraken, Nuna really showed off her magic. That kindergarten kid didn't die, and the Bu Khan Mountain incident, along with the drastically reduced number of casualties, the department store terrorist attack didn't even happen. The Sabai OC group's inauguration didn't occur. The future is slowly changing. If that's the case, then this time, the clock is approaching 1 p.m. Enha excitedly looks at the water glass, the sky nearly dark. Enha is shy. Parents. I want to become a player. Enha looks at her, puzzled. Is he worried the future has changed? Enha slams the table. I object! She worries. Enha, he interjects. Becoming a player is extremely dangerous. That's not suitable for you at all. Enha shouts. How would I know if I don't try? Admin also said I have a talent for it, didn't they? Enha interrupts. That's right, you are talented. However, I didn't teach you how to control mana, to turn you into a player. I taught you to help you avoid self-contract disorder, magic power or stuff like that. It's because I want you to live a happy life. Healthy, without sickness or ailments. Yuna gets sulky. Whatever, sis, I want to become a gamer. Yunha slams the table. Why would you want to give up a normal life like that? A gamer's life isn't exactly respectable or carefree, you know. It's like a dangling hemorrhoid. You bet I do, sis. I want to be a gamer. No matter how troublesome it gets, I want to become an AI that can save and support others. I hate having to hide behind others and just watch without being able to help. Mom smiles. It's okay, Yunha. You should do what you want. Yuna sobs. Mom, the kid's bawling. Mom scolds. Yunha, you shouldn't do that. You mean I cry, see? It's all right, Yun. Your brother Sai is messed up, isn't he? He makes a point. Mom, Dad, Sis is demanding to become a gamer. Are you two really okay with that? Mom says calmly, Of course not. We both know that it's incredibly dangerous. However, if that's what Yunha wants to do, I want my daughter to do whatever her heart desires. Dad laughs. Daughter, you can do it, right? Thanks for the ride, Mom and Dad. Huh? Brooding? Even Dad's doing it? What's up? Night has fallen, eh? Boss, you look exhausted. Seo Jong-hoon, spill the beans on what you've pieced together. Jong-hoon showing the terror attack that happened at the Sabe Oak department store. That wasn't just any ordinary attack, but the result of an internal squabble within the Sabe Oak group. This chart shows the power rankings of the Sabe Oak group. As everyone knows, power is divided among Chairman Lee Jun-hee's 3 children. Ignore the youngest. He has the least power in the circle. The 2 true contenders are just the eldest and the second son. The eldest, Lee Bae-in, is quite the hoodlum, infamous for his fiery temper. But many believe he wouldn't be able to lead Sabe Oak to greatness, just because he's the eldest son. However, the second son is different from his brother. Lee Jong-in has a remarkably pleasant disposition, coupled with exceptional management skills. Shady Guy wonders, don't tell me that the previous terror attack, the boss sighs. Yep, that hoodlum, Lee Bae-in, egged on the terrorists, attacking the Sieo department store, which is under the control of his younger brother, Lee Jong-in. Longbeard is curious. Does the chairman know about this? He presses Chung. Of course, thanks to it, he decided to suspend his retirement and return to managing everything. Jong-hoon points to the board. But that's not the only problem. Please, everyone, look up here. The force that Lee Bae-in leads is not just a mercenary group with an unknown name, but it is highly likely to be the Ocean Guild. Everyone gasps. What are you saying? "Oh my God! Isn't this a bit of an over-speculation, Jong-hoon?" he explains, including the hellhounds. A total of 92 hellhounds have been found in the Buchan Mountain accident, although the Ocean Guild took 70% of the magic stones. Only 30% of them are currently on the market, and there is a finding that magic stones were used in this terrorist attack. The boss is curious. What if they are just waiting for the price of the magic stone market to rise before selling them? He replies, "Unrefined magic stones are not a rare item at all." The boss is serious. What about the possibility that the Ocean Guild used 30% of the magic stones? How can Jong-hoon be so confident when the products have been released on the market? All information collected by the Sela Guild has been investigated, including the origin of the magic stones that are being sold on the market. That is impossible. Azil turns around, but that's just a guess, isn't it? There is still no concrete evidence pointing anything out. Jong-hoon agrees. Yes, that's just a guess, but everyone here must have heard about this, right? Everyone is silent. The boss speaks up. In April of this year, when Cindy Johnson found out that Jill Seong-jun was involved with the Dan Gun Group, she was extremely angry, which Jill Seong-jun had thought of quite clearly. He must have wanted to cut ties with the Dan Gun Group and focus his attention on the Sabai OC Group. This is also the reason I called everyone here today. Dale wonders, war? Kang but smiles. War? That's not a bad option. Curly Hair worries. The Holy Storm is in the Ocean Guild. Bald Chen adds, not only the 12, they are all in the Ocean Guild. But we have Thunder Emperor on our side. Curly Hair is wary. No, Thunder Emperor is still too young, even if he is a genius. Resisting the Holy Tempest is still extremely difficult. The boss stood up. Unfortunately, we are not going to decide on war, but we can't let the Ocean Guild run rampant. We will support Lee Dong-in of the Sabai Group and begin to rectify the Ocean Guild. The 4th year, according to the celestial calendar of Non-Yun-ha. Does this make any sense? He forced a smile. This time, it's them again? How can they all be in the same class? Minji is happy. This is so interesting. We are in the same class? Siona turned down. You said that's right. I was worried we'd have to part ways. Eon-ha noticed, however, that little rascal is in class 1, huh? No need to deal with that mama's boy in the future. What a relief, huh? I really hope this year will pass peacefully. Seriously. Big bro. Those little punks have been staring at us for ages now, you know. Eon-ha noticed, while Eon-he got angry. Big bro, shall I go give them a good whacking? He waved his hand. Eon-hui, don't be so hasty. Eon-ha glanced over, and the kids turned their faces away. Minji, worried. Dude, seriously, shouldn't you clear up this misunderstanding? You're telling me to just push this misunderstanding aside? What misunderstanding? Seriously, the girl explains. Don't you know? People are saying your dad totally roasted the principal, reduced him to medicinal dregs even. Because of that, the whole school's walking on eggshells around you, buddy. Eon-ha, stunned. Smashed him to medicinal dregs? Where'd you hear this gossip from? Well, it's not exactly a misunderstanding. So Siona's scared. But is this really okay? Eon-ha, nonchalant. As long as it doesn't affect me, it's fine. Hey, what have you been eating? Why'd you get so huge all of a sudden? Eon-hyuk, proudly. I just trained exactly how you told me to, Hyung. Oh, and I drank Dad's Ha-Jang juice while training, too. Eon-ha, surprised. Wait, what? I told Minji and Siona to drink it to recharge their mana. Right, but it didn't just recharge me. It also helped me grow like crazy, huh? Guess I should drink a glass every day from now on, someone announces. Hey! The teacher's coming. Urgent footsteps into the classroom. Eon-hyuk salutes. See a big bro. Gotta get to my seat. Do-hun introduces himself. This year, I will be serving as your homeroom teacher. My name is I am Do-hun. He radiates powerful mana. Eon-ha remarks, that's not just mana flow of a normal person. Who is I Junsik touching the red book? He ordered a report, right? Underling, patrol order, yes. He reported the request to expel Jin Seona from the parents, which has been rejected. As you requested, Junsik praised. Well done. He looked out, and although I tried to separate the children involved in the drug encouragement, I put the kids, including Ha-Gyang and Dong-ha, in the same class. Drug encouragement, huh? That's the company that the Kim Gun family is running. Is that right? The henchman reported. Yes, that's it. Junsik was surprised. How dare he touch the grandchild? That I consider my own granddaughter? This world has gotten a little better. Ah, and about Ha-Gyang's class. How did you handle it? The henchman bowed. Although he is a retired player due to injury, he is still a capable person in that field. Junsei casually asked, what about his previous background? The henchman replied, the Regulus Guild. He realized, if it's Regulus, then that's the S-Class Guild, right? I reckon he's somewhat trustworthy, right? Earthworm, reminiscing. Ha-Jiang, which second-grade class do you want to be in? Ha-Jiang, cheerfully. If I could be in the same class as my friends, it'd be awesome. However, Dad says it's highly unlikely everyone will be together. Earthworms cut across, really? Don't worry, your grandfather will make your wish come true. The little girl turned and said, "It's okay, Grandpa. I'm old enough to understand things," he laughed. Grandpa thought Ha-Jiang was still a child. Then can Grandpa make a prediction? Ha-Jiang asked curiously. Predict what? Junqi is so confident. Even though Ha-Jiang is in second grade, she's still in the same class as her friend. The little girl happily goes to school with her friends. Runqi touches the notebook. He smiles intriguingly. How fascinating, my dear, that I have another child that I think of and cherish, like my own granddaughter. In the late afternoon, Enha looks around at this pile of dust, saying, she'd better get here soon. Enha is cheerful. But how do you know about Andi, then? Are you avoiding me? Oh, we got acquainted after meeting at Happy Kid. Suddenly, the wind rises. Enha speaks up. Ah, she's here! It's really dusty here, and the wind is getting fiercer inside the house. Yunha looks worriedly at the windows. SEO John enters. She picks up a fan. Sorry to keep you waiting a bit, right? Yunha looks. It's not just a bit. It was a little long. You're late, Luna. SEO John retorts. You're really picky, aren't you? Other people have to wait to see me, too. Yuna suddenly grabs her and bows her head. Hello. SEO John looks over. Oh, hello, kid. Don't call me the 12 Divine Storms. Just call me SEO John Annie, okay? Well, she comments, as expected, she has a huge amount of mana. She has so much because she's controlling it, right? If word got out, everyone would go crazy trying to recruit her. But now she's mine. Yunha prompts, have you finished greeting each other? Do you have what I asked for? SEO John laughs. Ah, I do. She looks. Now, this is a device and a magic stone. She picks it up, examines it. It's good. Luna worries. Is it really okay? Yunha nods. Yes. Yunha worries. Then I won't stop you anymore, but you'll have to take a test. Here's a device. Hold it carefully. Okay. I'm happy. So be it. I understand, sister. Oh, he's hesitant. I don't even know what you mean by understanding, but whatever. Let's begin. After saying that, he threw the stone on the ground, and it quickly exploded with a beautiful blue light. A Qihong monster appeared. Erna, afraid, held her sword. It's a level 8 Barori. Erna just stood there, staring at it, dumbfounded. Is this really a monster? Erna said calmly. Yes, it's a level 8 monster called Barori. Now, coldly exterminate it, Nuna. Oh, he had intended to go this far. Still, I can't get her to rethink this. But now that we've come this far, I'll have to make her understand just how brutal a player's journey can be. Rory quickly hopped forward. Unha looked at it fondly, clearly not threatened in the slightest. Unha ran over. Don't let your guard down, sister. Unha turned to Borori, who opened its mouth, preparing to attack. Unha quickly kicked it away. Borori flew back and fell to the ground, hurt. He scolded. If you keep hesitating or judging a monster by its appearance, you'll die, you know. I'm not kidding. Oh, he's worried. Are you yelling at her? Can she keep going? Huh? Remember? Aha, run. Julieta retaliates. She thinks she doesn't want to receive any more protection from anyone else. I want to protect the people I cherish the most. I can't let Uong. I have to shoulder this responsibility alone anymore. Uong, lift your head, you can do it, so. I will have to get through this. The magical blue stone appears. Uong, breathes a sigh of relief. She tremblingly drops the sword. Uong, sits down on the ground. SEO John witnesses. After 15 attempts, the little girl finally succeeds. Yunha gasps for breath from exhaustion and fear. He comes forward to comfort her. You did great. Very good, Soto remarks. I also struggled a lot to get to where I am today. Players must be extremely strong. I can't believe that kid suddenly made Nuna kill monsters like that. No, Yunha. You are a really scary kid. A few days later, in class, Dohun brings in a heavy box of stuff. He explains that the captain should stand up and get a lot of milk. As much as possible for everyone here. Also, don't forget to put the milk cartons back in the box, okay? The whole class says in unison, yes. Class monitor, yelling for everyone to line up and take their milk. One by one. All right, folks, everybody smile and joke around. Anyone want to drink my milk? Here's mine, too. Yunhyuk observes, trying to recall. That little twerp Habib Leon also hates milk, doesn't he? Someone nudges him. Big bro! Woonhyuk is sneaking around! Quick, take this. Yoonhyuk is surprised. This is a magical item. It can turn regular milk into chocolate milk. He turns to him. Where did you get this? Yoonhyuk grins smugly. You're the only one who gets to know. I bought it at the store near the station today. Dude, aren't you worried you'll get in trouble if you're caught? Hayat's smiling. Well, what about you? Since when did you start fearing stuff like this? Big bro, your furrowed brow is kinda justified, huh? Ha, speaks up. Give it to me, I'll warm it up for you. Ha, you is excited, as expected, from the big boss. But by the way, what's that stuff they've been putting in those milk cartons lately? What is it, I wonder? Oh, she's eyeing that milk carton. So it's that time of the year again, huh? He heads up the stairs. Nuna is in class 4 of grade 6, huh? I remember everything because of her. But I also felt a little sad seeing her. I hope she's not too sad crying like that. Kang Hyuk bumps into him. He grumbles, "Damn it, you're annoying, you bastard." Kang Hyuk teases, "Hey, aren't you in 6th grade? Who allowed you up here?" Yunha scratches his head. "Oh no, I bumped into some weirdos again." "He's annoyed." "Weirdos? You should apologize for bumping into him. What year were you born that you're so bold?" Yunha remarks, "But this guy looks a little familiar. This bastard, isn't he Lee Kang-hyuk?" Lee Kang-hyuk. He is a player who dominates the back alley area of Seoul. Buku, he is not a skilled player, but he is very good at manipulating the weaknesses of others and managing his subordinates. It wouldn't be a lie to say that. All the information about the slums in Seoul. Book Gu is all controlled by Lee Kang-hyuk. He must have liked Seoul Book Gu since he was a child. Is that also the reason? He became an information dealer, I wonder. The remaining lackey, Hwang Yun-ha. These kids nowadays are really arrogant, aren't they? Kang Hyuk grabs his collar. Thug cheers. "Kang Hyuk, beat him up! He's annoying. Besides, I was just about to re-educate this brat anyway." "Hey, Thug, what are you looking at, kid?" "Don't you dare tell," they taunt. He thinks to himself, should I gently scare them a little? Kang Hyuk yells, "You're done for, you little tadpole. Get ready to be taught a lesson." Suddenly, Yunha appears, saying, "Kang Hyuk, what are you doing?" He's surprised, recognizing that voice. Everyone turns to look. Kang Hyuk blushes. Yunha looks bewildered. "This is Yuna?" she scolds. "Didn't I tell you not to bully others?" Kang Hyuk, frightened, says, "Yuna, no, it's not what it looks like." He adjusts his clothes. "Oh man, don't tell me this punk likes her." He stammers an apology. Yunha is furious. "How dare you? That's my sister. I'll beat you up." The lackeys try to calm him. No, that's not it. It's because he bumped into Kang Hyuk and didn't apologize, so we were just going to teach him a little lesson. Yunha pushes them aside. "A lesson, huh? You were just saying you wanted to teach my little brother a lesson?" Kang Hyuk is shocked. His little brother? He looks back and forth. "But the two of you don't look alike at all." Ugh, these guys are really on edge. "Well, sorry anyway. We didn't mean to. We promise this won't happen again." "Sorry. Are you Yuna's little brother? Do you feel any pain anywhere?" "What are you glaring at? This two-faced jerk." "Yuna, let's go. We're leaving, Yunha." Kang Hyuk said to Yuna, "Have a good day, little brother. If anyone at school bullies you, just tell me. I'll take care of them for you." Yunha turned around. "What is that crazy guy talking about? Sis, do you like that guy?" Yun nitpicked. "How old is that Kang Hyuk? He's older than you, you know? You're so calm. That guy, that older brother. Whatever. So do you actually like him?" Yuna went silent, kept walking, then laughed. Yuna turned back. "I like Yunha the most. Let's go. I'll take you to class." "Yunho, whatever. Fine then." Suddenly, Yuna hugged him tightly. "My Yunha likes me that much? So cute." A few days ago, it was pouring like a flood. "How long has this kid been here?" The old lady Yunha checked her phone. "Yuna and Yunha have really grown up so much." The old lady happily continued walking, when suddenly she heard a commotion in the small alley. "Did I hear wrong?" The old lady turned her head and noticed the trash can. "Oh dear!" Ha-jin went over to take a closer look. Heavens! She opened the lid and saw Pa Rang curled up in a ball. Gracious, it turned out to be an Ajin child. A tiny child who has already gone through such terrible things. She worried. "Little one, are you okay?" "Good heavens, you're as cold as ice." Pa Rang remembered. "Look, that's an Ajin." "That's right. How about we sell it?" Who would even buy a kid like that, I wonder? Best to just use it as a punching bag, then toss it when we're done. Anyway, no one cares if an Ajin disappears. I'm pushing Ha-jin away. He fell out of the trash can. She shouted, "Oh dear!" Bud Deng yelled, "Mom! Mom! Who is that? Get lost!" Sadly, she thought, doesn't the boy have any adult guardian? Why is he so badly injured? And it's raining too. Ba Deng shouted, "I'm warning you! Don't you dare come near!" Ha-jin insisted. "I can't just leave the little guy like this." Ba-deng raised his hand to block the blow, dodging it. He opened his eyes slightly. "Ha-jin, if you have nowhere else to go, would you like to come to my house?" He and Ung-ah ran over. "Grandma!" she smiled. "Hello there! My grandkids are here. My Ung-ha and Ung-ah are so big now, Mom lamented. She acts so childish in front of Grandma. I'm so sad when I'm in front of Mom. She's already popped out 3 kids, yet she's still acting like a toddler. Mom, you're being so whiny. I don't understand a thing you're saying. Oh, you're checking up on your son-in-law, huh? Living with my daughter must be tiring for you. He scratched his head and smiled. So, it seems my grandchild fancies Ying-ai. We met last year, didn't we? Ying-ai doesn't remember anything? The little girl shyly says, Grandma! Oh, Ying-ai is a good child. That's right. How old is Ying-ai now? Suddenly, the little girl jumps out, runs to Ying-ai, and holds up 3 fingers. 3. Oh, how delightful. So cute. Everyone must be hungry by now, right? Let's go inside and eat. Both happily agreed. Opening the door, he and N.A. stepped in first. N.A. suddenly senses something. He detects mana. Wait, is it a monster? But it's so calm, it doesn't seem like one. Or is it a thief? If it's a thief, I won't let them get away with it. Who do they think they are, daring to enter Grandma's house? The guy isn't that big either, so the Tai Parang, sword, swishes. He turns around, surprised. The chicken's here already? All right, I've decided we can attack directly. Hey, quick, jump on over to Pang Lang, outside. Mom, Dad, and Grandma are carrying stuff in. A big noise grabs everyone's attention. What was that? What's that noise? Eon-ha's surprised. Pang Lang, why are you here? Pang Lang's in pain. Oh my God, what happened? He's annoyed. Has the chicken not arrived yet? Eon-ha's jaw drops. Zin, Zin! You yell, Zin, Pang Lang, Dad, and Eon-ha understand. So that's it. He's flustered. Well, Mom should have told us. Eon-ha's mom puts her hand to her face. Exactly. We have no reason to say no. Grandma laughs. Well, Mom was planning to tell you when you arrived. Mom and Dad both sigh. Eon-ha looks at Pang Lang. Come to think of it, this really is his hometown. Who knew my friendship with him would start this way? Just how much has the future changed anyway, I wonder. Pang Lang glares. Why are you staring at me? He yells. This is mine, got it? I'm not sharing a single bite with any of you. Scram! Get far away. Or Grandma's gonna roast you with fear. I told you not to use words like that again, didn't I? Young master, you're being difficult. He clearly looked at me first. Huh? Grandma's laughing because of Yin-ha's gaze. He's a bit clingy during breaks, that's all. Ba, Rang, have you finished eating? Should I get you some more? Ba Rang, muttering. This old woman. Seriously. Yin-ha, seething. This old woman. Ah, I still remember. When I first met him, I thought he was completely insane. But even so, how dare he talk to my grandma like that? All right, while the little pup is still young. I must correct his temperament, mustn't I? Yin-ha, suggesting Grandma. How about Pa Rang and I? Go out to play together? Pa Rang, surprised. Are you being rude? Did you drink the wrong medicine or something? Why would I want to go with you? Yin-ha, ignoring him. Grandma, please. Can we? Grandma, gently. Of course. If you two could become close friends, that would be wonderful. Go on, drink your water. Whatever you play, know your limits, okay? Understood? Yin-ha chimes in. I want to go too. Yin-ha, stopping her. No, elder sister, just keep eating. All right, Parang, let's go outside. Parang, what are you eating and talking about? I had her as I said he'd hang out with you, and you immediately grabbed his collar. You better shut your mouth and follow me right now. In the evening, Yunha and Parang went outside. He threw him to the ground hard. Parang painfully got up. He was furious. Parang, shouted, my chicken! You bastard, do you even know that you're not supposed to bother even a dog while it's eating? So even eating a piece of chicken, you won't let me off the hook, huh? Yunha calmly said, not touching a dog's food is also because people are afraid of being bitten back. Parang asked fearfully, what is this? I hope no one heard that calculation. It'd be troublesome, even if it's not as big as her thing. Seo Jun, but it's probably enough. Kid, come closer. You're not exactly a dog, are you? However, with your behavior just now, you're not even worth teaching. You know how a human should live, right? Pa Lang clenches his fist. Are you challenging me? I haven't liked you from the start. Yun-ha jumps up. He grabs a water bottle and advances towards Pa Lang. He was hit painfully. He yells, I'm the one who has the right to say that, you jerk. Pa Lang wonders. What did he hit me with? A cannonball? Yun-ha thinks, hitting him. Is this how you treat the benefactor who fed and clothed you? Let him stay to heal. When Parang collapsed, he knelt on the ground. He was angry, daring to use the term old woman. Damn it, he doesn't have any manners or shame at all, huh? I'm screaming for help, huh? Ha, triumphant. I'll tell you this. Shouting is useless. Your words here won't be transmitted outside. Dad is holding his head, saying, tell you first where to go out. You already beat him. And you're telling him first? He laughs. But if you knew telepathy, maybe you could still call for help. Dad is annoyed. But I don't know. I'm only 10 years old. How would I know how to use that telepathy thing? Ha secretly laughs. So he says that a 10-year-old already knows telepathy? He's lying because he lied to me. There's even more reason to let him get a beating, right? Then let's have some fun together, shall we? I'm holding my head. You're still not done yet? The sound of beating continues. The next day, Barang screams, it hurts so much. He always chooses places no one can see to hit me. Is he really a 9-year-old boy? Or is he a gangster in disguise? He knelt in the house. Dad, oh ha, worried. Barang is 10 years old, right? Mom, oh ha, flustered. Then he should probably be in 3rd grade, right? Dad replies, that's right, but because he has never attended school. Dad's interrupting, but I'm not going to school. You wide-eyed. Dad's terrified of going to school. Ian Ha recalled hearing that before the regression, he was accepted into an academy. He'd be studying a year ahead of me. And they are really bullies there. How about we go together this time? Ian Ha puts a hand on his shoulder. I think 2nd grade would suit Pa Rang better. Pa Rang glares. I told you I don't want to. You wide-eyed mom. Ian Ha asks, Han Pa Rang, what do you think? Pa Rang trembles. I want to go to 2nd grade. Ian Ha rejoices. Then I can be in the same class as Pa Rang. How wonderful, isn't it, Pa Rang? Grandma chuckles. It's only been a day, but Pa Rang, you and Ian Ha are already so close. Mom rejoices along. Indeed, children are so different. They make friends easily. Pa Rang is sad and annoyed. What are you all talking about? Don't you see he just threatened me? Everyone's happy, including Dad. Pa Rang smiles. It looks much cuter. He curses silently. That's not the point. Ian Ha places his hand on Pa Rang's shoulder. Can we go play some more? Pa Rang's scared and sweating. Don't. Early this morning, G.A. Yoon is holding a serious meeting. Ann Beck reports, we're willing to help. 4,000 South Korean citizens stranded in Italy return home. However, that's conditional on your esteemed nation assisting us. Subdue the monster that just appeared in the North Atlantic. In theory, it's a monster beyond even Class 1. The most terrifying kind. It could cause disasters that devastate an entire country. A doomsday-level monster. While we had a premonition, this is truly the worst-case scenario. G.A. Yun sips her tea. Asking us to send our players to a completely unfamiliar place is a bit difficult. How about we provide medicinal herbs to the Nordic players? Anbeck looks at the teacup. The effects of the medicinal herbs you showed us before the meeting are truly outstanding. A revolutionary item. It doesn't even need to be ingested to be effective. However, we can also obtain this through magical alloy fusion. G.A. Yoon states seriously, but that's also something Italy desperately needs. Janko kicks the table, sending splintered wood flying everywhere. He says annoyed, why are you all being so cautious? We're asking, if you want us to bring your people home, then you have to help our people, that's all. Guess the South Korean competition is so weak, they gotta cling to the goddess's skirt like that, huh? Ambeck speaks up. Janko, you're crossing the line. He's just glancing over. She's not even bothering to argue. That's why I hate South Korea. Besides kimchi, what else do they have? G.A. Yun scoffs, rolling her eyes at his nonsense. Hey! Suddenly, everything turns gray. The earth trembles, scaring them out of their wits. To ensure the safe return of South Korean citizens still stranded in Italy, we'll spare no effort to assist you. Besides the Holy Knight, Namgong Sanggun, the strongest fighter in our nation, will also dispatch 2 fighters from the 12 kings. I believe that should be more than enough for you, Chos. Return our Chos citizens safely, then. G.A. Yun signals, causing Ambeck and Janko to sigh wearily. Ambeck slams the table. This won't end well for you, you know. G.A. Yun retorts calmly. If you want to complain about what I just did, feel free. Furthermore, I'll also report to the International Mana Management Association about the leaders who sent thugs and lowlifes to negotiate with us. Jenko shudders. You all need to remember your place. Seriously. Just a bunch of nobodies. Watch how I wipe you all out. Albert? Hey, Jenko, wait up. He's about to unleash a move. What's so surprising about that? A sharp glint flashes in his eyes. Jenko is frozen solid. I'm toast if I move. Yoon turns her head and says, So you're not completely stupid, huh? Meeting adjourned. I expect you all to leave. She leaves, slamming the door shut. Jiang Hu is frustrated and annoyed. Seriously, Blue House, office. Such talk in the office is way too reckless. She needs to be more careful. Sang Jin says seriously, You're not just some famous actress anymore. You're a goddess. Jia Yun barks at Sang Jin. Are you saying that as my bodyguard? whereas the manager of actress Lim Jae-yun, Young Hyuk, chuckles. You're just a pathetic weakling who is good at your specialty, so what? Do you even understand women? How they think? Jae-yun also reminds him, Young Hyuk, you shouldn't have said that at all. Young Hyuk bows. Yes, madam, I sincerely apologize. Oh, speaking of which, now I remember. The old lady gifted us a Maserati Gran Turismo, you know. Jae-yun is surprised. A Maserati Gran Turismo? Jung Hyuk explained. From what I've heard, they sent this car, apparently favored by the old madam, to express their goodwill towards us. Jae-yun indifferently said, Send it back. Tell them I don't need it. Jung Hyuk stammered. What? Send the Maserati back? But it's a Gran Turismo. Jae-yun coldly stated. Old madam, even though I've never met her, I know she's up to no good. Sending such people as ambassadors. There's definitely some kind of scheme, or they fundamentally look down on us. Jae-yun ordered Jung Hyuk. Send some trustworthy people to keep an eye on those ambassadors. If you see anything amiss, report it immediately. He acknowledged the order, and Jung Hyuk quickly left. Jae-yun stood up. Sung Jin reported. Fortunately, the outcome of the negotiations is brighter than expected. She nonchalantly said, A large part is thanks to the medicinal herbs from Alice's group. It seems we owe engineer Seo Khan and Alice's group a great debt. After we've finished negotiating with the Italians, we should repay the favor. Sung Jin nodded. I'll report it to your subordinates. But picking a fight with the Italian ambassador is too dangerous, no matter how you put it. Jae-yun glanced over. Are you saying this as my bodyguard? Sang Jin avoided her gaze and smiled innocently. Either way, I am on alert, right in the next room. If someone has a problem, it should be those Italians, not me on the way back. Julieta, happily. She remembered the doctor's words. Congratulations, you are 6 weeks pregnant. Julieta looked up at the plane. She happily followed. Julieta remembered something. She called Bruno. It's me, Bruno asked Han. Have you had lunch yet? Julieta calculated that she really wanted to tell him right away, but she should still wait until they meet. I'm about to go eat. Have you eaten? Bruno replied, I'm on my way too. Are you going to the hospital today? Are you okay? Julieta shyly. I'm okay. Bruno, you must come home early today, he said gently. Okay. Julieta was happy, really just wanting to quickly see his happy face. Who's making that noise? Isn't that Julieta Valentine? Why is she looking up, scared? Jinko greets. Hello! How have you been? You're even more beautiful than the last time we met. Too bad, though. Jinko grabs Julieta. He glowers. Little canary, you must return to your cage. Then Bruno, while working, suddenly gets a call. He turns. What's going on? We were just talking. Bruno on the line, Julie. Julieta calmly says, Bruno, thank you for everything. Don't look for me anymore. Bruno worriedly asks, What's wrong, Julie? Julie. Julieta hangs up. Jinko chuckles. A wise choice, princess. You should let the one you love live a normal life, right? Right. School's out. Siona cheerfully says, I feel better now. Ha-jung, want to come to my place? My dad's cafe has air conditioning, Yoon Hyuk, and TAE. You guys want to go? Siona beams. Me too, me too. Yoon Hyuk nonchalantly replies, Well, I'll go put my bag away and head over later. Minji agrees. Me too. Minji teases. You'll play with admin and forget the time and be late again, won't you? So Village Boy's just tailing me to nag, is that it? Minji, look! Oh, that's Julieta. Unha realizes Julieta is being forced into a car. Zenko, Myron, Chetties, what are they doing here? Come to think of it, isn't there supposed to be a South Korea-Italy summit happening around this time? After conquering the Rank 2 overlimit monster Leviathan, in order to safely bring the Koreans back from Italy, the Goddess Authority dispatched 3 out of the 12 thrones. Because of that, South Korea is experiencing a manpower shortage. Holy Spear, Namgang Shengun, lost his left arm. Lightning Storm, Shin Myung-won, can't function normally anymore due to the side effects of mana frenzy. Flower of Heaven, Bang Yeonji, sacrificing herself in the mission is what everyone thought. However, Bang Yeonji didn't die. She's imprisoned in Italy by Zenko Myron himself, who visited South Korea as an ambassador. Many countries, including South Korea, protested vehemently. This event ended with Big Mama ordering his public execution. Unha predicts this guy is also with Julieta. She commands, Minji, wait here. No matter what happens, don't follow me. The little girl worries. Where are you planning to go? I told you to leave me alone. No matter the reason, we need to find their goal and contact Sinclair, John, or Bruno. You're activating your mana shoes. Minji, quickly! Yu Hao shouts, dashing after the car. Ugh, dodging turns. He's getting closer to the car. Ambek is suspicious of a kid. Zanko Zi Gao Tao. Who the heck has been following us? Just some punk? Yu Hao worries. They noticed me. Janeko steps out. Hey kid, what's your deal with us? Yu Hao sees him attack, getting hit. Yu Hao quickly backs away. Janeko challenges, what's up with this brat? I guess kids here are good at using mana too, huh? Teo guesses. Albert advises, don't make a scene. This kid's special. He laughs. Is that so? Well, it can't be helped then. Janeko lunges. I'll take care of him. Yu Hao quickly dodges the kick. That jerk, he's trying to off me. He pivots. Yu Hao quickly moves in front of Janeko. He kicks him in the head. Janeko barely dodges it and reaches out to grab him. Erg! Dodging around in midair is a pain. Fine, I'll focus my mana on my legs. Janko's surprised. He quickly kicked Janko's hand. Erg! Ha somersaults in the air. He's forming a mana ball. Erg! Ha kicks hard at Janko. He lands on the ground. Janeko remarks, its mana control is no joke, however. Even still, you're just a little brat, Janeko says, immediately moving behind Erg. Ha ha ha! He turns around. Janeko grabs his neck. He lifts him up. You're more interesting than I thought. Unha struggles. Janeko infuses internal mana into him. Not so fast. You're not the only one who knows how to use mana. Unha panics. At this rate, I'll be done for. Crap, I gotta get out. I'm going to suffocate. Julieta steps forward. Release that kid. Didn't you all promise you wouldn't harm my acquaintances? Janko turns his head. You know this brat? Julieta yells. No, you can't do that. Julieta shouts. He's just a normal kid. Let him go, Janko laughs. Oh, but he's not as simple as you think. From my experience, I need to eliminate these kinds of guys as soon as I can. Ambek speaks up. Janko is stunned. Janko, let go. You're being a pain. I get it. Enha slumped down, panting. Julieta ran over. She said worriedly, Enha, thank you for helping, but you didn't have to do this. She turned. What's wrong, sister? Julieta was silent. She took off her ring. Julieta needs you to give this to Brew, okay? Don't tell him. I'm sorry, she told Enha fearfully. Julieta smiled. Up until now, I've been very happy. He stood up. Sister Julie! Sister Julieta! Hey! Get back here. I'm still talking nicely. Janko shoved Enha hard. He flew into the trash cans opposite. Janko just vanished, the brat. The car sped away. Enha collapsed against the trash cans. He pondered. I thought my second life would be different. I saved my family, who were supposed to be lost. I saved my friends. I minimized the losses from the Bukan Mountain accident, and I was complacent about it. But who would want this to happen? Enha stood up. Who would want to keep the past intact when I'm struggling to change the future? He looked at the ring. My happiness includes you too. He clenched it. Don't decide everything on your own. Seo-jun puts the box down, then sighs heavily. Seo-jun is worried about completing the government's requested quota of magical potions. I've had to sleep less. Suddenly, Soo-jin brings a glass of water here. Seo-jun takes it, and she asks curiously, What's up? He smiles. Nothing. I'm just happy. Soo-jin laughs. Oh, is that so? The phone rings. Seo-jun answers. Hello? Uncle, it's Eun-ha, the voice replies. He, Eun-ha, continues. Uncle, Eun-ha here. I apologize for calling you so suddenly. He, Seo-jun says cheerfully. It's all right. What's the matter? He says gently. There are some things I wanted to ask for your help with. Seo-jun is surprised. As the afternoon gradually descends, Seo-jun and Eun-ha are training. Behind Seo-jun is a mana-tree monster. She snaps her fingers and the tree's branches extend, rushing towards In-ha. She seriously observes Eun-ha, jumping away from the monster's attack. Seo-jun comments, Great reflexes. Then how about this? Erna is surprised and stumbles as a whirlwind forms, pulling Erna inside. Seo-jun observes her abilities still need improvement. She suddenly notices a skateboard inside the whirlwind. Erna is getting slammed. Hey, sis, you shouldn't just jump into action like that. Seo-jun, practice more calmly. It'd be better if it was more like real life. She seems to be adapting pretty quickly. So how about we do this? Seo-jun, make that tornado disappear. Erna looks down in surprise. She quickly dives toward the ground. Erna shouts, GL Jelly, and immediately summons her man. Erna lands safely, then quickly takes off. Seo-jun watches. Well done, Erna, tell Jelly. The bullet is quickly swallowed whole. Then Seo-jun sighs approvingly. Because she's a kid, her imagination and her improvisation are quite sharp. She has enough mana to defend and counterattack. I knew she was a gem. Erna smiles. All right, Seo-jun retorts sharply. Not so fast, you're still far behind. Suddenly, tree roots burst out, grabbing Erna. Seo-jun shields her face with a fan. But you've improved a lot in 3 months. She yells, I surrender, let me down. Seo-jun laughs. Not so fast. Guns are also part of the training. There's a call from Erna. It's rare for Ceylon to call. I'm getting suspicious. Please tell me she's not causing trouble again. That afternoon, the streets were deserted as Bruno opened a suitcase. It was a suitcase full of weapons. He picked one up, all set. Bruno changed his clothes. He stood before the mirror. Bruno remarked to himself, I seem to have lost some muscle. Calling me Valentine's Beast right now seems a bit of a stretch. He remembered Julietta's voice. Bru, she pointed at the strangers. I'm so sorry. How was I supposed to know she was Valentine's princess? The blonde yelled. You actually said that excuse out loud? Who in Sicilia hasn't heard of the young lady? He panicked. Really? I'm just a tourist in Sicilia, Bruno interrupted. No excuses, no arguing. Nothing you say will change the fact that you've offended the young lady. Bruno's imposing figure loomed over the pervert, who was terrified. Bruno threw a punch, sending the pervert flying. Julieta approached, praising loudly, As expected, a Valentine's Beast. Thank you again, kind sir. Bru blushed. Back at the magnificent palace, the former matriarch has chosen those Myron as Cecilia's successors. Everyone panicked. Why her Myron? Why not us, though? What about us, then? Our people have clashed with those Myron jerks before. You know. Those bastards! Boss, shut up! He ordered the Valentin family had made a decision. Merge with Myron. Julieta worried. Father, what kind of merger is that? Bai Lianhua feared. That's right, boss. At this rate, we'll end up kneeling before those Myron jerks. That's enough, the boss said sternly. Nonsense. Doing this is all to protect the interests of the Valentin family as a whole. We, the Valentin family, will never kneel before anyone. We are just temporarily shaking hands with those Myron folks, for a short time only. Furthermore, to show our goodwill in this cooperation, Julieta will be engaged to Vincent Myron. She was stunned. What? Vincent Myron? That Myron playboy? If you're talking about the Myron patriarch's son, then it's definitely that jerk. The boss ordered, Marry Vincent and bear his child. Julieta was furious. Her father said calmly, Your amplified gift is something that can enhance mana in an extremely effective way. If Julieta has a child with Vincent Myron, that baby will certainly be affected by the defect. Baldy is worried, Mr. Boss. You mean? The boss nodded. Yes, the baby is about to be born. Definitely will have talent. Far beyond Vincent the Myron. We will snatch that baby and raise it into a prodigy. Later, we will rebuild the Valentine family. Julieta angrily stood up. Bruno observes that before, he forced her to do things she didn't want to. Now, he treats her like a commodity. Could it be that, in the boss's eyes, other than the development of the Valentine family, there is nothing else? Everyone spoke up. Miss, please think about the future of the Valentine family. Please, miss, please think of us, Baldy added. That bastard is very clever. He definitely doesn't have any illnesses. Please, miss, dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to the future of our Valentine family. Stern master. If you still want to be a member of the Valentine family, endure the humiliation and be the lover of that Myron guy. Julieta, he scolded, but he interrupted before. The Valentine family has given you such a comfortable and prosperous life, so now fulfill your duty to the family. Everyone spoke up. Suppressing the duty of a young lady, giving birth to a child. Young lady, please give birth to a healthy child. Julieta stammered. Brother. Glasses lowered his head and turned away. Julieta was stunned, frozen. She bowed her head in agreement. Everyone left happily. Bruno observed Julieta in the room. Julieta, Bruno asked. Tell me the truth. Julieta hung her head. Bruno approached. Julie, she stammered. I don't want to have to marry like this. I don't want my child to be treated like a pawn. I'm sick of this place to my core. Bruno took her hand. Julieta Valentine, I will definitely protect you, even if I have to face the whole world. Bruno kisses Julieta's hand. Do you want to leave with me? She cries. Julieta is overjoyed and happy. The window flies open. Light streams in, illuminating the room. Bruno whispers to Julia, just a little longer. Bruno checks the GPS. At any cost, I will save you. He opens the door. Young Ha, you're waiting for Uncle Bruno, huh? He is surprised. Are you ready? Young Ha says resolutely. Let's go together. Bruno and Young Ha leave together into the night. He worries, realizing that Young Ha is far more skilled than ordinary players. Still, our opponent is JDC after all. I didn't want to drag you into something dangerous. Bruno advises him. Young Ha, just as I thought. Hurry, let's get out of here. Things are getting more dangerous. Don't look away, Young Ha insists. I know what I'm getting into. I mean, ideally, you should have said that before we left, right? So, I'm going with you. Bruno sighs. Do whatever you want. Young Ha asks. Do you think you can find her? Bruno checks. Thankfully, it seems she brought her phone. He points. The Elisa Hotel, it seems to be that place. He glances over. Speaking of which, shouldn't we be putting on armor? It's going to be incredibly dangerous to go in there without protective gear. Oh, I wish I could do that too, but there's no armor that fits my tiny body, and just carrying this makes it hard to move around. Bruno commented that he looked like he was preparing for battle. Is he used to things like this? You speak up. I have the ring you gave me, so don't worry too much. Bruno is curious. You know how to use it, right? Oh, I picked it up. Roughly. I can't believe his wedding ring is a mana-enhancing item. In 26 of the Goddess Alliance calendar, Southern Europe succeeded in raiding the bottom of the abyss. Everyone on Earth thought it was impossible, but they cheered for those who succeeded in raiding the Black Prison. Players reread the raid diary with excitement on their faces. However, the truth recorded in the diary, the dungeon was extremely disgusting. Most of the players were from Italy. The key members of that raid were all named Myron. The woman was used as a breeding tool for the Myrons. Genetically particularly strong are their mothers. I reckon Bruno couldn't save her. He kicked the bucket before I even regressed. Bruno's announcing we've arrived. Don't you dare regret it, you fool. Heh, regret, huh? Those words are better suited for that lot. White hair and yellow hair. Wonder who they are? Bruno thinks if that's the case, we should head up, right? You nod. All right, the two quickly dash off, taking care of business in one fell swoop. At the hotel room where Janko is staying, he's furious. Why suddenly change the hotel location? Don't they know anything? Tom explains. That's what I was about to say. Maybe they have a reason or something. It's odd that there's suddenly a problem with the hotel on the day of the meeting, when it was booked days in advance. Julieta teases. Looks like the hotel doesn't want to let lowlifes like you in, huh? Jiang Jiyu curses. That bitch, Tom stammers. Well, I really didn't know that the esteemed Miss Julieta was in this country. Janeko chuckles. Me neither. If we didn't watch the news, we wouldn't have known. Ah, well, at first I didn't believe it either, however. Since my own flesh and blood brother confirmed it, I guess it's the real deal, right? Julieta, I find it utterly hilarious that a bunch of men would scheme just to capture a woman. And they even came all the way here. Seems like those Myron guys don't know the meaning of shame, huh? Janeko, you're wielding weapons. Valentine's princess, why don't you sit pretty and shut your trap? You probably think we can't touch you, right? But we're not holding back out of pity for you, Julieta. What's wrong, Jan? She places her hand on her shoulder. He snickers. If we really wanted to, we could have had some fun with you. A few rounds on that bed over there. Julieta shoves him away. You wretched psychos! She spits in Janeko's face. He yells. This bitch really wants to die. A voice calls, Janko Myron! From behind. Albert emits mana. He looks sternly at Janeko. Janeko stammers, Ow! What a touching display of brotherhood. Fascist style. Anbai asks, Where are you going? Janeko curses, This crap! So I'm stepping out to breathe some fresh air, okay? Tom shows him something. Julieta, I'm hungry, Albert. Buy me a bento box at the convenience store, please. And while you're at it, buy some cake for dessert, okay? Albert rubbed his forehead. Tom Myron. Tom shook his head. Can't we call room service? Albert said sternly. Didn't you hear that she wants food from the convenience store? He said fearfully, Yes, sir. Tom walked away for a moment. Albert, you should remember that you are not Albert Valentine, but Albert Myron. He looked at Tom. Albert said calmly, Don't worry. Tom smiled. Okay, if so, I'll come back later. The door closed, leaving only Julieta and Albert. Albert saw her get up. Where are you going? I told you not to leave the room. Julieta was angry. You still don't have any tact, do you? I'm going to the restroom to do number 2, for God's sake. Julieta sat down and covered her face. She remembered. Even if the whole world is my enemy, I will only protect you. Will you go with me? She called, Brew, and bowed her head and cried from the bathroom. Jiang, she came out happily. On the way back, I'll call room service. Jiang Gunyang is surprised. He turned around. Murderous aura. Sao Einha is holding a weapon and flying over. Jiang Gunyang puts her hand up to block the slash. He stumbles back a few steps. Janko hits his head against the wall. Looks like I'm in luck today, huh? You challenged. Janko angrily grinds his teeth. You bastard! Einha, before you slash with that sword, pull up your pants first! I'll give you time to put on your pants. 1 hour before infiltrating the hotel, Seljan casts a spell to increase physical speed. Speed boost. Then a spell to enhance muscle strength. Spells are cast continuously. Defense, recovery, mana recovery, magic resistance. Einha says appreciatively, Thank you, sister. But what about the guests at the hotel? If they get caught in the battle for some reason, Seo John laughs. Don't worry, the Heavenly Maiden government has ordered the hotel to be evacuated. Everyone is outside already, he says excitedly. Well, that's a relief. Fantastic! Along with the mana potion he got from Master Soken, he was significantly empowered. Now you're ready to go. Facing Genko now, Hakun, this is your chance. He's got nowhere to run, and he's unarmed. Don't you dare miss this opportunity. He's charging like a wild boar. I'll finish you off, you little runt. Genko threw a punch, but luckily, Hakun dodged it just in time. His attack hit the wall, causing it to crumble. Hakun pivoted and launched a counterattack. He gripped his sword, eyes blazing with murderous intent as he charged. With all these buffs and potions I've got, guess we should go all out, huh? Genko raised a shield, frantically defending. Hakun didn't back down, attacking him head-on. His sword collided fiercely with Genko's shield. His defense was breached after that impact. Genko was stunned. That kid is completely different from when he first met him. He even set up 3 layers of shield defense. Yet you still broke through them all? Hakun seized the opportunity. Is that all you've got? He delivered a direct kick, sending him flying. Taking the full force of the attack, Genko crashed into the wall with tremendous force. He screamed in pain. He summoned his shield again to defend. Given the circumstances, there's no other way. That pesky Genko is so annoying. This cramped space means he can't go all out. He must escape from this place at all costs. And Ha's eyes blaze as he unleashes a relentless barrage, culminating in a deadly strike. The sword aims straight for Genko's head. He swiftly dodges, and Genko pulls a gun from his pocket. Ha instantly uses his shield for defense. Suddenly, he realizes something's amiss. He's already fled. That scoundrel, Ha yells. He's running away? He tightens his grip on his sword. Then, he quickly gives chase. How dare you run away? His defense layer is under fierce assault and crumbles, unable to withstand it any longer. Genko grits his teeth. He didn't expect things to get this bad. Ha watches him desperately flee. He was too careless. Is Tower 3 really just 13 after all? Seeing him pursue, he curses, "You little brat," then draws his gun. "I'll finish you." Ha retorts, showing no mercy. "Look who's talking! Next year, this day will be your death anniversary." He calculates. There's no time left. Enhancement effects and mana. Your strength is fading fast, buddy. Ha chugs some kind of potion, and the baddie is all shocked. Don't tell me that's the miracle drug that New Shen Authority was bragging about. That scoundrel's too cautious. I should have dealt with him earlier. No time to run up to that room on the 18th floor now. He needs to find something to use as a weapon. And then Genko spots Ha's knife. He's gone from sight, so pay attention to the nearby room. He urgently rushes over there. Ha swings his sword, planning to ambush Genko. Suddenly, he senses danger. Ha's sword collides with the knife. The force of the attack is so strong that the surrounding glass shatters. Genko glares menacingly. "Who the heck are you?" Ha says bluntly, "I'm going to end you." His power is far more overwhelming, knocking him back. Ha darts forward, swinging his sword at him. His sword stabs into the baddie's protective shield. Genko smirks. "Running out of juice, are we?" He seizes the opportunity and grabs his hand. Ha's hand is caught. He can't launch another attack. Genko pins him to the ground. He snatches Ha's sword. He needs to finish you off at the first chance he gets. Do you think I, Tao, should get a weapon too, so I can fight? An intense killing aura surrounds you, Lan. Ha! A vengeful spirit. A dark aura engulfs Jiankei's body. He panics. This is a mana-corroding skill. Inside his body, so annoying. Get lost, you annoying pests. Jiankei glances sideways, noticing something. Ha uses the heavenly steps, aiming directly at him. A lightning-fast sword swing is unleashed. You continuously launch relentless attacks, catching Jiankei off guard. He struggles to defend. This brainless, hateful guy won't last long. Jiankei is sent flying away by Ha. Objects around are toppled over and ruined. The room is now a complete mess. The battle between the two of them shows no sign of ending. Jiankei smirks triumphantly. What's wrong? Your attacks are getting weaker. Where did that fighting spirit from earlier go? A tall figure stands waiting at the door. Albert frowns. Julieta, everything is for the benefit of the Valentine family. There was no sound in response to his statement. Beck grew impatient. I'm going out. If you need anything, just call Tom or call the house. Suddenly, he stopped, standing as if waiting for someone. Beck slightly lowered his face. He pushed up his glasses calmly and said, "Long time no see." Bruno staggered over from a distance. He glared and growled, "Where's Julieta?" Albert glanced at his face, looking annoyed. When questioned, he calmly replied, "Bruno, anyone who takes Julieta out of the family will be dealt with. You know very well the consequence for this is your life, right? However, I will give you a chance. Return to the Valentine family, Bruno. Come back and help me destroy. Before he could finish speaking, he was attacked by Bruno. He said sternly, "Don't waste your breath." Albert drew his gun, looking calm. "Is that so?" "Come on." He pointed the gun straight at Bruno. He didn't back down either, ready to fight. The previous battle between Albert and Bruno lost 7 times. Jenko gloated. "What's wrong? Has your punch gotten weaker, or what? Where did that fighting spirit from before go? Where did that arrogant smirk go, I wonder?" "Here it is!" he shouted, scolding the cunning brat. "You're looking awfully confident now, laughing like a maniac, huh? Why don't you just chug some magic potion, old man? You don't have any, do you?" Zenko gritted his teeth in anger as he drew his sword, launching an attack at him. Unha was caught off guard, struggling to defend himself. It seems his power hasn't fully recovered yet. He can barely hold on. Finally, Unha couldn't take it anymore. He was knocked back by Zenko's attack. He quickly regained his balance, preventing himself from being thrown too far. He sneered. "Is that all you can do after drinking a magic potion, huh? You've gotten weak, haven't you? Why don't you play with my dogs a little bit?" Unha jumped high to evade the dogs created from Zenko's power. He thought to himself, this isn't effective. If that's the case, Unha spun his sword, creating a drill-like power source. 1 point. Penetration strike. Without hesitation, he charged towards Zenko. By the time he realized it, Unha was right beside him. Zenko was momentarily stunned. That Uong-ha moves so fast, he can't even keep up." Jineko quickly draws his gun from his pocket. Uong-ha also draws his, ready to fight back. He fires, aiming directly at the target on the other side, and he pulls the trigger almost simultaneously. Jineko manages to use his shield to prevent the bullet from hitting him. Meanwhile, Uong-ha gets shot in the shoulder. He cries out in pain as he exhales. Finally, a chance to breathe. "This is my turf." He laughs cockily, as arrows filled with power are being created by Jineko, aiming at Uong-ha. Spara Akaso scatter arrow. His eyes gleam, shining with malice. Uong-ha flinches slightly, gritting his teeth as the arrows rain down on him. Uong-ha quickly tries to dodge them. Jineko boasts, "You cowardly rat. Let's see how long you can avoid this." The arrows relentlessly chase after him. Uong-ha has to keep dodging, exhausting his strength. He regains his footing, turns, and counterattacks. Uong-ha retaliates fiercely, trying his best to hold on. He gets hit by the arrows. Uong-ha endures the pain, even though the wounds are bleeding profusely. Another arrow pierced right through his thigh. The brat, Yang-ha, gritted his teeth, stubbornly fighting back. Those arrows vanished as he stood there, exhausted from the ordeal. Yang-ha frowned, the situation a real catch-22. Jineko wasn't letting up, drawing his gun to threaten. "Your end is near, kid!" The dogs from before reappeared, clamping down on Yang-ha's legs. Panic struck him. When did a vortex appear above his head? He calmly thought. Can't avoid it, eh? Then, 1 point breakthrough strike. Then he quickly escaped the dog's grasp. Yang-ha spun around, aiming his gun directly at them. They still tried to lunge, trying to bite his legs. Yang-ha leaped forward, closing in on Jineko. He raised his sword, slashing straight at the guy. Jineko's eyes widened. Luckily, he managed to fling him away, towards Chiu-jong. Yang-ha barely touched the ground before stepping on circles of power. They surrounded him from all sides. Yang-ha was shocked. "This is a magic trap!" He realized it too late. Everything shattered instantly. The ground was smashed to smithereens. He slumped to the ground, drops of fresh blood falling messily at his feet. In my heart, Yang-ha secretly plotted. In this situation, I can't run anymore. I need to recover first. But unexpectedly, Jineko snatches the magic potion from my hand. That sleazy look on his face. "You planning to drink it all yourself?" He snatches the potion. Yang-ha resentfully cursed him inwardly. Jineko Myron is still standing there, rambling on. "The magic potions in this country are pretty good. Restores stamina and mana. Instantly." He ignores him, my heart only thinking, "I have to get out of here first." Suddenly, Jineko yells and throws a sneak attack. Yang-ha's heavenly steps. He's shocked, but immediately turns to counterattack him. The weapon in my hand falls to the ground. Jineko fiercely kicks him in the chest. He grins widely. "I'm not going to deal with you simply like that, you know." Yang-ha, following the momentum, flies backward. His body crashes into the wall, creating a large explosion. Jineko Myron gloats. "A beast only understands when it's beaten. How dare a little puppy like you get involved in this matter?" Streams of red blood gush fiercely from Yang-ha's body. Jineko Myron stands dumbfounded on the spot. He's doubtful. Did this little brat just kick the bucket? With just that much, he really shouldn't be able to log out just yet, right? He was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. throwing the empty magic bottle down. His voice was indifferent. Guess I should have used that sooner. From within the dust and smoke, he slowly materialized. His face was as cold as ice, his eyes radiating murderous intent. Geniko Miran screamed in terror. "You bastard! How many bottles did you drink?" He nonchalantly replied, "I have a whole set of fruit-flavored magic potions. So what?" He wondered. It was shocking enough that a dying guy could recover his stamina and mana. But unbelievably, he even refreshed all his buffs with no cooldown. What's more, his mana is amplified even higher than before. "Don't tell me." Unconsciously, he blurted out, "A power-up? How?" Yunha added, "Not just a power-up. I've got this too." His face turned deathly pale. Not a drop of blood left. He stood there, stunned. That thing in Yunha's hand. It's the amplifying bracelet. Jinko was doubtful. "No way! Just how strong is this bastard? But I still have one chance. He's not very accurate. Definitely better than him in that aspect." Yunha gripped the gun tightly in his hand, his eyes burning. He wanted to devour him alive immediately. Without another word, he pointed the gun directly at him and pulled the trigger. Geniko Miran also launched a counterattack, inwardly sneering. "You've made a mistake, kid. You've celebrated victory too soon. I will be the victor." Uang-ha swiftly dodged a fatal blow. Taking advantage of Geneko Miran's momentary lapse, he snatched up the katana that had been dropped earlier. He froze, not understanding what had just happened. Uang-ha was ready to take him down. He aimed directly at Geneko Miran's gun-wielding arm. He hurled the katana, sneering, "Ignorance brings pain." The pain in his arm made him wince slightly. His arm was severed in two. He coldly said, "You're already feeling pain? I'm just getting started. Didn't you say that beasts only understand when beaten?" He resentfully clutched his arm, which was constantly bleeding. Fresh blood. The katana had returned to Wang Ha's side. Geneko Miran hissed through gritted teeth. "But I'm not the beast." He staggered, still stubbornly retorting, "Aren't you the one?" In the long, silent corridor, a figure was sent flying. Bruno Valentin, the berserker, swung his fists wildly. "Beast Bah!" His punches landed in the corridor, shattering bricks and stones. Faced with this scene, Albert Valentin furrowed his brow. Bruno Valentin took a 0.1-second break and continued to attack. Albert Valentin dodged quickly. Faced with this situation, he turned and ran away to escape. Bruno's moves continued to follow closely. Suddenly, he saw Bruno Valentin, who had been chasing him, with a ferocious face. His deadly fist grazed Albert Valentin's face. He mocked, "Your skills haven't changed at all." Then he grabbed Bruno's arm and said with a scornful tone, "I've been really looking forward to seeing what your current skills are like, but I'm disappointed." Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed throughout the hallway. Anbeck Valentin pointed his gun at Bruno Valentin's chest and pulled the trigger, but the bullet didn't go through his chest, but fell straight to the ground. Anbeck Valentin lost his patience. "So what are you going to do? Just stand there and take the hits?" Bruno Valentin used Warrior Shield 2 and saved his life. Blood flowed from his mouth. He couldn't help but raise his fist angrily, intending to punch Anbeck Valentin. But before Bruno's fist could land on Albert Valentin's face, he interrupted, "There are two reasons why you're defeated. First, your moves are too predictable. Secondly, your mana is nearly depleted, and the potion's effects are wearing off. While the potion's still working, you can't move either. The only thing you have is defensive magic. You've painted yourself into a corner, fool." Bruno Valentin cursed his own mana in anger. His shield couldn't withstand it, and shattered into pieces. Anbeck Valentin cocked his gun, ready to pull the trigger. Suddenly, Julieta Valentin ran over, shouting to stop him. "This is different from what you promised. You said you wouldn't touch anyone around admin." Not only did he not stop, but he pointed the gun at her, his voice cold. "You came out here just to talk about promises, huh?" Anbeck ordered. "It's almost over here. Just stay put." The barrel of his gun pressed against her forehead. Julieta gripped the gun tightly and challenged him. "Shoot if you can!" He didn't expect her to do that. Albert Valentine was furious. She turned to Bruno Valentine and said, "Bruno, go back. Do you really not want to live? It's not just him. Jian Kei and Tom Myron are here too. You think doing reckless things like this will make me happy? What I need is—" Before she could finish, Bruno Valentin cut her off. "I once vowed to protect only you, miss. Just say the word, and that's enough," she yelled. "Don't move, Bruno Valentin." However, he took a step closer. Albert Valentin didn't hesitate, squeezing the trigger without a second thought. Julieta Valentin screamed, powerless. Bruno Valentin raised his hand, shielding Albert Valentin from the bullet. Albert Valentin was confused by this action. Bruno Valentin's hand completely engulfed the bullet. He said, "Just one word is enough, Julieta. Even if the whole world turns against you, miss." His eyes were sharp and cold. His voice became more resolute than ever. "I'll only need you. So please, answer me." Bruno Valentin unleashed a blazing fire, Albert Valentin watched in stunned silence. Then he quickly used his shield and dodged to the side, avoiding his unexpected attack. He hid behind his shield, dodging the crazed flames that wanted to end him. Bruno Valentin cradled his aching arm, gently calling out to Julieta. She weakly replied, "Help," then slowly reached out her hand. Warm tears streamed down Julieta's face. Her gentle voice saved me. On Wang Ha's side, Genko Myron and I ceased fighting. Hearing Genko Myron's moan, he scoffed. "Just lost an arm, huh? Need to overreact that much." His arm lay discarded in a pool of red blood. Wang Ha indifferently asked, "You can still use healing magic to reattach it, can't you?" Seeing this, Zenko fearfully screamed, trying to stop him. "Halt!" But of course, he wouldn't spare him. Zenko Myron could only watch as Wang Ha's foot stomped hard on the arm on the ground. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Zenko Myron was powerless. He could only stand there, blinking. Then he screamed, cursing, "You little brat!" He summoned bursting fire. Wang Ha wondered. That's a large area of effect bombing magic, right? Watching the bursting fire hurtling towards him, he calculated. However, it won't affect me if I move far enough away from the blast. The bursting fire, like a hungry beast, relentlessly hunted its prey. Wang Ha gritted his teeth in annoyance. Even though I'm using mana from the heavenly steps, it's still catching up? How is that even possible? The bursting fire was now close to his feet. Exactly as predicted. A huge explosion went off right behind Yang Ha. His body went tumbling for a good 10 meters because of it. Once his body stopped, Yang Ha was incredibly annoyed, and before he could even collect himself, he noticed something was off. Genko Myron unleashed a second, rapid-fire, relentless attack to strike. However, he wasn't the least bit afraid. Yang Ha didn't fall behind, countering with precise penetration strikes. He gritted his teeth, muttering inwardly, "Just a little more." A bit faster, just as Yang Ha's foot flashed forward. That's when the explosion behind him rang out. He was radiating fierce energy, determined to face Genko Myron. He was scared he was about to slash me, but suddenly Yang Ha realized something was off. Something was wrong with his body. Damn it, why now? This young body of mine has reached its limit. Seeing Yang Ha like that, he thought to himself, I don't know what's going on, but this is my chance. An iron cage appeared, completely covering Yang Ha's body. It was Genko. Myron had used restraining imprisonment to lock him up. Yang Ha, trying to break the cage, thought, damn it, I need to deal with this thing before my body is completely exhausted. Without further hesitation, he decisively slashed, severing the iron bars. That also caused the sword in his hand to shatter into pieces. Unha's eyes turned bloodshot with anger. Genko Myron attacked unexpectedly, causing him to be thrown back. After that blow, Unha quickly recovered, bracing himself with one hand on the ground. His other hand emitted purple energy, preparing to counterattack. He slammed down, pouring all his resentment into a decisive blow named Oan Lin. Genko Myron loudly criticized. What use is that? The hand gripping his sword showed bulging blue veins before Unha's attack. He roared, I've already lost one arm. The gun in his hand was suddenly struck by something, a collision between two opposing forces, causing the ground to shatter for a moment. Unha and Genko Myron were also affected and fell backward. The hand holding the gun ached to the bone. Bone-piercing pain was evident on Unha's face. Genko Myron screamed, Go to hell, Unha! He quickly dodged. He immediately rotated his foot, creating a firm base. Then he fired continuously at Genko Myron. He was hit by a bullet in the chest, and blood gushed out from there. Genko was getting angrier. He risked everything, leaping up for a counterattack. Genko Myron's fire was tightly wrapped around Uong Ha's leg. He yanked hard, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. His arms slammed hard against the ground. Genko Myron followed up with a blow to his chest. He raised his fist menacingly, then delivered a thunderous punch to his face. Genko Myron went berserk, punching and cursing. Go to hell! I told you to go to hell. Uong Ha's hands trembled, groping uselessly in the air. Unable to muster any strength, his hand fell heavily. Genko Myron, still not finished, continued kicking Uong Ha relentlessly. He slowly backed away. His voice was triumphant. It's over! Instantly, Genko shouted, Decisive blow! Unleash the rapid fire! He stood watching the dust swirl up thickly, a grin spreading across his face. Genko Myron laughed with satisfaction. Done! I've won! But then he mused, But what if he isn't finished yet? I'll strangle him until he's got no pulse left, that's what. But just as Genko's hand reached out, Uong Ha grabbed it tightly. That's like a wild beast, Yang Ha. It's latched onto his arm and won't let go. A sharp pain shot through him, and Genko Myron screamed, Get off me, you brat! He kicked Yang Ha hard, ordering, Release me now! Taking the full force of his kick, Yang Ha was sent flying, crashing into the ceiling. Juneko Myron taunted. You insignificant maggot! You've really shown me what a worthless piece of trash you are. But now what are you going to do? I'm still perfectly fine here. Before he could be arrogant for too long, he suddenly coughed up blood. A mouthful of bright red blood splattered onto the ground. Zenko couldn't believe he had suffered such massive damage that he was coughing up so much blood. Why can't I control my mana? His hand trembled. His legs also lost their strength. And he collapsed. In the pain that felt like his body was being torn apart, Zenko Myron finally realized it was mana backflow. He roared in fury. What have you done to me? Yang Ha slowly raised the level 6 blue potion, speaking lightly. Level 6 extremely potent poison from a phantom spider. That potion contains phantom spider venom. It blocks internal mana flow, causing mana congestion, leading to death. Juneko, that rascal hid poison in his mouth? Seriously? Juneko Myron writhes in agony, still cursing this idiot relentlessly. So you intended to take us both down together? How amusing, dude. You fool. Who only brings poison alone? He pops open the vial in his hand, drinks it all down, and says, of course, I brought the antidote with me too. Lying on the ground, he curses like a maniac. Yuna picks up the gun, slowly saying, Stop cursing in Korean. What's wrong with your pronunciation, huh? He points the gun at his head. Even now, Juneko is still boasting. Are you sure you won't regret this? I'm part of the JDC family, you know. If you send me to meet my maker, it'll become a global issue. Got it? If you eliminate me, the whole world will be your enemy. Have you prepared yourself to consider the whole world your enemy? Before he could finish, Yuna snapped. Shut your mouth for being so talkative. Growing impatient, he shoved the gun barrel right into Juneko's mouth. Yunha sits down in front of him, his voice cold. The survivor will determine the value of your life. I'll decide whether the world becomes my enemy or not. Because you lost, just obediently go meet your ancestors. Juneko Myron's eyes widened in horror as the cold bullet pierced his throat. The ruined room fell silent as Yang-ha tossed the gun aside. He was also exhausted, collapsing onto the floor, panting heavily. He muttered, I only have one potion left. Should I just drink it now and go meet Brother Bruno? I'm about to kick the bucket anyway. Behind the wall, Tom Myron was hiding, observing him. He gripped the plastic bag in his hand tightly to suppress his fear. He kept wondering, what is going on here? Unbelievable that the Chatacy of Italy would bite the dust at the hands of a kid. It's not like I couldn't handle a guy who's about to croak, however. Dealing with him might take more time. Before those Korean players arrive. Meanwhile, in Seoul, John was also planning to go to the Alice Hotel, while Tom Myron pondered. Taking care of Julietta Valentine is top priority. Bruno Valentin, like a beast, pounced on his prey, Albert Valentin. His face was filled with utter resentment. Albert Valentin was also somewhat terrified by his appearance. Bruno Valentin's punch sent Albert flying. The impact created a massive hole in the ceiling. He thought, he's totally different from before. Is it the amplification? How is he so fast? Bruno Valentin charged again, ready to strike. Albert Valentin, clueless, could only stare. As Bruno Valentin prepared to end it all, a voice cut through. Stop! He held a knife to Julietta Valentin's neck. It's over! If you don't want to see Julietta die before your very eyes, dispel your mana! Bruno Valentin worriedly called her name Julietta. Tom Myron slashed her neck as a warning. Don't move. Stay still and raise your hands. If you think I wouldn't dare off her, you're dead wrong. He didn't dare to risk it. He could only obediently raise both hands. Tom Myron turned to Albert Valentin. Lord Albert, it ends here! There's no time, sir. Lord Janko is already finished. He nonchalantly cocked the gun. Understood. So Janko has gone to meet King Yama. Tom Myron quickly replied, Yes, so before the Korean players swarm in. Before the words were finished, a bullet pierced his head. Tom could only manage a helpless groan before collapsing to the ground. Julietta Valentin was terrified. What? She froze, witnessing this gruesome scene. Julietta broke out in a cold sweat, finally understanding. Albert Valentin's merciless gun was still smoking after that shot. He laughed gleefully. Finally! You've croaked! I've been waiting for a chance to take his life. But I didn't expect him to kick the bucket before I even made a move. Even that Tom Myron will be joining him in the afterlife. And soon, the Myron family will be nothing left in this country. Bruno, Julietta, I'll give you two a different offer. Come back to the Valentine family. Janko's met his end after all. It's time we destroy the Myron family and rebuild the Valentine name. Julietta Valentine stated bluntly, Brother, have you lost your mind? The Myron family won't fall so easily just because Jenko is gone, she was doubtful. He isn't the type of person who would spout such nonsense. Is it the pressure of becoming head of the Valentine family that's made him like this? Why, he's not the person I once knew anymore. He smirked cunningly. We can exploit the fact that Jenko died in South Korea then. The Myrons will retaliate against South Korea and destroy themselves. Come back to Valentine. I can protect you now. Julieta, Bruno. If you're still grateful for what the Valentine family has done for you, then Julieta returned and dedicated herself to Valentine, when suddenly a stern voice rang out. Who allowed Unbeck to take Valentine? Valentine jumped in fright and rushed forward like lightning, angrily, questioning, Who are you that you dare take my people without permission? Without another word, he directly attacked, chopping hard at his legs. Unbeck was also quick, immediately jumping back to dodge. Then he kicked at him. Albert's face was fierce. Anha returned the favor by stabbing him through the thigh. Albert Valentine was furious. Pulled out a gun and shot at him. He dodged, but was still shot in the thigh. Anha retreated to the wall to defend himself. Albert Valentine regretted, I wasted time. Now I have to eliminate Bruno first. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual, seeing Julieta Valentine helping Bruno recover. He roared, Since when? Lying on the ground, Anha provoked. Whether they need help or not is my decision. So don't leave without permission, okay, sister? You think you've stalled enough, huh? Juliet Valentine smiled gently and promised, I won't do it again. Then she summoned the amplification skill. A huge amount of power also caused Albert Valentine to be stunned. He gnashed his teeth. Damn it! Juliet Valentine gently instructed Bruno Valentine, You must return unharmed. He agreed to her request. Bruno Lau shot up like an arrow. His arm was bulging with veins, like he wanted to take Albert Valentine's life right then and there. The wound on his leg was still oozing fresh blood. Albert was furious that this kid, using his shield, was blocking every single attack from Bruno Valentine. All Bruno Valentine's attacks were blocked by his shield. Even so, Albert had to withstand some force, so he was sent flying. Better dodge quickly. No wonder. He hasn't forgotten about me, has he? Albert Valentine slammed hard into the wall behind him. That slam made him cough up blood on the spot. Bruno Valentine, on the other hand, just got more and more aggressive as he fought. Albert Valentine still wants to counterattack him? Two thugs aimed their guns directly at Bruno Valentine and fired. He parried while screaming, unleashing a barrage of shots. Yet Bruno Valentine was no slouch either. He blocked directly with his hand. Taking a run-up, he charged, aiming to finish off Albert Valentine. His fist landed on Albert Valentine's face, distorting it. He roared, Go to hell! The ceiling cracked loudly. Albert Valentine was blasted out of the building. Hundreds of glass shards exploded. However, in his pain, he stubbornly insisted, I can't just kick the bucket like this. I've endured enough humiliation. I once told the Valentine family I'd destroy the Myron clan. Furthermore, I swore to Father that I would rebuild the Valentine family. This is just the beginning. His whole body covered in red blood. Amber Valentine remains unwilling to let it end here. The impact created a massive explosion. From the deep pit, his hand reached out, crawling from the wreckage. Albert told himself, As long as I live, there's still a chance. Before that Bruno catches up, I must escape. The wind's changing, eh? Suddenly, a voice echoed above him. Albert Valentine, Italian Ambassador Sale Duchesne. I will arrest you for masterminding a terrorist attack on the Alice Hotel. Meanwhile, in the reception area at the Blue House, G.A. Yoon spoke up. The situation has changed. Your intrusion into our nation is quite troublesome. Don't you think so, the mastermind behind the Alice Hotel terrorist attack? Ambeck Valentine. He's currently locked in a glass cage and neutralized. Ambeck nonchalantly said, I am not the one who initiated the terrorist attack. You are making baseless accusations against an ambassador from Italy. Besides, you're also detaining me illegally. Jung-hoon behind her flared up. This freaking old man! Jae-yun stopped him, asking, Oh, really? What do you plan to do? We have a video of you killing Tom Myron and Jenko Myron. Also evidence that you kidnapped an Italian woman. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth and became speechless. She continued to apply pressure. A primary school child killed Jenko Myron? And he's the one behind the terror attack? Ji-ae Yoon laughed triumphantly. Who would believe that? And Beck glared angrily, not saying anything more. She revealed that I analyzed information about Big Mama's political standing and power in Italy. You and Big Mama killed Jenko Myron, and you're trying to suppress the Myron family's power, right? However, it seems you're unemployed. Ji-ae Yoon continued, I heard that besides the two of you, there are other players connected to the Italian side who came here. You must be sad. Ambeck immediately realized that Tom Myron wasn't the only one sent. To monitor him, the Myron family was secretly acting. Ji-ae Yoon announced, We are holding all the Italians who were present there, so they will be the condition for me to make a deal with you. He asked her softly, "What do you want?" She carefully stepped forward, like the number of lies I've been exposed to, then looked directly into Albert's eyes, implying, "I want many things." Scene change. Sunlight streams through the hospital windows. In Yang Ha's hospital room, a voice rises. "Are you not going to listen to your mother?" She pinches Yang Ha's ear, scolding, "You got injured last time, too. And this time, you're hospitalized for 12 weeks with a concussion." Yang Ha winces. "Ow, Mom! Ouch!" Yang Ha protests. "I don't want you pushing yourself too hard. Okay," she gently replies. "Okay." In his mother's eyes, endless love shines. She stands, instructing, "I'll visit again, so take care of yourself, okay?" He quickly leaves, leaving Yang Ha to recover. He wonders, Dad and my sister will be visiting soon, won't they? Yang Ha recalls the scene of his sister enthusiastically chasing him. He looks out the window, feeling guilty towards the whole family, then glances at the remote, hesitating. "Should I catch up on the news while I wait, maybe?" Yang Ha presses the remote. The TV's voice comes on. Here's the next news segment. Last night, someone reported a loud noise emanating from this location, the Alice Hotel. Though the source of the loud noise remains unknown, it caused widespread panic. For quite some time, it has been the players who have helped. The individuals are currently inside the hotel. The news continues. Because mana has been misallocated, this place has become a dungeon. Because there are no longer any citizens in the hotel. The players, the individuals, once there, they went into the dungeon to check things out. Anyone who doesn't know would think there was a deal between Korea and Italy. I wonder what they got in return. Yunha is listening and observing. Anyone who doesn't know would think there was a deal between Korea and Italy. I wonder what they got in return. A hand opens the door. Julieta pipes up. "Big Boss Yunha, are you well?" Behind her is Bruno, holding a cake. Yunha is taken aback. Hey, stop calling me Big Boss," she retorts. "Big Boss Yunha is Big Boss. You're all grown up, so learn to be proud of that title." She recalls the sickeningly sweet scene of this couple. "Don't you two feel bad for forgetting me at the hotel?" he teases. "I kept trying to get your attention back then." "Hey, sis. Hey, old dude. I'm injured here." Hearing that, they just coughed lightly. Suddenly, Julieta and Bruno gazed at each other adoringly. Yunha doesn't understand what's going on. Julieta suddenly kneels down, thanking her for saving her. "If it weren't for you, I would have lived my whole life in despair." Bruno does the same. "Yunha, I can't ever repay what I owe you. Your brother saw this and got flustered. Oh, uncle and sister, please stand up. She's taking the oath. Tonight, in the serenity of the night sky, under the bright moonlight and stars, I humbly make this sacred covenant." Bruno also respectfully said, "I will wholeheartedly serve the person who saved me, and I swear to protect the honor of my brothers. If anyone asks me where I come from, this is how I will answer." Both placed their hands on their chests sincerely. The two said in unison, "My father is the sun, and my mother is the moon." Anha sighed softly, looking at them with affectionate eyes. Julieta joked, "With this covenant, should I call you Big Boss Unha, okay? Oh, bro, or should we make our child Unha's true disciple?" He agreed. "That's a great idea." Unha didn't hear it and thought to himself, "I have no intention of becoming a player, and I don't want to be a part of a mafia gang." Then raised his hand to give his opinion. "Why did you two decide without asking me?" Julieta suggested, "How about we make our child Unha's true disciple?" He wondered, not understanding the idea, then quickly reacted, "Me? Which me?" She's happy to announce the good news. They'll let admin know. They're really looking forward to it. "Now you understand. Congratulations to you both. Sister, I breathe a sigh of relief that you're still safe." Julieta, 6 of these in the bag? "Let me see this." She held out a card. Unha took it, asking, "What's this?" Julieta said, "Check out the names." Unha examined the names. "What? Those are the 2 citizen IDs of a young couple, but the surnames have been changed." Unha was incredibly surprised. He blurted out, "What does this mean?" She reached out her hand, radiant. "What else?" "We decided to live a new life. So, we changed our surnames." Julieta put on a serious face. "In this case, taking Unha surname is the most logical, right? Call us no Julieta and no Bruno." Unha looked at the IDs with a sullen face. He shouted loudly, "Oh no!" In an old corridor filled with books along the row, Jiang Tai was sitting in the room, watching something. "You're here!" Bruno spoke up. "I heard that you blocked the information about us, Elder." He bowed his head in gratitude. "We owe you another favor, Elder," he thought to himself, "from the house he let us live in when we first arrived in Korea. And this matter, too. We've received a lot of help from him." He chuckled lightly, looking up. Indeed, I pulled a few strings. The goddess is quite curious about your identity, Jun. Remember our conversation with her? She kept asking, who are those people? Who are they? Who are they? Who are they? Bruno looked awkward. I don't know what else to say, but thank you, sir. He explained, if there's a magic potion involved, I'd still do it, because the Alice Hotel has fallen into the hands of the Don and YH group. Having reached this point, I had no choice but to withdraw from the hotel industry. Also, I've decided to invest more into pharmaceuticals. Jun, turning to him, warned, be careful. The goddess said she wouldn't investigate further, yet you can't trust her words. Bruno nodded, replying, yes, sir. He inquired with concern, besides, you're currently unemployed, right? Have you considered working exclusively for me? Bruno, being between jobs, was stunned. He made an offer. I won't force you if you don't want to. But back then, he guessed it, meaning, Junsik reveals that you don't want to be my bodyguard anymore. Then, keep protecting the kids the way you've been doing until now. In his eyes, he sees Junsik as a kind person. He bursts out laughing. Don't stare at me like that, okay? You're gonna drill a hole through me, he replied. Yes. A picture of a happy family appeared, with Junsik's warm voice. I have no other purpose with the children who have come into this old man's life. I just want to see them smile brightly. Bruno answered without hesitation. I accept your request, sir. He replied, thank you. He immediately retreated and closed the door. Junsik sat alone in silence. Looks like I'm really old. His eyes were full of emotion. At this age, to be so moved, Junsik caresses the book in his hand. Don't you think so, my love? The photo of him and his wife is still in its place. So much love still remains there. The sea roars under the gray sky, with tsunamis as high as walls, crashing down on the massive battleship, violent shaking the ship lists. Thunder and lightning like drumbeats, clearing the path for the impending disaster. The sailors on the ship retreat in fear. It's coming! From the depths of the inky black sea, a colossal form rises, revealing only razor-sharp teeth and a pair of crimson eyes. It slams into the ship's hull, causing it to violently shake. The ship is torn asunder. It immediately dives down as a voice booms, "Now's the time!" Those worm-like sailors tremble before the colossal shadow. "Commander, issue the order!" When it appears, then, the Leviathan surfaces, causing mayhem once more. It lunges, its pointed teeth like steel blades, charging straight at the ship's bow. Those worm-like sailors tremble, their faces green before that terrifying power. The Leviathan manifests, its skin covered in shimmering, metallic, wet, purplish-black scales. Its long body writhes like a dragon, with one foot treading upon the water. The ship below seems tiny before the Leviathan. It continues to roar, a rumble shaking the sea, throwing everything into chaos. Saint of Spears, Nangong Shang-un, orders, "Move out!" The Leviathan is held back by a block of ice. Shang-un leaps from the hold. "I will clear a bloody path!" He landed on the giant iceberg in front of the massive Leviathan, Sangun showing no fear. He resolutely charged forward. "I'll leave one of your arms behind!" Suddenly, the iceberg began to crack, and Leviathan struggled free, roaring with a deafening sound. Sung-un powerfully descended from above, aiming straight for it, full of imposing force. He used the frozen plum blossom spear technique, pointing it directly into Leviathan's mouth. The power of the northern wind blizzard concentrated into the weapon in Sung-un's hand. He fiercely launched his weapon straight towards Leviathan. Meanwhile, Yunha held his phone, checking the news. The Leviathan conquest had been completed. However, the damage was too great. He considered that Namgong Sungun would retire and leave the 12 within the next few years. At the junior academy, the entrance exam day, Yunha's younger sister ran over, shouting, "Brother!" The little girl jumped onto him. "Play with me! I'm so bored!" Yunha looked at her. "Oh, is that so?" He wondered, "Why haven't I seen Big Sis yet?" "Let's play the word chain game," she suggested. Yunha pondered to himself. "I heard because so many people registered, the exam time will be extended a bit. Nothing bad happened to her, right?" Yunha said, "I'll start, okay?" Cold. A few hours prior, the screen recorded everyone's actions. At the Junior Academy entrance exam, the supervisory board watched the cameras, recording every action in every area of the school. This is not a test to check the aptitude of the trainees, but to find out who has the potential to become a player. The general supervisor requests that all cameras in the gym be switched from number 2 to numbers 39 and 40. Another supervisor spoke up. "Number 40. Are you referring to Ryojan HOA, the one with the obscene amount of mana? Number 1 among the candidates, eh? The red-haired one? There's nothing to discuss about that little girl's skills anymore." Even before the exam started, she was already considered a top prospect. Jian-hoon is deftly overcoming the challenges. So easily, the supervisor wondered. What about number 39? Yes. Following Jian-hoon, Yuna was no less swift. The assistant flipped through the list and replied, Number 39 is no in. She's diligently keeping up. A fiery obstacle flared up. Jian-hoon nimbly leapt over it, then continued on. Next was a blue circle radiating power. Yuna also quickly surpassed it, then moved on to the next challenge. Supervisor watched, a bit impressed with both of their abilities. Is that girl also a seed? He asked. The assistant replied, Nope, not at all. Before the obstacles, Jian-hoon passed through with an indifferent air, while Yuna enthusiastically danced and leaped. The supervisor guessed, So, is there a rookie supernova? He thinks I thought watching the seeds and that rookie girl was enough, huh? The supervisor assessed that the champion of this round has been decided. The red-haired guy raised his glasses, but I don't think those kids used a single bit of mana. What? The supervisor was astonished, meaning Jian-ho and Yuna are trying their best to keep running. The supervisor was surprised. They passed the test just with physical ability? The test is over. First place. 6 minutes 36 seconds. Number 40. Ryu Jian-ho. Grade A+. Second place. 6 minutes 39 seconds. Number 39. No Yuna. Grade A+. Yunha remembers Ceylon's instructions, don't use mana in the test. If it's really unavoidable, then fine. But try not to use it if possible. She remembers the training session. I want to ask, why? Isn't it that to become a player, you have to be good at controlling mana? She explained. Players often encounter unfavorable situations, so we have to practice in advance to prepare for such situations. Yuna now realizes that Seo Young was right, because it's easy to fall into a state of mana abuse. Her eyes suddenly became interested as she looked over, but unexpectedly, there are also people who don't use mana like me. Yuna stares at Jian-ho, who is drinking water. One thought to herself, she's even faster than me. She went over to chat him up. You can really run, huh? Un was excited. I didn't know you could run without using mana. Like I care. Jian-ho pretended not to. The girl just nodded slightly, her face unchanged. Then she quickly turned and walked away, leaving unconfused. Is she shy or something? She wondered. The teacher began to explain. Now, I will explain the final exam to you all. Behind this gate is a maze. The structure of the maze will change at certain times, and you will be placed in a random location at some designated areas within the maze. There will be supervising assistants providing food and drinks, so you can rest. Erna and Jian-ho listened attentively as the teacher continued to explain. In this exam, you can use mana and weapons. Also, you can cooperate with other candidates if you wish. Ji turned to greet them. Excuse me, you two were first and second in the previous exam, right? Huh? Un quickly noticed. She held out her hand and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Choiji. Hello, it's nice to meet you. I'm Nua Yuna. She walked over to shake hands, saying, I'm from Yonggi Elementary School, the closest place to the barrier, and at school. I'm very good at using mana. Une immediately sensed. She seems really confident, huh? Hi. Ji stepped forward. Hey, Une, want to join our group? She awkwardly responded, Huh? Won't we be separated once we're inside? Ji smiled brightly. What I mean is, let's cooperate if we meet in the maze. Let's promise to help each other and have no bad intentions, okay? Hearing that, Ane quickly agreed. She thoughtfully turned to ask Jianhua, Do you want to join too? The little girl bluntly replied, I don't need it. I'm enough on my own. Ana waved. All right, see you later. Ji seemed to notice her expression. The two friends following Ji expressed their displeasure in turn. Yuna, are you okay? She's really going too far, ignoring people like that. She definitely doesn't have a single friend at school, Ane awkwardly replied. I'm fine, you don't need to comfort me, because she didn't do anything to make me upset. The two friends continued, one singing harmony with the other, acting like she's the best, so arrogant, like she's all that. What a strange personality. It seems like it will be difficult for me to become close to these female friends, and A thought to herself, struggling. Her face was a little awkward, and she thought of Jianhua instead. The scene of her starting a conversation reappeared, and I thought, I can become closer to her, even though Jianhua only nodded coldly at the time. While they were talking, the teacher's voice rang out, Now the final exam will begin. The door was opened, and all the students were looking forward to it. The students were led into a maze built with towering metal walls. The turns were identical, straight, and without any special signs that would make people easily get lost. An A hesitated for a while, standing in front of two forks in the road. Which way should I go? An A recalled Seo Jun's teaching when stuck in a situation where she didn't know what to do. Then first, you must grasp the flow of mana. Her eyes lit up, and she began to feel the flow. Flow of mana became clear, guiding her. An A then followed, mana will flow toward the exit, so I just need to follow it, right? She walked for a while when a voice suddenly spoke. Hello. The teacher with the banquet table waved. You're the first one here. The teacher handed her a bottle of water and said, You must be tired. Have a sip of water. I've already opened the cap for you. Take it, be happy. Thank you, teacher. The teacher watched N.A. drink the water deliciously. The teacher suddenly suggested, How about I give you a hint? She was surprised. Teacher, are you sure? This is a test. He replied, Of course. However, because it's the final exam, it's super difficult. So this thing is allowed. The teacher pointed, hinting at the path. It's this way. She immediately bowed. Yes, thank you so much. Then she dashed off. The teacher's face revealed a sinister look after waving goodbye. And Ah followed the instructions for a while, then suddenly saw something. She looked around suspiciously. But I don't see any mana flowing through here. How could teacher deceive me? N.A. looked in another direction, guessing that the teacher was there. So I must be going in the right direction. Haiji looked over, noticing. Oh, no, Yuna. She ran over and greeted. Haiji. She waved. Perfect timing. We're asking teacher which way to go, the students pleaded. Please give us a hint, teacher. Come on, teacher. The teacher enthusiastically replied. Okay, fine, there's no other way. Which direction does the sun rise? The students answered in unison. East! Everyone happily ran towards the east. Haiji pulled Yuna's hand. Yuna, teacher said east. Let's go! She hesitated, turning her head, sensing something strange. The flow of mana is heading in the opposite direction, but along the way, following the guide, Erna always felt uneasy looking back. Every time, she sensed the flow was in a different direction, so she was urged on by Hiji. Something's definitely odd. The teachers keep telling us we're going the wrong way. At the next stage, teacher Kaingoi praised, Well done, everyone. This is the final fork in the road. He suggested one of these three paths leads straight to the exit. This student is wondering, can you tell us which way to go, please? It's the end. The test is almost over. I'm so tired. The teacher, embarrassed, replied, I can't tell you. But then he winked, signaling toward the other direction, and the students got excited. Let's quickly follow this path. We'll be the first ones there. Hiji praised. You guys are doing great. Suddenly, Erna spoke up loudly. Wait a minute. Her voice made everyone pause, turning to look. She pointed in the opposite direction, claiming, I don't think that's the way out. Erna affirmed, The mana is flowing in this direction. Friend didn't believe her. But the teacher said it's this way. Her friend beside her urged. Time's almost up. Why are you doing this? Erna's flustered, yet her mana flows. They yell, The exit is right in front of us. It's all thanks to Master pointing the way. Seriously, buddy, we're so tired. He grumbled. Why are you acting like this? Seriously, Hiji said, annoyed. Yuna. She hesitated. Hiji, she's mocking you. Can you see that? Don't be so stubborn. Listen to the gossip. Second place. Acting like you're hot stuff. Think you're better than the teacher or what? The teacher silently observes, and Yuna is getting worried. I'm worried deep down. Is this really okay? She thought. I'm just saying what I see, that's all. Yuna starts trembling, clenching her fist. A thought pops into her head. If I were Erna, what would I do in this situation, I wonder? In the car, Erna stated firmly, Don't trust anyone. She questioned, No one at all? Not even one person? He replied, That's right. Didn't I say so already? As a player, you can't trust anyone. You can only trust yourself. Yuna deeply etched that sentence in her mind. Trust yourself, she resolved. Yes, that's right. At this moment, her chaotic mind suddenly cleared up. Don't forget, Yuna! At this moment, she stopped trembling in fear. Why did I remember his words at a time like this? Don't go this way, she said sternly. HMPH, suit yourself then. I'll go alone. We'll go this way then. Okay. Hiji watched with a scornful look. The teacher can see the flow of mana. It's swirling beneath Erna's feet. She quickly moves forward, without hesitation, leaving the students behind, including Hiji and the others, to stare after her in surprise. Hiji scoffs. Is she stupid? Meanwhile, Erna speeds ahead. Hiji flicks her hair haughtily. Whatever, as long as I get to the exit. Everyone secretly thinks, I really don't get it. The answer's right in front of her, yet she chooses a different direction. But thanks to that, she's rushing straight ahead. I'm faster again. That's her in second place. I'm acing this test. Hiji smugly strides forward. The moment her foot touches the finish line, suddenly she's back in familiar space. It's the original starting line. This infuriates Hiji. At this moment, Erna has left the maze. The exit was nearly that close! Lucky me, I made it through, I guess. But the test took longer than I thought. Everyone's probably waiting for me. Let me grab a drink. Unha and Yune must be hungry. She was pressing the button when a hand reached out to say hello. Jianho hesitantly held out the can of drink. I bought you a can. Try it. The girl blushed, explaining about his offer to form a team earlier. I'm declining, not because I don't like you. Oh, she's thrilled but shy. How adorable. Then she grabbed the can. Thanks. I'll enjoy this. She opened the can, saying, who knows what the outcome will be. I offered, but I'm no Yuna. If you see me around the academy, let's be friends, okay? Jianho hesitated, silent for a moment. The girl nervously took a sip of water, replying, I'm Rio Jianho. At this moment, outside the school, oh, ha, she exclaimed, sighing. Oh, my, when will Sis finally be back? Mom and Dad are sitting on the bench, waiting together. Classroom number 3. A student is standing, reciting a lesson, and the other students are listening attentively. Yunhye turned and whispered, Big bro, big bro. Teacher I am Do-hun is our homeroom teacher again this year. Yunha continued, and we're in the same class again. The kid rejoiced. I knew we'd be in the same class. How nice, huh? Yunha said without much enthusiasm. Seona muttered to herself, how peculiar, this is really strange. Seona wondered, why is it that everyone I mentioned to Grandpa is in the same class? Before, when Junsik asked Seona, who do you want to be in class with? The girl excitedly listed names. I want to be with Unha, Hai, Aang, and Minji. Anyuk! But I don't want to be with Jin, Seona declared. And for the people I don't like, and for the homeroom teacher, I want Mr. I am Do-hun. He's the best. The girl nudged Unha, asking, Unha, you know something, don't you? Unha chuckled. Yeah. What a bizarre coincidence. Unha also recalled being in the hospital when Junsik suggested asking everyone to take care of her. Unha is a new transfer student, the teacher replied, because the chairman of the Alice group has requested it. We will take good care of her. Seona still whispered behind him. Truth or dare? Do-hun rapped Seona on the head, making her yelp. Then he shouted, Jin Seona! You're so bold, daring to not pay attention right at the start of the semester. The girl clutched her head and said, I'm sorry. Do-hun sternly dealt with the situation. When class is over, go to the teacher's lounge and clean it, the girl replied. Yes, sir. Feeling ashamed in her heart. This is the first time I've been scolded. How embarrassing, he continued. And, Unha, you go too. You were talking too, weren't you? You jumped, then answered, Yes, sir. Do-hun said sternly, Go clean up with Seona. Unha, follow them immediately. Unyuk, standing beside him, chuckled. Oh, no, big brother. He means you too, Choi Unyuk. The little brat jumped. Huh? Why do I have to go too? Do-hun coldly replied. Because you were laughing. Unha suddenly became terrifying. You're laughing? Is this the time to laugh? Seona also looked furious. So you think I'm hilarious, huh? They both agreed. Let's have fun cleaning up together. Unyuk internally resigned himself to his fate. Minji turned around, wondering, we're in class 3 now, so why haven't they changed at all? Ha Jiang, standing next to her, could only laugh in response. At the Duel Academy, the air is fresh. Unha stretched, looking very refreshed. An old classmate ran to hug Jianhua. I've missed you so much, Jianhua. So you've fallen for me too? Jianhua hugged her back, answering, Yeah, Unha exclaimed. We're in the same class. That's amazing, Jianhua shyly replied. I think so too, she suggested. Shouldn't we head to class? Then suddenly turning back in surprise. Students gasped in admiration. Is there a celebrity coming? Everyone's waiting with anticipation. That person is... Footsteps are getting closer. A pair of white shoes appear. Everyone gasps. She's the chosen one to become one of the 12 thrones. At the age of 22, her scepter glows and sways. It's Her Holiness, Park Herin. She walks through the crowd with a mix of power and beauty. Whispers spread. Is that really Her Holiness? Why is Her Holiness here? Harin smirks. Oh dear. Though she appears friendly on the outside, inside she's screaming, I'm not Her Holiness. I'm only 20, being called Her Holiness makes me sound so old. The students' eyes light up. Her Holiness of the 12 thrones. Harin changes her thoughts. Anyway, she walks up to Una and Jianhua. Hiren's eyes are full of mana as she observes them. Even though I last saw her during the Kraken incident 4 years ago, she's grown so much. I can't even determine how much mana she possesses anymore. Anna blushes. What does she need from me? And the student next to her is... Anna turns and whispers, is she a weirdo? Jianhua replies, no. Una, Harin judges. It seems like she's a seed of Elder Nam Gong. Jianhua asks, you don't know who that is? She shook her head, unable to believe the mana. Her inner strength was so immense it even affected her body. Amazing. But what interests me is the mindfall ability. Lin spoke up. I bet I don't need to tell you who I am, right? She placed her hand on Yine's shoulder. Kiddo. Lin offered, do you want to become one of my seeds? Lin's face was full of confidence. Yine stared blankly, not understanding what the offer meant. Lin speculated, if it's not a star or a time witch, or someone like Senior Co Young, then no one can teach her how to control such an immense amount of mana. Therefore, I must act quickly. Her eyes full of anticipation as she looked at Yina. She offered her to become her seed. Yine scratched her face, hesitating for a moment. She spoke up, I'm sorry. However, I must decline. Lin froze upon hearing the answer. Yine explained, I don't know who you are. Also, I already have a good teacher. Manhwa, standing behind, felt a bit sorry. Lin stood motionless, slowly crumbling. The two quickly turned away, leaving Lin withered behind. Yin A sent a message. So I'll take my leave, okay? She repeats that a good teacher, no one around knows what to say. Heron's tears gradually welled up, desperate. Who am I? Suddenly, Heron's phone rings. Yansu calls. Trung's voice in class cheers. The students regret that they should have taken a picture with her, Trung cries. Heron answers the phone. The homeowner. What's the matter? Her face suddenly darkens as if she heard some news. Harry says sternly, go conquer a pack of monsters. This morning's newspaper reports disappearances and murders in Wachon City. When the first person disappeared, everyone ignored it and thought it was just a normal disappearance, but not long after, people discovered several bodies that looked like they had been bitten by monsters. The police discovered the bodies in the forest, which is when they realized that these things were all caused by monsters. Those who heard the rumors trembled and protested the goddess government. And to resolve this fear, the goddess government brought kings, Grace and Regulus, to Wachon City at this time, the mysterious Wachon Reservoir with its rushing water. A piece of the monster reveals itself. It's a giant lizard with sharp teeth perched firmly on a tree. A level 6 sharp-tailed monster emerges from the deep shadows of the forest. The lizard monsters suddenly pounce and growl. They all charge towards Hun Qian. He uses his power to swing his sword decisively. The power incinerates the sharp-tailed lizard instantly. It falls to the ground, its huge body ablaze with a loud crash. Hun Qian steps forward, placing his foot on its corpse. So, he says, these bastards can still hide until now, huh? A voice from behind replies, monsters all have intelligence. They are monsters. One capable of leading a large horde like this must have told the others to hide, since humans are dangerous. While he's talking, a monster ambushes from behind, but he doesn't care. He coldly swings his sword. That is Jian Su. Hun Qian wonders, how do you know what they're thinking? If they have a bit of intelligence, this might be troublesome for us. Jian Su nonchalantly draws his demonized sword. Don't underestimate the monsters. The two approach each other as their teammates shout out. Jian Su warns, when you're careless, that's when you'll die. My teammates are being healed, and Heron is actively treating everyone. Hunshin glanced at me. I knew he was asking about Heron. Did she come to conquer the monsters? He asked. She replied, we've killed most of the monsters in the area already, but some have escaped, so we must form a team to pursue them. Jian Su scoffed, unable to believe that the 12 thrones had lost track of the monsters. Wan Jun jumped down from the tree. We did it on purpose. He explained, if the monsters can move as a pack like that, then they will run to the leader's hideout. Harry moved quickly. I get it. So you're looking for where the big boss is hiding, eh? A clear voice replied, we found it! Her feet landed from the treetop, radiating magical power. Wan Jungalang carefully helped her down. Beautiful Jianji gracefully descended. Jiansu immediately asked about the hideout. She pointed over there. Everyone looked in that direction. Hunshin repeated, the hideout of those pointy tails. He pointed straight ahead, not far off. Hunshin announced, it's the Zing Lake Reservoir. The reservoir with its clear blue water appeared in front of them. But it's deep under the lake. It's the lair of a ferocious monster. Its eyes glow, subtly sniffing out humans. Everyone, move towards the reservoir. Lin secretly admires the peak performance. No matter how hard I try, I can't cast magic like that. That gaze is for Quan Ji, who's casting wide-area magic, planting flowers on the lake surface. She drifts off into thought. There's no denying the talent gap. Just as this thought appears, someone suddenly approaches and flicks her forehead hard. The flick sends Lin snapping her head back. Xuan Chen laughs gleefully, watching her clutch her forehead and cry in pain. He asks her what she was thinking, spacing out like that. Lin, with tears welling up, shouts, "What are you doing?" Xuan Chen exposes her thoughts. "What are you jealous of? Still don't know your role, huh?" Lin, clutching her forehead, replies, "I know. My job is to heal and support." He laughs. "Of course." Hearing that, she grows even more resentful. "I said I know." Xuan Chen immediately asks, "Then why are you acting all sensitive?" Lin retorts, "I'm not being sensitive." Jian-su and Jun-ji burst out laughing, watching them bicker like children. "He called me, knowing you two were flirting, but take a look at this." She's blushing furiously, while he's as cool as a cucumber. He casually observes the reservoir, then asks, "What's that? Pipes?" In the reservoir, a series of gigantic flower trees, with trunks large enough to hold a person, rise from the bottom. Jian-su instructs the Huikyung to survey the terrain and handle it. The rest is up to Grace and Regulus. Split into groups and enter the base. He turns to Bang Zhongji and asks, "How long can your magic hold?" She replies, "With enough mana. 4 hours at most." Jian-su instructs, "I'll leave some people to protect you and guard the reservoir." Han Qian, after learning his mission, immediately jumps down. He leans and slides along the edge, finally reaching a stopping point. He shouts up to the others, "I'm going in first!" Then he leaps into a giant pipe. Above the chasm, Rin is alarmed, scolding, "Seriously, that crazy guy!" Jian-su and Zhongji, on the other hand, look rather impressed. Youth these days. I knew it. The others climb down one by one, going into the pipe's mouth, calling, "Wait for us!" Meanwhile, news reports that the goddess authority has announced, "Will do my best to eliminate the monsters living in Watton Lake," according to the Mana Management Association. South Korean rank 12 players, Bang Zhongji, Park Hae-rim, and Kang Hun-chien, were at the dinner table when they heard this news. Yin-ha turned to ask his sister, "Is it around this time?" She blankly asked, "What is it?" He skipped answering, saying, "Nothing." But in his head, he still thought, this mission will negatively impact the future. Yin-ha wondered what he should do, since the initial monster extermination mission went smoothly, but ultimately resulted in 7 defeats. In the tunnels, shadows gradually descended. The hunting group, Hunshin, angrily cursed, "Damn it!" Deep within the tunnels, a swarm of sharp-tailed lizards bit and ripped, inverting people. Then, they stuffed them into a large pot being heated over a blazing fire. They even hung the corpses upside down from the ceiling. Jian speculated, could those be the missing people? Rin wore a solemn expression as he looked at the scene before him. His mood wasn't much better. Hunshin's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Suddenly, the sharp-tailed lizards detected a noise outside and simultaneously peered towards the door. A great blaze roars, attacking. This flame will have them screaming in agony, scattering everywhere. Amidst the fire, a figure slowly emerges, scolding. "Don't think you'll escape unscathed, you disgusting scum." Through the flames, Hunshin's soot-covered face gradually appears. Right behind him, that guy also pounces. He thrusts his sword straight into the gaping mouth of the pointy-tailed lizard before him. After taking them all down, Jian-su orders a cease to the attack. Assess the injured and find any survivors now. At Hunshin's feet are many lying in heaps. Their blood flows all over the ground. His rage begins to smolder. Then, the fire bursts into a massive blaze, leaving the rest to activate their protective shields. He even needed to put his hand on Han Qian's shoulder, urging the fiery demon to calm down. "Have you forgotten about the missing person?" He glanced at Quan Su and replied quietly, "Wasn't that because of you?" He interrupted Han Chan, reminding the fiery demon, "Not here! You can't just do whatever you want. If you're a player representing a nation and a guild, then act professionally, you little punk." The hand on his shoulder tightened its grip. Han Qian stared at Quan Su without a word. Those around them started to worry. "Don't tell me those two are going to fight? They can't possibly start a brawl in this tiny place, or we're all doomed." Finally, he breathed out, and the flames around Hunshin gradually extinguished. He calmed down and bowed his head, saying, I'm sorry. He lightly punched Hunchin's shoulder in comfort and looked up. Fire demon, you're not the one who should be bowing your head to me. After he had calmed down, Jiansu told everyone, what are you all doing? Search! After searching around for a while, someone shouted, Captain of the Regulars Association! There are survivors here. Hunchin searched around once and returned to her, saying, there's nothing unusual here. Heron asked worriedly, are you okay? He replied, what do you mean okay? She followed behind, asking, you just got scolded, though? Hunchin scratched his head embarrassedly, admitting, I got scolded because I did something wrong. He felt a little sad, thinking, I know, those brainy people are secretly looking down on me. And the fact that Jiyu Jiansu deliberately calls me Fire Demon and not Player Kang. Hunchin, or Base Association Captain. Hunchin clenched his fist, suppressing his anger. I am still lacking, it's true, but that has nothing to do with the fact that I'm angry. Irene gently took his hand and suggested, shall we Hunchin folks go learn together? She immediately explained, compared to you veterans, both of us are just newbies. While being scolded, we learn, Heron's voice gently consoles. Meanwhile, her hand is using healing magic, letting him watch his hand heal again. Hunchin is surprised and hesitates. Park Heron, you, she cheerfully says. Just call me by my name, it's been a while. He thinks to himself, wait, wasn't that Park Heron? No way she could be that cool. Horan angrily retorts, I was comforting you, you know. What are you even saying? Hunchin resolves, one day, I'll catch up to you guys. Jiansu approaches and asks, did you find the boss? The other guy points to the door in front of them, replying, the energy waves here seem the densest. The monster boss must be in this room. He gathers everyone in front of the door. Jiansu decides, everyone focus. I'll form a team to take down the boss. Everyone replies in unison, yes, sir. Suddenly, he remembers something and turns to ask, Fire Demon, I'll direct, okay? He lays down the condition. If you let me lead the attack. Jiansu readily agrees. All right, then the Fire Demon will take the attack, and I'll support. She's wondering if he's back to normal already. He's assigning tasks to that Park Heron again. Assistant position. Hand it over to you. She immediately accepts the order. Roger that! Then she casts a spell, sharing the buff. Speed, protection, and blessing. Jiansu instructs. As soon as I enter, we maintain this battle formation. Wah! Watch it. Don't let the mages and the raiders, Tu Hua cry out. Roger! Finally, the two of them slowly open the heavy door. Before everyone, he initiates it. So, let's go! With that, they all charge forward. The Lizard King awakens. His pupils narrow into a vertical line. He spreads his wings, protecting his eggs from the onslaught of the group. Spirits high. They bypass the lizard eggs as big as people. They charge towards the Lizard King. Hunchin wields his sword as one hand conjures fire striking toward its nest. Seeing the nest on fire, the Lizard King curls its tail around an egg, protecting it. At the same time, it hisses a warning toward the group. He leaps up, swinging his sword. This sword strikes straight down at its head. Hit! It extends sharp claws, snatching at Hunchin. He reacted swiftly, leaping high to evade the blow. The moment Hunchin launched himself, Jiansu rushed forward again. That guy slashed at the Lizard King with a red-hot blade brimming with magic. As soon as he landed, Jiansu retracted his sword, preparing to stab again. The Lizard King, enraged, roared loudly, his muscles bulging as he tried to protect the egg. He leaped forward 2 steps, as fast as lightning, also channeling power into his sword. In an instant, Jiansu landed on its back. He raised his sword high, then decisively stabbed down, causing the monster to roar in pain. It turned its head, seeing the person clinging to its back, its yellow eyes flashing dangerously. After landing 1 stab, he quickly jumped off the Lizard King. On the other side, he also raised his hand forward, preparing to coordinate. From Hunchin's hand, a roaring flame erupted. He confidently declared, "Explode!" and fired the flame towards it. The Lizard King was surrounded in a sea of fire, with Jiansu's sword still stuck in its back. With a hint of regret, "Even if it's not your sword, couldn't you have been a little gentler?" "Such a good sword," Hunchin coldly replied. "I need to eliminate that monster. This is unavoidable." "All right, we can't underestimate these monsters, people." What can he even say? Just cries to the heavens, honestly. Heron speaks up, reminding them, "It's not over yet, folks. Focus!" She slams her staff onto the formation beneath, shouting, "Bind!" A huge rope appears, wrapping around the Lizard King's ankle and entire body. "Heron, reporting! Now, attack with all your might. Unleash the barrage." A rain of arrows scatters, all aimed directly at it. Jiansu and he stand nearby, observing intently. Suddenly, Hunqian senses something's wrong. "The wounds on its body are healing," the Lizard King declares. "How dare you, puny humans?" He wonders. It can talk? It has its own consciousness? Everyone, Prepare for the next wave of attacks. The remaining members place their hands on their weapons, ready for battle, answering, "Yes, ma'am." O1 AI notices the eggs behind them are gradually cracking. A lizard with a pointy tail pokes its head out of its shell. It suddenly lunges, taking a bite out of the shoulder of the warrior nearest to it. The other lizards also begin hatching, launching into an attack, leaving the group to only try and resist. Someone's wondering what those things are, huh? All snipers, focus. Shoot those monsters crawling out of the eggshells. Hunchin heard their cries and immediately turned around, panicked. What? Just a moment of distraction, and the Lizard King's colossal body stood up, lunging toward the two of them. Luckily, before its entire foot came crashing down, he and Jiansu managed to jump away. He observed the spiky-tailed lizards while pondering how to deal with them. On the other side, a soldier called out, "Lord Jiansu," then tossed something from his hand. Jiansu reached out and caught it. It was his sword. Jiansu quickly exchanged words with him. "I'll take care of these fire devils and ants." The two of them rushed in two different directions. Hunchin warned. "Watch your front and back." He responded, "Got it!" The Lizard King looked down from above, his face furious. Gritting his teeth, he hissed, "Prepare to die!" He frowned. Suddenly realizing something, the monster opened its mouth wide, spewing out a stream of putrid green gas. Hunchin quickly covered his mouth, avoiding inhaling the gas, and cursed inwardly. "Damn it! My vision is this toxic vapor." Heron supported a flower scout who was healing and reminded him, "To your right." Hunchin heard that, and his eyes became resolute. Just as the Lizard King's attack landed on his right, he quickly jumped to the left. After backing away a bit, Hunchin stopped and looked at the monster. He reached for his belt, pulling out a small vial. "First, drink the antidote. I'm sending a sound transmission. Don't worry about the toxins. Trust me, just keep attacking." Hearing Heron's words, Hunchin confidently grinned and replied, "Got it." Then he quickly advanced. His entire body was enveloped in a blazing red flame. At that moment, she cast a spell, sharing the detoxification buff. Hunchin praised. "As expected of the Holy Mother," Heron grumbled. "I told you not to call me that." The Lizard King wasn't just any pushover. It swung its hand towards him. Hunchin had already seen this attack coming. He leaned back, dodging the strike. Hunchin confidently charged forward, taunting. "Think I'd be scared?" Lizard King's attack shifted towards Jiansu. He shouted, "Finish it, fire demon!" He stomped one foot on the ground. Then he jumped up into the air, replying to Jiansu, "Understood!" Hunchin then unleashed a devastating blow, violet flame slash, striking the monster. It roared in agony, its body pierced by a hole. Heron signaled to the archers. "Now!" Everyone simultaneously fired at the monster's body. Even though their body is riddled with arrows and bullets, it curls up, reminding itself, "I must protect the Emperor." Its eyes are losing focus. The Lizard King's whole body collapses onto his nest. He rests his sword on his shoulder, looking at its body, riddled with wounds. "I must say, it's admirable." "Is everything over?" Jiansu replies, "Not yet." He raises his sword, then decisively stabs down into an egg, a scream echoing from inside. Jiansu reminds everyone around him, "There are still eggs everywhere. Get rid of the eggs, everyone." They all respond, "Yes." Hearing these sounds, the Lizard King, with his last breath, squints. He looks mournfully at the eggs being destroyed, whispering, "My children." From the egg it was protecting, a pile of goo oozes out, the body of a pointed-tail lizard. It crawls out of the pipe, leaving behind the Lizard King with the wish, "Please, live on, my Emperor." Before his last breath, he secretly hopes, "May the day of his maturity come soon." A monster from the lake steps out, muttering as it heads towards the city. A week has passed since the successful monster extermination in Wachan City. On the lawn, Siona and Minji are betting. Whoever loses will wash 8 dishes. Thanks to the intervention of the 12 thrones, many people were saved. The unfortunate victims are being treated at a hospital in Gangnam. Ha Jiang eagerly spikes a powerful ball, thrilled and exclaiming, "Awesome!" Furthermore, according to what the investigation team discovered at Guachon, there are no monster silhouettes left. The Guachon City campsite. Hayek gets hit in the face by Siona's spike, rolling around on the grass, yelling. The girl frantically runs over. "I'm so sorry." Hajiang worriedly asks, "Hyuk, are you okay?" He grimaces. "I want to be on a team with Siona." Minji immediately retorts, "If you and Siona are on the same team, it'll be so boring." Ha Jiang grabs a share. "I also want to be on a team with Siona." "In that case, Minji, Hayang, and I will be on the same team," Yoon Hyuk says. "You want to play alone?" The girl teases. He grumbles, "How can you play volleyball alone?" From afar, Yoonha peels potatoes, thinking, "They're really having fun. You guys should thank Uncle Bruno," Bruno thinks. Bruno? No, his old name is Bruno Valentine, a former member of the Valentine family. We were able to come here thanks to him. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to. Snapping out of his thoughts, he speaks up. Uncle, thank you for letting us go camping, Bruno calmly replies. You're my boss, Yunha chuckles. I'm sorry. I have something I need to do. I'll be back later, okay? I'll peel all the potatoes. Oh, you're carrying that tray of sweet potatoes, huh? Need a hand, kid. Uncle, could you add some curry here? And can I borrow your knife? Bruno remained silent, then quietly pointed. If it's the knife you asked me to bring, it's in the bag. Same password as before. Uncle agreed. Yes! He reminded me I'll be back today. If the kids look for me, make up an excuse. Hearing this, Bruno offered, if it's a tough one, let me go with you. Lu Ruhong refused. No, you have to protect everyone, he asserted. I can handle this myself. Amidst the lush greenery, a greenhouse stood silently. The door creaked open as Lu Ruhong pushed it open, stepping inside. I'm finally here! He stood motionless. Lu Ruhong looked around and softly said, just like in my past life, I won't be helpless against you, Lizard King. Suddenly, he drew his knife, his entire body radiating the aura of someone ready for battle. From within the greenhouse, the Lizard King lunged, swinging its claws. Lu Ruhong instantly reacted, raising his knife to block the blow. Unexpectedly, it used its hand to tightly grip the blade. The collision between the two created a powerful force, sending both the person and the monster flying backward. He frowned, staring intently at it. The Lizard King stood opposite him, hissing fiercely. Memories flood back. The sole occupation. The incident when Saintess Limga Yun was absent. Those monsters led their armies to occupy Seoul. Yunha recalls that back then, she had just graduated and hadn't yet achieved the immortal title. At that time, there were a total of 4 bosses invading. How could we possibly win against them? Images of Du Yong's helplessness appear. Most players, including myself, were discouraged after seeing those boss monsters. Among them was one leading a lizard monster legion, and terrifying players with extremely toxic weapons. That monster was the Lizard King, Overlord B.A. How ridiculous that no one discovered it was here, until it developed into an Overlord B.A., he muses. Returning to reality, Eun-ha grips the dagger tightly. A steely glint flashes. He rushes forward, swinging the dagger, swirling straight into the Lizard King with a powerful, sharp strike. It only manages to slightly crack the thick scales on its exterior. Eun-ha pauses for a few seconds. He assesses, even though it's not fully grown, it's still quite impressive. The Lizard King is knocked backward. It angrily roars in almost a human voice. In-ha narrows his eyes suspiciously. Is it disguising itself? Last life, it used this annoying skill to cause chaos too, without hesitation. He swiftly moved the Lizard King closer to En-ha, immediately unleashing a horizontal slash. What a childish game, Yang Gao. Your heavy blade constantly reveals your killing intent. Another blow came crashing down, sending the Lizard King flying across the ground. En-ha approached, mocking him. Unable to conceal his rage as the Lizard King snarled, he sighed. Looks like I brought this for nothing. I even brought this to prevent him from using his camouflage skill. Immediately afterward, En-ha dumped the whole jar of curry onto the Lizard King's face. It shrieked shrilly. The enraged Lizard King leaped onto a nearby tree trunk. He smugly said, Delicious, isn't it? The curry I made for you. Eat up, it's your last meal. Its claws dug tightly into the tree trunk. The Lizard King flew into a rage. Eyes bloodshot, sharp fangs bared. It opened its mouth, spitting out intense streams of green light. En-ha braced himself. Poisonous mist. You planning to attack me with that, huh? In that instant, he charged forward with explosive speed, catching the Lizard King completely off guard. En-ha gritted his teeth, launching his attack. His hands tightened around the blade. He swung it forcefully, cleaving into it. The decisive strike sliced into the Lizard King's neck, purple liquid gushing out like a fountain. A crash echoed, shaking the greenhouse. En-ha just stood there, nonchalantly watching it get wrecked. The Lizard King, utterly defeated. Flames erupted, engulfing its body. He scoffed. You're really weak, aren't you? I thought you were born as the Lizard King. En-ha's gaze was icy. Farewell, then. The Lizard King scrambled to flee. I've used up all the mana that I'd been storing in my body. En-ha stood still, observing. To create a clone to escape, there's really no other choice in this matter. The Lizard King's painful claws, stealth skills, and poison didn't help me defeat him. He dodged all my skills, as if he knew what moves I was going to use. I'm not happy. I can't beat you right now, but you just wait, you jerk. I'll be back stronger, and I'll finish you. You raise your sword high, thinking you can run. Where do you think you're going? The Lizard King glances behind him, terrified. Immediately after, He gets flung outside. The Lizard King crashes through the glass and splatters against a tree in the distance. Manhwa steps forward and asks, "You used mana, then used stealth, hoping to escape? Did you think I wouldn't know that?" The Lizard King's gone bonkers. He's up, tail swinging and creeping towards Yang Ha like a bad hangover. Not bad, Mr. Lizard. Yang Ha's got a death grip on his sword, and it's glowing all. Emerald green? Seriously. He's airborne, people. Now that's what I call a rumble. Yang Ha's leaped high, locking onto the Lizard King. He's given us the steely gaze, folks. Sword up for the sword dance barrage. Yang Ha's blade slices clean. The Lizard King's taken, hits, and he's royally ticked off. No dilly-dallying. He's cooking up some purplish glowy stuff around that blade. Yang Ha's unleashing the spirit grudge, launching purple beams left and right. Those purple zaps are swarming the Lizard King like mosquitoes at a barbecue. He's screaming like a toddler missing. Nap time. Looks like our boy's locked and loaded for another round. Seconds later, Yang Ha points that sword skyward, aiming for the Lizard King. Bam! Sword strike of pain. So painful, it collapses while stammering. Why'd you finish me? But our guy's just icy, looking down like he's ordering pizza. What's wrong, Yang Ha? Pushing that sword deeper into the Lizard King's gut. Do I need a reason to take down a monster like you? He lets go of the sword. Slowly. Monsters like you and folks like us? We're never going to be able to play nice together, that's for sure. Even if the world collapses. That will always be the case. The Lizard King was pinned tightly against the tree trunk. He wondered, did I do anything wrong? Manhwa didn't answer, continuing to chant, Ling-o! Immediately, purple spots of light attacked one after another. The Lizard King was in pain and pleaded, "Please stop, please!" But he remained cold. There's only one end for monsters. Manhwa tensely said, "In this confrontation, either I leave, or you have to leave." The purple spots of light surrounded the Lizard King. He was in extreme pain, but still managed to respond. "It's true that you and I cannot coexist. You and I are both predatory creatures. Our only job is to take each other down. Now I have failed. But this is not the end." Suddenly, something shot into the Lizard King's snout. He still tried to continue speaking. "In the end, you will suffer the same fate as me." He held the gun in his hand. "You are right. There were many times I thought about things like that." Ona remembered images of his past life. The life of a hunter. Either ending all the troublesome monsters, or ending when they are ended by monsters. You stand watching the Lizard King being gradually burned to ashes. But in this life, I will change everything from the past. I cannot fall while you still exist. The grace of the previous life seems to appear behind you. Suddenly, stones of brilliant colors fall to the ground. You sit down and watch it go, leaving behind a skill stone and a stone. It looks quite normal. The skill stone is a magic stone that stores the skills of the monsters that have passed away. The drop rate of this stone is quite rare. The stone itself is also divided into many different levels, depending on the type of monster. Yuna holds the yellow stone in her hand. If you can absorb this skill stone, the player can use the skill that the stone stores inside. The teacher passes the stone to the other hand, however. It is not always possible to absorb skill stones. It also depends on many factors, mainly whether the user can be compatible and harmonize with that skill or not. If it is compatible, there will be light shining from the stone. Otherwise, the opposite will happen. Yunha observes that it seems like I can't absorb this skill stone. You look at the remaining stones, so let's try this one and see what happens. N. Grip the stone tight. If compatible, it shall emit a dazzling light. There, a golden light appears, and then the monster's creations will gradually become beneficial for the players. The stone shines with a sparkling light, filling him with joy. All right. On a beautiful morning, Yang Xiao is playing happily in the yard when, from afar, Yang Ha runs over. He sits down and opens the weapon box. No Bruno carries a tray of food and asks, "Are you done with your work yet?" Yang Ha replies cheerfully, "Oh, big bro, thanks to you, I was able to complete this weapon. Thank you so much." He brings a plate of delicious grilled meat over, making the boy freeze. No Bruno puts the meat on the grill. "All right, it's dinner time. We can talk later," he says shyly. "Thank you. I'm also hungry." And Ha calls out, "Let's eat, kids!" The children constantly shout they want to eat. "It looks so yummy." "Give me a lot, okay?" "Me too." He stands behind, listening to the kids. "I want to eat too." A voice interrupts. "Wait, that's not cooked yet." And Ha bursts into laughter when he hears this warning. "Yang Jiao, don't take that. It's not cooked yet." The stubborn little brat replies, "But I already ate it." A carefree and innocent scene. "Give it to me first." "Hey, Wait a bit, I was here first. Outside, a large villa in Pyongyang City. Serious. Residence. Inside, 4 people are sitting together. Dad, Nuoyan, are you okay? Mom, Nuoyan, are you trembling? Yes, how do I look today? He compliments me, saying I'm as beautiful as ever, making her blush with embarrassment. Don't say that. I'm serious. Do I look all right? At that moment, the door creaks open. Nuoyan looks out, surprised. Jun enters, greeting, "Welcome, manager." "Oh!" Subin, walking beside him, introduces herself. "I'm Choi Subin. You must all be tired from the journey." She happily says, "You're so beautiful. Your skin is so radiant." Mom, Nuoyan, responds modestly, "Thank you for inviting us to this party." Subin smiles gently. "Oh, don't be so formal. We're about the same age. So just speak freely." She still responds awkwardly, "Yes, all right." Subin cheerfully chats. "There are so many delicious dishes today, the head chef spent quite a lot of time preparing them." Mom, Nuoyan, adds, "Yes, that's something to look forward to." He observes helplessly. It seems she's already befriended Mom. Suddenly, someone approaches. "Hello, it's Seo Jian." She introduces herself. "I'm Han Seo Jian. Seo Jian just entered junior high school this year." "Oh, happy to shake hands. I'm Nuo, and I'm your age too." Seo Jian smiles. "Oh, really? I honestly don't have many friends." "Now we're going to be friends, okay?" She asks Han, "You seem to study at the Player Academy, right? Is studying there difficult?" She confidently replies, "It's pretty tough. However, my dream is to become a player, so I'm trying my best." Seo Jian admires. "You're really awesome. Give me your phone number. We can call each other sometime." Nuo is thrilled. "All right, here's my phone number and my Facebook too." Yoon-ha feels happy for her. As expected of my sister, always adapting and making friends in every situation. In the distance, someone passes by, surprising you. You glance over. "Hello! Long time no see." Not hearing a response, Yoon-ha falls silent, worried. Seo-hun stutters. Sister, hello." Immediately after, the girl gently says, "Well, let's just speak casually, okay?" 2 years ago, during En-ha's first-year final semester, at the Sabai Rock Hotel, Myeongdong branch, every year, the Sirius Group organizes the year-end wrap-up ceremony with its subsidiaries as a kind of reward for a year of hard work. Amidst the crowd, Wong-ha turned to look at Wong-ha in the distance, filled with admiration. She can strike up a conversation with anyone, even strangers. Just as I expected, she's truly amazing. Next to him, Bonuo Wong-ha recalled a vision of Wong-ha's mother holding Wong Ai. "Wow, I want to go play too," he whimpered mournfully. "I want to go too. It would be great if Mom and Wong Ai could come too. Poor them." Wong-ha, standing nearby, could only comfort him. "Mom can't come. She has to take care of Wong Ai, you know." Just then, a few people in front suddenly greeted them. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Chief Bonuo." Wong-ha, hearing this, looked toward the voices in surprise. "I'm not chief yet," he replied politely. "But thank you for the thought." The other person beamed. "It's almost New Year, so we can start calling you that." "I gotta seize every chance to butter him up." Dad's been promoted from section chief to chief. In a place where nothing is bigger than chief, Dad has become the core of the Sirius Group. Suddenly, he thought, to make a guy like him a chief. Will this company be all right, Father? After all, the Sirius tool will become famous in the future. There's nothing to worry about. He suddenly looked around and said to himself, "Is there a quiet place?" His gaze stopped at a corner of the room where a girl was already standing. The girl stood there quietly, gazing intently out the window. Yoon-ha, seeing this, went over to start a conversation. "You're missing out on the pleasures of life." The girl turned to look at him with surprise and asked, "Missing out on the pleasures?" Yoon-ha, holding a plate of pastries, chewing as he spoke. "How long will kids like us be able to eat this kind of food again? It's best to eat everything you can. We are young. There is nothing to worry about." "Don't you think so?" he said, then fed the girl a piece of cake. The girl looked at him and replied, "We shouldn't be eating at the party." Yoon-ha, with a surprised look, continued, "What are you saying? Food is for eating." At this moment, the girl didn't say anything more, but softly said, "Yes." The girl slowly opened her mouth and took the cake being offered to her. Then she chewed with a happy expression. Yoon-ha looked at the girl and asked, "What do you think? Is it good?" The girl only replied in a faint voice, "It's very good." Just then, En-ha's dad called out to En-ha from behind. He turned around to look at his dad, surprised. His father approached, grabbing his shoulders with a worried tone. "Why did you suddenly vanish?" "I was so worried." "Following behind me, there's also someone." A person spoke up as well, asking, "Is this your son?" Yoon-ha looked at him, eyes wide with shock. A thought echoed in his head. That person. Han Do-jun, chairman of the Sirius Group. Do-jun kept asking Han. Glad we found him, eh? No, Yeon-ha's dad replied with a relieved voice. Yes, seems like he hasn't caused any trouble yet. Yeon-ha quickly interjected, introducing himself. Hello, Uncle. I'm No Yeon-ha, a freshman in Class 4 of Doan High School, sir. Do-jun looked at him with a gentle voice. So you're Yeon-ha. I've heard so much about you. He then introduced. This is Han Seo-jeon, my daughter. She extended her hand in front of him, greeting him. Hello, I'm Han Seo-jeon. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yoon-ha glanced at Seo-jeon, internally assessing Han Seo-jeon. She's Han Do-jun's only daughter, and also an outstanding manager. I need to put on a good performance in front of her, Do-jun. Just then, she pointed behind him and exclaimed, And that's Yoon-ha. His face couldn't help but show surprise as he said to himself, following that direction. What's with the reaction? Could this be because Duo-jeon introduced the old man's second daughter? Han Seo-hun also replied with a smile. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hearing this, Yin-ha felt confused, remembering from her past life. Han Duo-jeon only had one daughter, though. Before he could finish his thoughts, Seo-hun patted him hard on the shoulder, emphasizing, And I'm 2 years older than you, okay? Seeing this, Yin-ha couldn't help but think, she's marking me down for not speaking respectfully already, huh? Yin-ha quickly stepped back and continued, Can I call you older sister from now on? Before she could react, her voice was calm. You can talk to me normally. As soon as she finished speaking, he added, Then, can I call you honey? Hearing this, Seo-hun exuded an aura of hostility. Her tone changed. What did you just say? Seeing this, Yin-ha panicked and stuttered, You said talk normally. Han Seo-hun's face turned murderous. You can call me Seo-hun. Yin-ha just replied with a sound. Okay, he couldn't help but think, confused. Why is she angry again? Duo-jeon, who was standing nearby observing, finally spoke, cutting in. You have a good relationship with Seo-hun, don't you? I'll invite you next time. Remember to come and play. Yin-ha quickly replied. Yes, I will. I just thought it was a formality. But I didn't expect him to actually invite us. At this time, the whole Yoon-ha family was present at the luxurious villa. Subin sat opposite and spoke. How are the snacks? Yoon-ai, sitting on Yoon-ha's lap, was constantly excited. It's delicious. Dozan next to her also asked Han. Come to think of it, Yoon-ha entered the player academy this year, right? Yoon-ha replied brightly. Yes, I am a freshman. Do-jeon took out a box, held it in his hand, and said, I should have given this to you before you went there. If you are a student at the Player Academy, you should have a way to contact us anytime. Right? Father, No Yeon-ha, sitting on one side, saw this and spoke. Chairman, we are very grateful for the gift. But before he could finish speaking, Do-jeon hurriedly interrupted him. Head of staff, no, I look forward to it. You can help me in the future. You think so? At times like this, just accept it. And say thank you. Father, No Yeon-ha hesitated with a difficult expression. Then Do-jeon turned to Yoon-ha and said, Now hurry up and open it. She also shyly made excuses to refuse. I already have a phone. He immediately chimed in. This is a newer model than the serious product. Yes, John is pivoting to ingratiate himself with Banuo Un-ha, isn't he, Chief Banuo? Un-a, sitting next to him, asked back in confusion. Is that so? He awkwardly just replied yes. Mother Nuo Un-ha immediately prompted. Un-ha, thank him. Hearing this, she flustered. Thank you. Un-ha, at this moment, looked at them with a face full of doubt. How strange. Not only inviting me to dinner, but he also gave me a gift? Why would he go to such lengths? Why, he thought, taking the cake Un-ai was handing him. Then Un-ha noticed. When did Un-a sit next to Seo-jeon over there? The two were chatting quite happily. I'll call you when there's a meetup, okay? You should come. I'll be there. He looked at her helplessly. When did you run over there, sis? More importantly, when did you promise to meet up? I'm really looking forward to it. Seo-jeon turned to ask, Will Un-ha come too? It'd be great if you could come as well, Un-ha. Still chewing on his cake, he seemed indifferent. Seeing this, Seo-jeon added, Seo-hun doesn't have any friends, so he rarely participates in meetups. I'd be very happy if Un-a became close to him, though. Hearing this, Seo-hun put down his teacup and turned around. What do you mean, saying I don't have friends? Why, Jian, you're suddenly icy. You don't have any? Can you really call those bootlickers who follow you around your friends? Sao-hun is hit where it hurts, and can only purse her lips, saying nothing more. Then, Seo-jeon returns to her enthusiastic self, saying, Anyway, I hope you can participate. So, Seo-hun has someone to talk to. Eon-ah chimes in, Come along, Eon-ha. Eun-ha now sees through it and thinks. Finally, she's revealing her intentions. There's only one reason a kid attends a gathering: to build influence. In other words, she wants me on her side. Normally, I'd reject this offer. Suddenly, clapping echoes. Subin, all smile, says, "How wonderful." As Seo Jian said, "Eun-ha, you should come again." And Jo John, sitting next to her, chimed in too. "It would be great to learn about society while you're young. Isn't that right, Eun-ha?" Eun-ha could only offer a strained smile. "Look at that, I'm cornered," he thought to himself. As predicted, she really is the heir to the Sirius Corporation, following Han. Jo John, she easily takes the lead while pretending not to notice. Moreover, I don't have any reason to refuse, considering the Che Corporation I'm working for. Businessmen are so complicated, and I can't just leave her alone to think about it, Eun-ha thought, and spoke up, accepting the invitation. "Yes, I'll come when I have time." Hearing that, the chairman and his wife were also delighted. "Sehun, you're such a good friend, really." "Right, Sehun." Meanwhile, on a deserted street, a drunken man was staggering down the road. From afar, a ruckus sounded, stopping near that area. Hearing it, the man irritably blurted out, "What the heck is that?" Suddenly, a strange wind blew in from who knows where. Something seemed to be rushing straight toward the man. Not understanding what was happening, he turned around to look. A gigantic mosquito was right behind him. The mosquito fluttered, its eyes flashing a fiery red light. It used its enormous needle to stab straight into his shoulder. Caught by surprise, the man could only groan in pain. The bottle in his hand fell to the ground, shattering. The mosquito's eyes were like a mirror. It reflected the image of the man lying prostrate on the ground. From afar, hurried footsteps could also be heard. The mosquito, having had its fill, flapped its wings, preparing to fly away. The group that had just arrived shouted, "There it is! It's running away! After it!" They noticed the man lying there and exclaimed, "Captain! Someone's unconscious." "What do we do now?" The guy just responded with indifference. "Everyone can see he's passed out drunk. Just leave him there, but we should get going. Let's take him to the hospital instead." Suddenly, the mosquito bite from earlier on, the man emitted a strange light. At the hospital, where Julieta gave birth, a heat wave warning was issued. "We've also started our third-year summer vacation." Julieta, seeing someone visiting her and the baby, grinned and greeted everyone. The whole gang in Yunha, each carrying gifts, happily greeted back in unison. Julieta, worried her baby would wake up, whispered instructions. "Don't be too loud, you guys." The kids obediently replied, "Yes." The whole group clamored, curiously surrounding the baby, each with an admiring expression. Yunyo, wanting to see, squeezed back and forth, squealing, "Me too! I want to see Minji!" she exclaimed. "So cute." Agyang shared the same sentiment, excitedly chiming in, "Minji!" Seona looked at the baby's hand and said, "Her hands are so tiny." Seona agreed, "So cute indeed." Yunha, walking in from outside, looked at this scene with emotion. She's not fussy, even around strangers, huh? Julieta proudly said, "Of course not. She's my kid after all." Yunyo suddenly barged in, wondering, "Hey, Julieta, is the baby a boy or a girl?" Julieta, as if she'd been waiting for this question, enthusiastically replied, "Bambino is a healthy baby boy." Yang, he held a box of cakes, lowered his voice, and said, "I brought some tiramisu for you. So, Yune will be the big sister then." Remembering the visit and Yoon's excitement upon seeing baby Julieta, he recounted, "Yoon came by today, and she was so excited." Yang, he casually asked, "What's the baby's name?" "Have you decided, Julieta?" she asked gleefully, her tone full of pride. "Of course! I chose the name before the baby was even born. His name will be Vivenia, meaning dream, hope, and future." Yang, he suddenly paused. Vivenia? A memory flashed through his mind before regression when reading the Conquest Diary. The Dungeon of the Abyss. This was one of the names written in the Conqueror's list. Vivenia Myron. His ally is Diamond Fist. I heard he held an important position in the Abyss dungeon raid because of his fists. Maybe it's the same person. He looked towards them. Minji was gently pleading. "Sister, can I hold him?" Julieta happily agreed. "Sure. Be careful now." After a moment of reflection, Yunha deduced a conclusion before regressing. The reason Julieta didn't choose suicide, even though she had to live a very miserable life, is because of that child, different from one side having jumbled thoughts. These girls and boys are happily and innocently surrounding baby Minji, with Vivania in their arms. "How exciting, she's yawning," Seona chimed in. "So cute." After a brief moment of self-reflection, Yunha came to her senses and cheerfully said, "Because she's Yoon's sister, she'll also be my sister." Julieta was delighted to hear that. She gently reminded her, "That's right, she is your younger sister. So, take care and be careful, okay? Bruno and I will do everything to help this child grow up as quickly as possible and help you. I will let you sit on the baby's shoulders." Thinking of that vision, Yoonha forced a smile, saying, without thanks, "By that time, I'll be an adult already." Yoonha, suddenly realizing something, covered her mouth and asked, "Then, Vivania's last name is No as well?" Julieta was always ready to answer everything about her child. "His name is No Vivania." Yunya Pa was stunned when she discovered that her last name had been taken and used as a name. His shout echoed throughout the hospital. "No!" After a brief visit with the baby, the whole gang dragged themselves out. The outside temperature was vastly different from the hospital Minji. Stepping out, they were instantly sweltering, sweat pouring down. "It's so hot," she complained. Unyuk wasn't doing much better, lamenting, "The hospital was so much cooler." Ha Jiang immediately chimed in. "There's a swimming pool at the cultural center, you know. How about we go there tomorrow?" Unyuk immediately agreed, while Minji vigorously fanned herself, trying to cool down. The others happily chimed in. "Sure, why not?" Ha Jiang, noticing Wang Ha's distracted state, turned to him, asking, "You coming too, Wang Ha?" Since a while ago, Wang Ha had been unconsciously focusing on the kids getting food distributed on the other side. He muttered to himself, "Come to think of it, today is Wednesday." Confused, everyone asked, "Huh?" Their gaze followed his to the scene of countless children gathering and playing. They're waiting for the homeless food distribution. That's the name given to the orphaned kids who lost their families to the monsters. Kids born in the slums or abandoned. The goddess government built these protective facilities to address the issues surrounding the homeless by providing them with services such as free food on Wednesdays, weekly, and other stuff. However, that doesn't change many of their unfortunate fates. Suddenly, a kid darted past, causing the cardboard boxes to wobble and fall. The bewildered boy turned his head, not quick enough to dodge. Seeing the situation, he leapt. He jumped through the cardboard boxes. Quick as a flash, the boy standing nearby was so scared, he trembled all over. He could only hug his food tightly. Suddenly, a gentle voice rang in the boy's ear. "Are you okay?" At this moment, Yuan-He, like a hero, managed to scoop him up, avoiding the dangerous situation that just happened. The boy's bright eyes sparkled. He gave a radiant smile. His innocent voice chirped, "Are you an angel, Gag?" "Yuan?" He was puzzled. "An angel?" The boy radiated a brilliant, innocent aura, explaining, "Mommy told me that whenever I'm in danger, an angel will come to save me." "Are you here to eat too, Gage?" "Yuan." He reluctantly played along. "Is that so?" Yuan, you and the others ran over from afar, anxiously asking, "Big bro, are you okay? Are you all right?" Enha calmly replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." Having witnessed Yang Ha's power so many times, Yang Hu couldn't help but be amazed. Truly a big boss. But what is this place? Minji also wondered, along with Chung, why are there so many children? Among the homeless kids, two boys who seemed quite mature quickly ran towards them. One boy anxiously hissed, "You idiot!" The boy who was saved by Yang Ha sensed movement behind him. He happily looked over and softly called out, "Brother." The two kids ran over and pulled the smaller boy to their side, startling him, so he shouted. The one-armed kid was so worried that his tone couldn't help but be frantic. "I told you not to talk to other people." While another kid, being so clever, kept bowing his head and said, I'm sorry. The kid is still small. He's caused trouble. Please forgive him this once, okay?" "I'm sorry," the one-armed kid also said, not forgetting to hold the smaller boy's head, forcing him to apologize. "Apologize quickly! Say sorry!" The little boy, though not understanding anything, still repeated, "I'm sorry." They kept saying sorry, making Yang Ha and the others stunned, not knowing what to say. The two kids with vigilant faces quickly carried the smaller boy away, while the boy being carried still innocently waved goodbye to them. Minji stammered, "Those kids just now." Ha Jiang falteringly spoke out his thoughts. How scary they look. Yunha can't help but think to herself, looking at this scene, are these kids scared because of their appearance? It's understandable, since no parents tell their kids about the homeless. These children only know school and play. They'll never encounter the homeless, or go to slums, or places people usually avoid. Seon Ha suddenly remembers, oh, right. Today, she thinks, the church where I grew up gives out free food too. Ian Hyuk has been wondering this whole time. He turns and asks his gang leader, who are they? Yoon Ha tells herself not to let these kids face the reality outside. He answers vaguely, you don't need to know. But deep down he thinks, they don't need to know yet. Dark side of the world. A cruel world for children. At the park the next day, Yoon Yu eats her ice cream, exclaiming, ah, so refreshing. Ha Jiang sees it's getting late. The little girl is a little worried. It's probably not too late, right? Siona, seeing this, comforted him, saying, It's okay. We won't be late. Eun-yuk remembered Eun-ha and teased loudly. Big Brother and Minji must be hot, so they ate ice cream on the way here. Seona also casually said, Eun-ha is always the latest to arrive. From afar, a sound caused by struggling to drag something across the ground continuously echoed. A man with a terrified expression was mumbling incessantly. No, it can't be. He must be a quack, suffering from mana distraction. I think you should go to a bigger hospital. Impossible. Me, someone with a normal amount of mana, suffering from mana distraction after dreaming of being bitten by that giant mosquito? Has my body weakened? Or was it just a dream? There's nothing on my shoulder, so I think it was just a dream. As soon as he finished thinking, he looked down and saw his hand. Since when has it been transformed into such a grotesque shape? The man's scream echoed. It caught the attention of Woo-yuk from afar. Seeing the unusual situation, Woo-huk worriedly asked, Is that uncle okay? The man continued to slap himself. He forced a smile, pretending to babble to gloss over the situation, saying it was just from being too tired. The trembling man held his phone to his mouth, muttering, I need to call the director to tell him that I'm not feeling well. But on his phone screen, a monster's image was clearly visible. The panicked man screamed, throwing his phone to the ground, and He-ut ran over from afar, asking with concern, Uncle, are you okay? You don't look so good. Hearing this, the man reluctantly stammered, I... Yet his eyes betrayed a deep-seated fear. It caused the man to involuntarily hiss, Get away! Get away! And He-ut tried to hold the man when she was suddenly pushed away. Still, she didn't leave. She continued to kindly inquire, Uncle, what's wrong? The man's mind was no longer clear. He could only unconsciously yell, I told you to go away! Get lost! Ha Jiang's eyes flashed with a strange light. It seemed she realized something. Regardless of the situation, Ha Jiang loudly called out, Wong He. The kid, hearing his name, turned to look, puzzled. The man's face began to contort while his mouth continued to mumble incessantly. It can't be. It can't be. His body was changing non-stop. The original skin and flesh were no longer intact. Ha Jiang is anxious, warning him to run. Ying Xiao is stunned for a moment, but doesn't have time to react, because the man from before has completely transformed into a monster, standing tall, staring intently at his prey, Ying Xiao, and ready to attack at any moment. Under the scorching sun, Nohunha walks down the street. Sweat trickles down his small face. He sighs wearily. Ugh, it's so hot. Nohunha gently calls, Hey, Kim Minji. The girl replies, What do you want? Nohunha suggests, It's so hot. Let's go get ice cream before we go home, okay? Kim Minji's sweaty face flashes with anger. The girl scolds, Hey, idiot, we're already late because you were too busy playing with Unai and forgot to prepare for the swimming pool. They're probably waiting for us right now, she continued calmly. Even if we're late, they'll still be hanging around there, right? Nohunha keeps begging Kim Minji, It's so hot, I can't walk anymore. Let's go get ice cream, please. The girl firmly refuses. No way. Then jumps on him and beats him up. Suddenly, a voice echoes in Nohunha's subconscious. Oui? He startles, looking around. Huh? Did you hear Siona's voice, Kim Minji? You're still busy pulling No Yuna's hair. Stop making such a racket, Siona's voice echoed again. Anyone, please. Just call a player already. This time, both of you heard it clearly, didn't you? Kim Minji looked around in bewilderment. Is there a monster around here? I keep hearing Siona's voice. No Yunha bent down to adjust her shoes and said to her, I know they're calling. Call the Player Management Association. You know their number, right? Kim Minji hesitated. Yeah, but before she could finish, No Yunha was done adjusting her shoes. All she saw was a surge of blue energy emanating from No Yuna's feet. And just like that, she sped off, leaving her dumbfounded. Wait! No Yunha! No Yunha zoomed straight up into the sky. Kim Minji, frustrated, exclaimed, You should have told me where the monster was before you left. Every living creature has mana within its body, a source of power that can make the heart beat with just a tiny amount. However, the amount of mana a body can withstand varies greatly. If they accumulate more mana than their body can handle, they will transform into a monster, far removed from humanity. Giant mosquito is attacking humans. Choi Yun-hyuk is shocked. What? I didn't see wrong, did I? That old geezer suddenly turned into a monster. Jin Seona spoke up. Now is not the time to think about that. Run fast or you'll die. Everyone immediately scrambled away. A loud sound from the mosquito rang out, as it seemed to be rushing over at breakneck speed, tearing through space itself, causing Rong Hajiang to panic a bit. Seeing this, Jin Seona worried. Hajiang, are you okay? She replied, I'm okay. Choi Yun-hyuk turned his head back. Seeing the kid's face turn pale, Choi Yun-hyuk thought to himself. If this keeps up, that monster will catch me. Yet I don't have enough confidence to run and use mana at the same time. To block that monster's attack, can I do it? If the big boss was here during times like these, the kid remembered what Nuo Yun-ha had told Choi Yun-hyuk. You're the only one who can protect everyone. Choi Yun-hyuk braced himself, reassuring himself. Get a grip, Choi Yun-hyuk. The kid seemed to have become tougher. I'm the only one who can protect my friends at this moment. Choi Yun-hyuk collected himself and turned to Jin Seona, saying, Seona, can you run while carrying Ha Jiang on your back? The little girl looked a bit confused, but agreed. Okay, sure. No way, Rong Ha-jiang protested. I can still run, not letting her refuse. Jin Seona grabbed Rong Ha-jiang's hand, pulling her onto her shoulders before she could react. The little girl advised, just do what Yun-hyuk says. He's definitely got a plan, all right? Jin Seona looked at Choi Yun-hyuk, asking, what's next? Hey, Ha-jiang, you create a barrier to stop the monster from getting closer. The kid ordered. You can do it, right? Rong Ha-jiang glanced at the pursuing mosquito fly, stammering, I can do it. I'll try. It's getting closer. She raised her hand, generating a source of energy. That power was unleashed by Rong Ha-jiang powerfully, like a shield, blocking the mosquito fly that was closing in. Choi Yun-hyuk's face finally relaxed a little. The kid instructed, just maintain that shield. Seona, you haven't even finished speaking. Jin Seona already understood Choi Yun-hyuk's intention. I know. I'll send a signal to everyone around here. Then the little girl closed her eyes and started sending the signal. The golden energy was amplified by Jin Seona. Please, someone save us. Right now, we're being chased by a monster. Everyone heard the little AI's cry for help. Everyone's confused about what's going on. Jin Seona's signal is still broadcasting, reaching as far and wide as possible. Everyone, please call a player over here. The AI, everyone, can hear that cry for help. Dang Ha-jiang spoke up. Yun-hyuk, that monster is trapped in the barrier. Choi Yun-hyuk thinks it's his turn to shine. He merely conjures a ball of energy in his hand. Choi Yun-hyuk throws the ball with all his might at the flying mosquito, shouting, Begone! She sees it and acts too. Dang Ha-jiang opens the barrier, so the boy's energy ball can hit it directly. The flying mosquito has been hit hard by the combined attack of all three. Choi Yun-hyuk shouts, Run! The kid doesn't forget to praise. Well done, Ha-jiang, Dang Ha-jiang, and Jin Seona. They quickly managed to escape. Afterward, the three continue trying to flee from danger. The black smoke gradually dissipates. The flying mosquito doesn't seem to be in much trouble. It just moans and shivers a little. That doesn't seem to be an expression of pain, but rather of extreme anger. Flying mosquito's eyes change, becoming sharper. The mosquito is annoyed. I don't want to die. Then it rushes madly towards the three, leaving Choi Yun-hyuk and the others terrified. Dang Ha-jiang seems to have noticed something very strange. How bizarre, what's she plotting? Could it be? Did Rong Ha-jiang sense something within that mosquito fly? Why is that monster's mana mixed with human mana? Or is it a human-turned monster, Choi? Yun-hyuk, shout loudly and create a barrier, Rong Ha-jiang. That snapped her out of her thoughts. And just then, right behind her, it had already caught up. Rong Ha-jiang, horrified, screamed, mentally shaken, causing her energy to erupt. Rong Ha-jiang's power blasted the mosquito fly away and also affected Jin Seona, sending her tumbling forward. It was blown far away. She wasn't quick enough to brace herself, so she fell pretty hard. Choi Yun-hyuk worriedly called out, Seona! Rong Ha-jiang suddenly woke up, startled, regaining her composure. Rong Ha-jiang immediately rushed over to ask about Jin Seona. I'm sorry, Seona. Are you okay? Though in pain, the girl tried to reassure her. Yeah, I'm fine. The kid helping her up, Choi Yun-hyuk, was a bit reproachful. Rong Ha-jiang, snap out of it. Rong Ha-jiang felt remorse when she saw Jin Seona's leg was pretty badly injured. Don't cry, little one. It's okay, your foot, she comforted me. Jin Seona, stern. Right now there's something more important, isn't there? All three suddenly remembered and looked at the flying mosquito. It had also recovered and was flying in to attack. Choi Yun-hyuk generates mana. I hate to say it, but your foot's injured. We can't carry you and run. Ha-jiang, you also shoot mana at the monster. We have no choice but to hold our ground here. Understood. Dang Ha-jiang listened and responded. Okay, I got it. Then both of them unleashed a huge amount of mana towards the flying mosquito. It was attacked by a lot of mana from Choi Yun-hyuk and Jung Ha-jiang. Both of them continued trying, standing in front of Jin Seona to protect her, attacking with all their might. But the flying mosquito seemed unfazed, and instead, it was stimulated. It flew towards the three of them, too sudden, so once again she could only create a shield to protect them. Dang Ha-jiang held the shield, While the kid kept firing mana, the little girl was injured, so she could only be silent. Ha Jiang and Anyek reacted very calmly, but this can't go on forever. Jin Seona noticed that Deng Ha Jiang's expression was changing. It seems Ha Jiang is overwhelmed because he feels guilty. If it continues like this, his eyesight will hit rock bottom. The little girl teared up, secretly heartbroken that everyone will be eaten by the monster. You guys just leave me and run away, Jin Seona said, her voice trembling. Don't worry, Choi and Yek reassured. It's okay, the little girl shouted with a reluctant tone. What do you mean it's okay? Run away. The boy seemed very confident and explained. Don't you know? At times like these, he always appears. In the sky, a figure is rushing over super fast. Jin Seona suddenly felt like she had found a savior. Yay! A foot appeared in front of the mosquito, startling it, and a kick sent the mosquito flying far away, not giving it a chance to save itself. Yang Hejiang, happy me, I knew you'd come. Choi Yun-hyu is also full of even more energy. Why are you only arriving now? You're so late, no Ian-ha. You're talking nonsense, gosh. I arrived just in time, so why are you all still complaining? No Eun-ha appears like a ray of light, saving folks from danger. Eun-ha swoops in, attacking the mosquito fly, startling it. He kicks the mosquito fly squarely in the face, sending it flying. Ha Jiang is overjoyed. I knew you'd come. Oh, Eun-ha, so excited. What took you so long? You're late! Oh. Ha Jiang turns back and grins. Oops, he sighs. I got here just in time, yet you guys are still complaining? Oh. Ha Jiang drops his bag to the ground. You guys should hide behind me until other players arrive. The mosquito fly shakily gets to its feet. The little girl worries. Oh, Eun-ha, that monster. The kid was right. Big bro out of nowhere. An uncle transformed into a monster. He turns to look at it transforming. So that's how it is. Eun-ha thinks to himself. Instead of eating people, the mosquito fly steals their mana. Afterwards, the ability to control mana of those whose mana was stolen becomes disordered. Then, during the recovery of a bit of mana, their bodies will accumulate an overload of mana. This leads to the body exploding due to mana overload, or they transform into monsters. The mosquito fly attacks him. Eun-ha punches it right in the face. He muses, if infected people are wandering around freely like this, then either the players or the hospital didn't do their jobs properly after treatment. Or is this still before people wrote the guides? How are we supposed to deal with stuff like this? Flying mosquitoes going all out, attacking non-stop. Yuna easily dodges. You think, whatever, I can handle this. These stupid jerks couldn't handle it properly, huh? Yuna unleashes power into her fist. She lunges. Then they make Tina's clean up their mess? Seriously? Yunha punches Flying Mosquito hard in the face. Its head slams into the ground, cracking it. Flying Mosquito cries out in pain. It hurts! Save me! You're surprised. It still has some awareness? Its whole body radiates black energy. Flying Mosquito groans. So painful! Yunha quickly retreats. Flying Mosquito begins to transform. It cries out, please, please save me. You signal to your friend to quickly leave. Is that its arm? Flying Mosquito's arm becomes bigger and stronger. Yunha wonders, a demonification process, huh? It's getting bigger and looks scary. Its mouth mutters, save me! Over and over. You ponder before my regression. There was a group of demons called the Nine Fiends. They launched terrorist attacks on a large scale all over the Korean territory. Each one of them was a living disaster, and they call themselves the new human race. But the possibility of a human turning into a demon is practically 0% at this point. Now, are you sure that old geezer turned into a demon, Jiang? It's not a woman, is it? The little girl replied, yeah, it's definitely him. Ongshi, Ut told me, and Nam saw it too, he thought to himself. So it's not her Beelzebub, one of the 9 demons. Definitely a woman. Only 15 more until the 9 demons appear. The mosquito demon cried for help, flying high into the sky, yelling, save me! Eun-ha created a mana orb, then shouted, who said you could run away? He hurled the orb toward the mosquito demon, which twisted to dodge the attack. Eun-ha leaped high into the air, muttering, darn it! The mana orb just doesn't have enough damage. I need a weapon to catch that monster. What's around here that I can use? He saw an electric pole in another area, a high-rise building in the neighborhood. Subin was hugging her child tightly. The little one cried in fear. Mommy! The mosquito demon appeared before the two of them. Mother screamed in terror. Eun-ha appeared. Forgot about me already, huh? It was startled. He swung his weapon hard at the mosquito demon, knocking it down, but it quickly got back up and backed away. The mosquito demon fled, catching Eun-ha by surprise. Look at Subin, telling her then hurry to follow it to prevent it from turning into a monster. Then please go to the hospital to check the mana. In your body, Unha jumps into position, preparing to attack again. The mosquito flies away in fear. Mana surge. You swing your weapon at it. Mosquito flies away. Unha pours more mana into the weapon. Little Tram, you swing hard. Sharp thorns from Uongha's move fly towards it. The mosquito quickly dodges and runs away. It rushes into another house. You say you dodged pretty well. A cry echoes, drawing Uongha's attention. It hurts so much, Mom. Lao crashes into the house, shattering the window. He lightly lands, muttering a curse. Damn it all! Before him, injured people lie scattered, motionless. He's furious. It's too late. Most mana thieves will die from a mana-induced implosion, Ruha tells himself, before it causes any more damage. He sees Mosquito Fly attacking more people, and he must finish that monster. Ruha lunges toward it. He slams Mosquito Fly, sending it flying. It crashes into a door. Ruha observes, based on its appearance reverting to a monster. That uncle's consciousness has been devoured since he didn't complete the full demonification process. Why did it flap its mosquito wings and try so hard to run? Are you angry, buddy? The person it attacked trembled and called you, "Oh, angelic big brother." Young-ha was astonished. You turned back to look at admin. Then suddenly rocks fell above Young-ha's head. The house echoed with a loud sound. Smoke blurred the vision. There's someone's voice. A loud call from the other side. You woke up, rubbing your aching head. Young-ha looked up, seeing a group of people running on the roof, going into that building. As soon as it comes out, shoot that damn monster. You wondered, did those players hear Sena's telepathy and come to finish off the monster? Young-ha looked at the boy. So I'll let them handle that monster. The homeless boy trembled, calling, "Big brother! Angelic big brother! This is the boy you once saved." Could it be that one of the homeless boy's eyes has been altered? The boy panted and smiled happily. Before regression, the city of Suwon. A night scene. Where countless high-rise buildings were collapsing, several corpses lay scattered on the rooftop. A voice rang out. "Knowing you bastards aren't the 12 thrones. And I feel pretty bummed out." Jin Palang clutched his injured right shoulder, his face hateful, looking at the opponent. Behind him was Yu Dang, using her power to heal Young-ha. They are the Flower Mist Squad. A mysterious woman smiled with her chin resting on her hand, surrounded by giant red-eyed flies. "But you really live up to your name. Your level is also high." From above, she looked down with extreme arrogance. That is the ruler of the 9 great fly demons, Bill Zephyr. Hearing those mocking words, Rung lost his temper and rushed up. "Shut up! Stop rambling!" Yudong was healing, but was still worried about him. Barang, the female demon, didn't show a bit of concern. Calmly said, "Oh, so you're a mad dog." She beckoned. Barang, rushing up at the speed of a rocket, suddenly got hit and covered his face in pain. Yudong and Yunha rushed up to support him. "Stay here! I'm coming right now!" Bill Zephyr instantly stood right next to Yudong, the female demon. Using her large hand, she lunged at her small face, making her startled. Bill Zephyr's voice was excited. "The assistant, the only one of the Mist Flower team, you must be Reaper." Someone shouted, "Let go!" In an instant, that hand was slashed across. Bill Zephyr's eyes widened as she watched her hand separate from her body, flying into the air. Yuta managed to pull Yudong out of danger in time. The female demon, looking at her arms spurting blood, calmly said, "You're quick-tempered, aren't you? You're the infamous mercenary, aren't you? Or should I call you the immortal? Hey, focus on her. Tell IU to get behind me." She saw someone in the distance. "That girl's behind you, right?" Red-haired woman is clutching her stomach, leaning against the corner. Billy Bap's eyes are bloodshot, with fly wings sprouting from her back. You wield destructive power on par with the 12 thrones. Hundreds of flies emanate from her body. Instantly, a fireball is launched towards the red-haired girl. Billy Bap laughs gleefully. The girl swiftly uses her power to disarm it. That fireball was cast by the murder witch, yet her body is already riddled with countless wounds. Her eyes are bloodshot. She doesn't seem human anymore. Bill Zephyr sneers. "Impressive name, but you're pretty weak, however. Your magic resistance is nothing to sneeze at." Around the witch, the fly soldiers have fallen, despite being torn apart by my children. You're the only one who hasn't transformed into a monster. You should be proud of yourself for that, though. She glares, filled with resentment. Ba Rang can't take it anymore. Grabbing his sword, he charges. "Shut your mouth, you scum!" Seizing her long whip, the female demon Chingai says, "You're quick!" Did Zi Shen heal and restore you already? Instantly, she swings her whip, face full of murderous intent. That parang sword, and the enemy's whip clash. So fast, the naked eye can't follow. Nearby, Ai Yudong tries to save the witch, but things aren't looking good. She whispers, "Captain Huang Ha," her eyes glued to the fight. What is it? From behind him, the witch's voice rises. Please, just end me. He turns to observe the opponent. Abnormal parts are now beginning to grow on her body. Despite the pain, she jokes, What? Could it be you've got a secret crush on me? Sounds a little creepy. She smiles brightly, but with a bitter twist. Witnessing this, Dung can't hold back her tears, but he can only grit his teeth and endure. Hesitating for a moment, he finally decides to approach her, replying, All right. Huang Ha raises his sword high, his face ice cold. See you in hell. One strike, and it's all over. Just then, a youthful voice asks him, An angel, perhaps? A little boy, maybe 5 or 6 years old. His left eye is already deformed, no longer human. His whole body is covered in blood, yet he forces a smile. Huang Ha looks much younger now. Turns out it's that kid, the homeless boy he saved before. They're all gone now. Hearing this, he stops dead in his tracks. Everyone was truly kind to me. Huang Ha walks towards the little boy. Now, in the boy's eyes, there was only despair. Am I going to die too? He coldly replied, Yeah. The boy asked, Doesn't the angel smile? Speaking of which, a series of painful memories rushed back. The monster Kraken, one who caused the disaster. And Ha, as a child, hugging a picture of his deceased sister, crying miserably, Please, please don't go, sister. Don't leave me alone. His mother and father said bitterly, I forgot how to smile a long time ago. Hearing this, the child instructed him, But you have to smile. He wondered, Why do you guys keep telling me that? If you smile someday? The child's body began to sprout bizarre parts. Those things, his whole body trembled. The boy smiled radiantly, just like the red-haired witch. Making you happy will bring... Ha just silently looked at the boy. It'll hurt a little. His weapon lit up. The boy replied, It's okay. Raising his weapon high, he coldly asked, Got any last words, kid? Seeing this, the child trembled. Mom. I miss Mom. His eyes reflected the image of the person who freed him in a ruined building. Corpses lay everywhere. Only Ha and the child remained. He was silent as a drop of water fell. I hate kids. That was what he was thinking. A child playing nearby tripped and fell right in front of him. It started wailing, and its mother immediately appeared. I hate their selfishness and shallowness, thinking crying is all it takes. Their parents solve all their problems. He watched as the baby was comforted by its mother. In the blink of an eye, the baby was giggling, innocently smiling in its parents' arms as if hell didn't exist, and believing that happiness would last forever. Ever since witnessing my loved ones passing before my eyes, I've lost that belief. Beneath his feet lies an old teddy bear. He dusts it off, smiling so as not to worry those around him. Emotions have gradually hardened on the battlefield. Ever since the regression, I haven't felt anything. He hugs the teddy bear and walks away, alone. Even if you guys die, I can't even shed a tear. He shoves the teddy bear into the arms of the doomed child. A loud voice rang out, pulling him back to reality. The mosquito extermination mission is complete. She's turned into a monster. Eradicate her thoroughly. One boy was straining to tie the female demon tightly. The other one held a sword, stabbing the monster countless times, making it scream in pain. Ha, in recollection, after witnessing that child's demise, a grand declaration, Yet in return, I shall slay you all, you monsters. The news has reported on the mosquito monster incident. Thanks to the swift and timely response of the little demi-human girl, the mosquito flyers were annihilated. Aha, carefully listening, Mayor CEO Bake GU gave the little girl the Brave Sprout Award, and I peeked at her brother from afar. He hasn't been smiling much lately. I don't want him to be gloomy. Remembering her sister's advice, if he's sad, you must comfort him. Got it? The little girl wondered. How? Well, running quickly to her brother, she called out loudly, Brother! Sister said, I must hug you tight. She threw herself into his arms unexpectedly. He patted her head. She giggled. He asked gently, What's got our eyes so happy? I just wanted to hug you. Hearing her reply, he smiled kindly and patted her head. The little one whispered into his ear, Brother, I have a secret. What is it? Suddenly, she kissed him on the cheek, full of affection. I like you the most, she said. This much, like the sky. Like the earth. As she spoke, she waved her hands around adorably. He touched his cheek, stunned, then smiled. I do too, and I asked cheerfully. Really? At the school gate, a voice from the loudspeaker rang out. So now, we will start the team-finding race, signaling the start of the game. No, Yunha opened and read the paper she had just received, confused, mouth agape. Huh? She frantically looked around, confused, saying, Where do I find them now? All the children around her also started running around to complete their missions. Suddenly, No Yunha caught sight of Kim Minji sitting with Jin Seon. She shouted loudly, "Oh!" Jin Seona, surprised, asked back, "Huh?" No Yunha didn't hesitate, nor did she explain, and immediately grabbed Jin Seona's hand, running away. "Come on!" The girl was dragged behind, confused, shouting loudly, "Huh? What does your paper say?" And Kim Minji, sitting in the back, cheered them on with all her might. "I don't know, but you guys have to hurry. We have to win." The two finally arrived, and the teacher, seeing them, asked, "Let me see your paper." No Yunha excitedly handed it to the teacher, saying, "Here it is!" While Jin Seon gasped for breath, her face pale, in the back. When the teacher opened the piece of paper, it simply said 2 words. "Puppy?" The teacher wondered. "Seon-a is the puppy?" Jin Seona, hearing this, could no longer restrain herself. Exploding in anger, she grabbed No Yunha's shirt, shaking her. "Hey, why am I the puppy? I'm a fox, but when you hear that, you just glance away. Our blue team, Seona, must win." She didn't bother to argue further. Even so, she remembered Kim Minji's words. "I once relied on the 2 of you. I will definitely win and become the class leader next time. Everyone, please help me." She bit back the discomfort in her heart and decided to bark. 2 sounds to prove it. The teacher was very pleased to see that. "Yes, you really are a puppy." At lunchtime, No, with glistening eyes, raised the lunchbox to show off. "Oppa! Yuna made this!" Yuna happily took the lunchbox and pointed to the smiley face on the rice, asking, "It looks delicious, but who is this?" She happily closed her eyes tightly, replying, "Oppa," while Kim Minji and Jin Seona sat in front, jealous. They looked at the 2 of them, scoffing. "His eyes are always sparkling." Kim Minji angrily glared at No Yunha. "Why can't you treat us with half as much?" "Yoon he is. So how dare you call Seona a puppy?" Speaking of this, Jin Seona immediately pouted, full of grievance. "And you still nonchalantly talking nonsense. What good are you guys anyway?" The girl angrily pointed her finger at No Yunha, questioning, "You even made me join the scavenger hunt. If not, you'll be lazy again." With confident eyes and a radiant smile, Kim Minji raised her hand in a proud pose, declaring that as long as I'm class monitor, Class BA will definitely achieve the highest score. But the beautiful dream quickly crumbled when No Yunha spoke up, exposing the truth. "It's not because of the teacher. Duhan promised to buy us hamburgers if we win, right?" Causing her expression to gradually distort into a dark grimace. Kim Minji angrily threatened, "Anyway, if you dare run away this afternoon, just wait. I won't let you off." Next to her was a little girl who had just finished running, panting, so tired. A beautiful woman immediately approached the girl, wiping her sweat and asking with concern, "You did great. Are you hurt?" The girl smiled, replying, "I'm okay, Sister Mom." A friend, hearing this, was confused, wondering, "Hey Young, what's Sister Mom?" The woman was Hey Young's stepmother, Min Soo-jin. She gently smiled, saying, "Sister Mom, sounds good, right? It's very special and unique, isn't it?" She smiled affectionately, asking in return. No Yunha, seeing their somewhat awkward interaction, recalled a few months ago. Hoi Young's father remarried to Min Soo-jin. Min Soo-jin is the second daughter of Mr. Min, Jun-sik of the Alice Group. At the wedding, the kids were very surprised for a moment when they realized that the chairman of the Alice Group was the uncle who often played with them. No Yunha cheerfully said, "You're still just you," making the old man laugh heartily. "Thank you, kid. Come to think of it, you realize that, speaking of which, these kids are accepting this pretty fast. Besides that, it seems, Hey Young feels quite awkward calling Min Soo-jin Mom." The little girl clenched her fist, trying hard to say, "I'll do my best to call you Mom." Jin Seona cheekily pointed out, "Hey Young, you're wrong again." Jung Hey Young, upon hearing that, realized and yelled out. Min Soo-jin still cheerfully said, "It's okay, really." At noon at school, No Yun-ha was still leisurely walking through the schoolyard. He walked, yawning widely. "Guess I should take a nap." Thinking, there's no one behind the flower garden, I'll sleep there. Then he noticed Jin Seona hiding in a corner nearby. Seeing that, Noonha approached and asked, "Little puppy, what are you doing here?" The little girl, annoyed, closed her eyes and pointed at him. "I told you, I'm not a puppy." "Because of you, everyone's calling me little puppy now." Noona calmly replied, "So what about little puppy? It sounds affectionate and friendly." He heard scuffling sounds behind the wall and went to see. "Hey, why are you here? What's going on?" Peeking his head out from behind the wall, No Yunha's face briefly showed surprise. A voice echoed, "You worry about your own affairs." It was Jin Minji, The little girl shouted loudly. Why does Mom have to care about who I play with? Her mother gently coaxed Minji. It's not like that. Listen to me. Seeing that the little girl had calmed down, she continued. You can play with Yoonha and Yoonyuk, and it would be even better if you became closer with Hae-young now. However, I hope you will keep your distance from Seona. Hearing this, Jin Minji could no longer restrain herself. She flung off her mother's hand and questioned loudly. Is that what you mean? Why do you have to interfere with who I should be friends with? Her mother couldn't take it anymore either, shouting, Seona is a demi-human. The words had barely left her mouth when Yuna paused for a beat, her hand clenched tightly as she whispered to Minji. Perhaps you don't know, but people generally don't like demi-humans. What will they say when they see you being close with one? As soon as she finished speaking, Yoonha turned to look at Jin Seona, who was sitting dejectedly, hugging her knees, full of sadness. The little girl looked down at the ground and said, I'm okay. Her hand unconsciously drew circles on the ground as she said, I already knew it anyway. How could someone like me have friends? Hearing this, Yoonha asked sorrowfully, her voice wavering, Then what are we? Hearing that, Jin Seona smiled faintly. I know. That's why I'm extremely grateful and sorry to you all. The little girl stood up, pretending to be okay. I was going to meet Kim Minji, but now things are more awkward. Let's go, Yoonha. Suddenly, her wrist was grabbed. No, Yoonha, with a determined, serious expression, said, It's okay. Just trust Kim Minji. Kim Minji's mother's voice, still filled with annoyance, echoed in the room. Others told me they see you hanging out with that kid, so they don't play with others. Do you like hearing people badmouth you behind your back so much? Every word was like a needle stabbing Kim Minji's heart, making her tearful and speechless. Jin Seona couldn't stand it anymore, pleading, Oh, Yoonha, it's okay, let's go. Suddenly, Kim Minji spoke up. Even so, the little girl hung her head, her hands clutching the hem of her dress, resolving to say, But Seona. Those final words, Kim Minji said through tears, but resolutely, Seona is my friend. Those words greatly surprised Jin Seona. Hearing that, Kim Minji's mother fell silent for a long time, then sighed. Fine, if that's what you want. Don't you regret it? Then come back crying to me because of what you've chosen. After sharing a moment, the two hugged each other. Then Kim Minji affirmed, I won't. She lovingly scolded him, saying he was as stubborn as someone. When No Yoonha peeked out and saw that, he happily said it seemed okay. That's all, he said, turning around and teasing. Let's go, puppy, before we are seen by others, making the girl extremely angry and chasing after him. Why do you keep calling me puppy? Suddenly, Jin Seona stopped and softly called Yoonha. He asked, What's wrong? The little girl gave a warm smile, her eyes curving. Let's win first place today. Jin Seona excitedly said we should help Minji feel better. No Yoonha also agreed, okay. During the activity, the students in Class 3A enthusiastically played the ball-throwing game, astonishing everyone. Seeing this, the teacher resentfully announced that the green team had won, while Kim Minji didn't understand what was happening. She turned around and looked at everyone. Huh? What's wrong with you? No Yoonha brushed off his hands, appearing nonchalant. What's the matter? His actions made the girl very suspicious. She pointed at him and questioned, Why are you trying so hard? It's not like you at all. No Yoonha turned his face away, trying to avoid the question. What are you talking about? I'm always like this, he said. Elsewhere, Jin Seona also brought victory to the class in the relay race. In the following games, students quickly overcame obstacles and won the hurdle race. The kid proudly said it was as easy as eating candy. Hae-young also won the three-legged race. And, as a matter of course, the school announced the winning class and the final results. The final of this autumn sports festival is when Kim Minji stood up to receive the award in front of the whole school. Amid cheers and encouragement, it was the announcement of the blue team of Class 3A. The little girl's face couldn't hide her happiness and pride. Kim Minji took the certificate back to class proudly, saying, Look, we can do it if we try. You guys have to vote for me to be the class president next term. Before the words were finished, she sensed the cunning eyes of her friends around her. No Yoonha, taking the lead, asked, Are you guys ready? Jin Seona proudly replied, Yes. So the friends, each with a foot or a hand, gradually lifted Kim Minji up. The little girl panicked and asked, Hey, what are you guys doing? Jin Seona below didn't care and shouted, 1, 2. The moment the teacher yelled, 1, 2, Kim Minji was tossed into the air to the cheers of her classmates. That's awesome, guys. Again. Hey, stop it, they yelled. Even the parents standing outside couldn't help but feel happy. They're such close friends, aren't they? Right? The classmates are chanting, 1, 2, once again. On the count of 3, Kim Minji looked as happy as could be. Toss her up to Chu Jung.